Hello and thank you for joining us here on the Red Hawk Sports Network. Jack Bartek alongside John Kosoban on a very special day in Montclair State baseball history, as it's Alumni Appreciation Day and the day of the retiring of number 27 for probably the greatest player in program history, John Deutch. And John, you can go down the numbers for him. I mean, unbelievable career, and this is long overdue.
Yeah, for sure, Jack. I mean, and it was great to see them honor him out there on the field today. A bunch of alumni coming back and, just to chop it up and hang out. You'll see there over there to our left in the stands. They'll be staying to watch the game. And, it was a great little ceremony out there. They presented him, Coach Lorber presented him with the jersey in glass, right? And that's always the coolest sight to see. And especially as an athlete, that's one of the greatest things you can receive is your jersey just there for safety, handed to you on the field during a pregame ceremony. Great moment.
And for this Montclair State team, they've been setting some records over the past 2 days against NJCU. They took care of business and then some. The most runs scored over a two-game span in program history with 51. Yesterday with 28 runs. It was the second most in a single game in program history. Ryan McKenna with 7 RBIs yesterday. Second in a single game in program history, only behind the man of the hour today, John Deutch.
That's just how things work out. That's baseball. By the way, is that Carlos Delgado or Ryan McKenna?
On the road, too. And Jordan Yurkevitz, who may or may not be a birthday boy today. We have to get confirmation on that.
We've got our best journalists on that one.
We heard rumblings, so we'll get confirmation on that. But if so, he's been celebrating in style, a couple home runs on Thursday, and he became the first double-digit home run player in program history since Rob Bonus in 2006.
Right, and he almost lost them too, right, with how things were going with the weather on that day. But yeah, he's just been so hot all season. He's been the story, and maybe have a special birthday moment today. Who knows?
And we are just about set to go for first pitch. It'll be Pat Cucurullo going for Montclair State, and we'll talk about him in just a second. But it's going to be Mike LaGravenus, the second baseman, digging in for TCNJ. First pitch, 11:28, and it's in there for a called strike.
Yeah, you mentioned Jack Cucurullo, his last outing against Ramapo. 6 clean innings, only gave up 1 hit, didn't allow a single run. He's been leading the staff all season.
And he's ahead 0-2 on LaGravenus. I was talking to Coach Lorber about Cucurullo's outing the other day before the first NJCU game, and I was raving about it because he looked terrific. And Coach Lorber said he was good. He was good. He said he didn't think he had his best stuff, and he was still able to grind out a terrific performance. And it just goes to show what they expect out of this guy. He is by far the ace of the staff. The 0-2 coming to LaGravenus. Struck him out.
And there you go. That's part of why he's so good. That strikeout there to begin the game, 9 in that game that we were just talking about against Ramapo in just 6 innings even. But when you mentioned Coach Lorber talking about, he was okay. Maybe he's talking about the 4 walks that, through those 6 innings. He's got 20 and 41 so far in the season. But he's been able to figure it out with the K-ball. So when you can do that, it's a nice balancer.
Finally throws the first ball of the day to Jack Haynes going to the backstop. He came into the day 3rd in the conference in strikeouts, so seems like the Red Pen is going to get a workout today. The 1-0 to Haynes, misses up high. Jack,
I very much admire your revitalized way of booking now.
Thank you very much.
It's creative.
The 2-0 coming to Haynes. Missed inside, so it's like a Jekyll and Hyde start here for Cucurullo and hoping to avoid the walk plague like he got into in his last outing. You say that relatively. Can't even get the gimme strike. A 4-pitch walk to Jack Haynes after a 3-pitch strikeout to LaGravenus. That's got to be like a thing, no? I feel like you never see that. A 3-pitch strikeout followed by a 4-pitch walk or vice versa.
You give him the full arsenal of what could possibly happen in an at-bat. I mean, that's basically the 2 extremes right there.
How'd you like to be Jack Haynes? You just see a 3-pitch strikeout and you come up.
You already got a bit of a whiff problem heading in, You're like, oh boy, here we go. It's a long day.
Chris Reeder at the plate takes high and outside for the 5th straight ball. And on the flip side, how would you like to be LaGravenus? You get sat down on 3 pitches, you walk back in the dugout and see Haynes getting a free pass.
See, where was that when I was up?
Hey, Coach, I want to bat 2 next game. Cucurullo delivers and finally finds the strike zone again, even in the count with Reeder.
You know, I feel like in Little League, it would always be like a guy's walk in the park, and then I would come up, and then the first 2 pitches are down the middle. What am I supposed to do?
1 ball and 1 strike to Chris Reeder. Haynes leading off first. Gets the swing on the miss and the high fastball. It's the toughest pitch to lay off of.
Yeah, and, you know, that's a similar spot to the one that Haynes laid off of, you know, sitting 3-0, obviously. But right there with an even count, use it to get ahead.
Cucurullo set. Peek over at first. The 1-2. Swung on and missed strike 3. And so Cucurullo showing off the full arsenal in inning number 1.
Yeah, getting back to the strikeout, and, you know, that just showed pure power. I mean, it was 2 fastballs up in the zone that he beat him with back-to-back. And he got him to swing at both. So not only is he able to power it past him, but he's got the mental part of the game working as well.
Now it's Chris Cody, the lefty shortstop. Looking to keep the inning alive, but a swing and miss there puts him in an 0-1 hole. Following Cody in the Lions lineup, it'll be Joe Oskowski, Ryan Goodall, Andrew Fernandez, Mike Schumacher, and Joey Cruciata. They'll send Ben Amon out to the hill. The 0-1. And there for a called strike 2.
Man, you know, you get that 4-pitch walk, especially after the ball is coming out so well out of his hand, and he knows it. He's ready to attack these guys and just get the inning over with. He knows that runner shouldn't be on first the way he's pitching.
No balls and 2 strikes to Chris Cody. Swinging, taps one over to third. Norton waiting back on it, has time, and makes the throw across the diamond. So Cucurullo, 2 strikeouts, works around the 1-out walk. We head to the bottom of the first. The Redhawks looking to get the bats going. Back here on the Red Hawk Sports Network, Jack Bartek, John Kosoban, this high-powered Red Hawk offense trying to get things going here. And if you're a follower of the Red Hawks, the lineup will be no surprise, especially coming off of such a big weekend. It's Joe Norton towing in to lead things off against Ben Amon. First pitch catches the outer half. The Red Hawks go with Norton, Cosentino, Yurkevitz, Murphy, Allworther, Feaster, Garino, Moore, and McKenna. Norton quickly behind 0-2.
Amon wasting no time getting right back out there on the mound. You see Joe there stepping out just to give him some breathing room.
No balls and 2 strikes to Joe Norton. That one missed away. Similar spot, but just got away from him. The tall righty comes into today 2-2 with a 3.45 ERA and a 1.18 WHIP. Off speed, misses outside.
I mean, this is a guy, Jack, that's coming off a complete game shutout against NJCU. The full 9 innings, no runs, 5 hits, and 5 Ks.
The 2-2 swung on and missed strike 3.
Yeah, and that strikeout ball might be working all day, similar to Cucurullo, because that's just how Amon works. And, we mentioned that complete game shutout against NJCU. It's followed up, or before that, the 2 previous appearances, a total of 9 2/3 combined innings against Franklin and Marshall 1 and then Dickinson, where he gave up 16 hits and 11 earned runs total.
That one shot foul down the right side by Pete Costantino.
But even in those starts where he was getting shelled, he had 10 Ks and 2 walks over those 2. So it's not like a guy who loses his control or lets things get out of hand. He just happened to get hit really hard.
It's really only been those 2 outings, too. Especially save for the Franklin and Marshall outing. He's been very good. Costantino, same spot out on the berm down the first base side. And he's down 0-2. Good job by Amon getting ahead quick. You can't feel great taking the hill against a team that just put up 51 runs in 2 games. The 0-2, missed tying away.
Yeah, there's definitely a difference between this offense and the NJCU offense that
True.
He went the full distance with last time out.
Amon delivers, curveball, grounded through the left side for a base hit. So Costantino, who's been very good with 2 strikes all year long, does it again right there and gets the Red Hawks started.
Real good hitting from Costantino. Opened up a little early just to get through that thing and put it through the hole on the left side. Easy single. Now you've got potential birthday boy at the dish.
Potentially. And that's the tough thing. You get ahead 0-2 on Costantino. You really love to be going at your Kavitz here with 2 away and nobody on. You could be very careful. First pitch swinging a high chopper to Fernandez at third. On to second for 1. The throw to first in time. Double play. What a turn by the Lions. And after the 1-out single, Amon gets some help from his defense. We're scoreless after 1. We're back here on the Red Hawk Sports Network. Jack Bartek, John Kosoban taking you through the action here at Yogi Berra Stadium. Oskowski, Goodall, and Fernandez in the second for the Lions. Cucurullo starts Oskowski out with a ball.
Yeah, good first inning for Cook. Working around that 4-pitch walk.
Oskowski swinging, chops that one foul over the right side. Look around the Montclair State defense. Carino behind the plate. Going from right to left, Costantino, Feaster, Moore, and Norton on the infield. The 1-1 misses low. And then around the outfield, right to left, it's McKenna, Murphy, and Olwerther. So Once again, same look that they've been going with, and if it ain't broke, why fix it?
No, not at all.
A 2-1. Oh, came in and hit him. Oskowski had to jump out of the way. It looks like he caught him in the shoulder, and we've seen so many hit-by pitches this year, I feel like.
Yeah, especially a guy like Cuckoo just wants to take back control of the plate right after falling behind 2-1, wants to pound him inside. Unfortunately, came a little bit too far inside. Now he's got another runner on to lead off the inning.
Got to get some spider tack down there. Have you ever touched spider tack?
I have not.
It is ridiculous. I don't know how anybody ever pitched with it on their hands. I don't know how the ball left their hand. First pitch runs in on Ryan Goodall.
In terms of the stickiness?
Yeah. Like maybe I just took too much of it.
Right.
Or they watered it down. I don't know what the process was, but I got my hands on a bottle, box, whatever you call it, of it last year. That one misses high. It's really incredible that they were even able to use that to their advantage.
It's definitely something where you got to sit down in a lab and just hammer it out. Like, how am I going to use this?
It's they're adding all those new baseball performance positions around the league. Maybe that's what they're for. Is that one's fouled back to the screen.
I wonder if MLB changing the ball. I mean, it was definitely, who knows, maybe concerted effort not only to add more home runs or whatever or douse them, but also maybe to throw off the rhythm of a pitcher that's trying to use a little bit of tack. The ball is different, the stitching.
The 2-1 swung on and missed, evening the count. And, it definitely has correlated, at least I know we're both Met fans, to hit batsmen where, it's clearly not intentional, but just trying to throw high and in, and you lose control on a ball that is much smoother. The grooves don't pop out as much. The 2-2 swung on and missed, strike 3. A trio of strikeouts over the first 2 innings for Cucurullo.
Yeah, you could see that coming, when he gets the runner on base when, he gave it to him, right? He gave him the 4-pitch walk in the first inning. He gave him the hit-by pitch in the second. That's when he really bears down and taps into that K pitch. And there's 3 already today.
Now it's Andrew Fernandez, a .367 hitter on the year. Only 30 at-bats, though. This is his 8th start of the year, as that one misses down low.
I mean, a nice play on that chopper, really, to end the bottom of the first, starting that double play.
Might have been the friendliest hop in Yogi Berra Stadium history.
Yeah. Almost like the Baltimore chop, kind of reminiscent.
Oskowski leading off first. This one tapped into right center. It's going to fall in front of McKenna. It hits off his glove, and luckily he's able to get up quickly and field it, and they'll hold Fernandez to a single. McKenna was playing way deep out in right field into the corner. I thought Murphy might have even had a better chance at it, and it ends up dropping for a base hit.
They already have Murphy playing essentially right center field as his position most of the time. And, he certainly has the speed to get over there. I was surprised that McKenna laid out for that ball. He's lucky that it tipped his glove and stayed in front of him instead of bouncing over into the wall.
Now it's Mike Schumacher. Takes that one on the outside. He didn't like it. I didn't particularly either. I thought that was away. Pitcher-friendly zone to start, which is fine by me, as long as it's consistent.
Yeah, I'll take that all 9 innings.
Oskowski on second, Fernandez on first. The 0-1 swung on and missed. Nice job by Garino to keep it in front. He almost had to do like
his leg.
A kick.
Yeah.
Kick save and a beauty.
If I've got to kick this down to third base, I will.
Garino has been very dependable backstop over the past couple of years, but especially this season, and he's started to figure it out with the bat too.
Whenever a player like that comes around, it becomes just like this all-encompassing. You can use him for a few different things. You like to think of a guy as one-dimensional, and all of a sudden he just opens up that other side, becomes so much more valuable.
The 0-2. Lofted, center field. Murphy coming on, dives and makes the catch. The throw to first, but no one's there. Cosentino's in the middle of the diamond. The throw will go to the backstop. Garino coming to corral if there's nobody at home. Finally, Cucurullo there to cover. So a tremendous play by Murphy in center. They had Fernandez dead to rights at first base. And Cosentino looked like he was prepared to cover home in case it fell for a base hit. never got back to cover the bag, and it ends up being a sacrifice fly.
What a wild turn of events, because off the bat, we've been watching Murphy out there in center for a while. You could tell he was going to get to that ball one way or another, and he took an excellent play to do so. But you had the bad read by Oskowski on second base, and he kind of got bailed out, throwing back to first. They had both of them dead to rights, but maybe second base might have been the easier pick.
Nice pitch by Cucurullo to start out Cruciata on the swing and miss.
And it's tough because Murphy definitely mistook the first base coach
100%
for Pete. Just a body standing over
throw.
there. Yeah, it was a good throw. Would have hosed him.
The 0-1 to Cruciata. Catches the outer half, and Cucurullo one pitch away from igniting the fire here. Well, extinguishing the fire, rather.
He could ignite a fire in the clubhouse, dugout, if he gets out of this one.
The dugout's raring to have something to cheer about. The 0-2 to Cruciata. Curveball missed away. Cucurullo's got some mean movement on that off speed.
Yeah. When he's able to snap it off, there's no shot in the plate.
And I do wonder what he's setting up with that. Murphy, who has shifted right, moving closer to center. The 1-2. Driven into right field. No! Caught by Cosentino. That one looked short of being to right field for a base hit. And it ends up dying into the big first baseman's mitt of Cosentino. The Lions leave 2 in scoring position. Still scoreless through an inning and a half. Back here at Yogi Berra Stadium, Mike Murphy, Andrew Allworther, Miles Feaster looking to ignite the Redhawks here in the bottom of the second. Beautiful day at Yogi Berra Stadium. I don't know how long it's going to hold like this. Some rain was in the forecast. It got pushed to later in the afternoon, but for now we will enjoy this weather.
I think we'll be fine, but I don't want to say it and go on record, and that'll be my fault.
First pitch misses away to Murphy, who made the great play in center that really saved the inning for Montclair State. Swinging at the second pitch, taps it foul.
It's crazy how the dichotomy of that one play, which is an excellent play and did save the inning, it also had the potential to make things a lot more difficult.
Yeah. We were talking about it in between innings about how, nobody's at fault. Cosentino makes the right play, going to take the cut as he shoots this one through the right side for a base hit. And the Redhawks have the leadoff man aboard.
Great opposite field hitting by Murph just to get on base.
Yeah, Murphy has really backed up a great freshman year with a similar, if not better, sophomore year, and he's been a crucial part of this lineup.
And occasionally we'll talk about how, he's not your prototypical cleanup guy, but he knows how to get on base. He can drive the ball into the gap when he needs to. He's just a great piece to have in the middle of the order.
Tough to back up guys like Cosentino and Yerkevitz, but he's done a great job of it. Oh, Coach Lorber coming out of the dugout, spry, making a play on the tapped foul. Allworther down 0-1.
Anything to remind the guys that you can still pick it.
And he's got a nice audience today, an attendance of 232, which is, I'm not sure of this, but I'd have to guess the largest of the year.
It's got to be.
A half-hearted check over on Murphy.
I mean, the concourse is crowded today.
Yeah, are you doing the eye test confirmation?
Yeah, sometimes you got to lean forward, make sure everyone's here.
The 0-1 to Allworther. Taps another one foul, and so Amon ahead of Allworther.
Yeah, Jack, that looks like 232.
I would say it's a fair number.
Did a quick count.
Allworther down 0-2. Murphy leading off first. Amon with a long hold, and now time at the plate. I wonder if that wasn't one of those, I don't know what the sign is for them, but just hold the ball until time is called. Messing up with the rhythm.
Yeah, especially for a guy like Amon who works so quickly.
The 0-2, working quickly and gets Allworther to swing and miss for strike 3.
Yeah, I mean, he really just downed AO there. Nothing you can do. Playing some games with timing, upsetting a little bit, and it came through.
And you could see exactly what he was doing.
Yeah.
Hold until time is called and then come back with a bit of a quick pitch. And it was beautiful. Looked like curveball on the outside. Now it's Miles Feaster, who had a huge 2 days against NJCU. 17 RBIs in conference play.
And something about this guy is just how clutch he is. Another check over.
It's a nice backup move by Amon.
Yeah, but he always seems to come through when it matters most. And he's certainly been rewarded moving up in the order as the season's gone on.
Feaster takes this one down the middle for strike 1. You play 18 conference games. If you have 17 over a conference season, you're averaging 1 a game. That's great numbers. And he's done that through just 8. Curveball runs in. And he's been a big part of why this Montclair State team is tied for first in the conference.
I mean, that's a number that gets your name circled, right, when teams come in to play you.
Murphy running on the 1-1. It's a hit and run fielded by Oskowski. They'll get 1, but the hit and run keeps them out of the double play ball. That would have been tailor-made.
Yeah, no, it works out great for the Redhawks. You get to move Murph into scoring position. Yeah, there's 2 outs now, but at least you avoid the inning-ending double play.
And it's a good guy to have up with 2 outs. Anthony Garino, who has been, by average, the 3rd best hitter on the team this year at 376. He's also got 20 RBIs. On any other team would be a great number, but
yeah,
you're around your Kavitz and Cosentino, who have 40 apiece. Garino swings and misses at the curveball.
Well, when you're just another piece in Murderer's Row.
Yeah. I mean, the numbers are just video game-esque for the Redhawks this season. The 0-1 missed outside. Amon paying a ton of attention to Murphy at second, although I can't imagine he's going anywhere.
He's fleet of foot. He can score on a base hit.
The 1-1 swinging, lofted into center field for a base hit. Here comes Murphy. He's going to score with ease. Anthony Garino catches in with 2 outs, and the Redhawks lead it 1-0.
Yeah, that's textbook just putting a run together, right? You get the leadoff base hit, work around a couple outs, get the man in the scoring position. You know he's going to score if you can get the ball in the outfield, and that's all that Garino needs to do. Nice little flare into left, and you're up 1-0.
And that has been such a key to this team this season. Obviously they have been great offensively, but they've been really good with 2 outs.
Yeah.
And that's what good teams do.
Putting together runs when your back is against the wall, the most important skill you can have.
Oh, and that one goes all the way to the backstop off the mitt of Reeder. Garino advances to second, and John, I don't know about you, I'm giving that a pass ball.
Same. It went right through his mitt. It wasn't too wild in nature.
Moore ahead 1-0. Last weekend against Ramapo, he was the walk-off hero. A year to the day that he had hit a walk-off home run against NJCU. 1-0 misses outside.
Dramatic much.
That's like storybook, right?
We get it. You come through in all the big moments at the same times. It's like clockwork.
2 balls and no strikes to Moore, looking to cash in with another 2-out RBI. Takes it outside 3-0. And so Eamon, who had been looking so good up until Garino's at-bat, now struggling through the last two. Steps off, resetting.
It's the first run he's given up in over 9 innings, right? I mean, he went the complete distance, only gave up 5 hits his last time out. So to get this much action this early from the Red Hawks, it's going to throw him off a bit.
And now you got the Red Hawk dugout piling on, and it's not a good scene to be in. The 3-0, missed high, ball 4. So a 4-pitch pass administered by Eamon, and it brings up yesterday's man of the day, Ryan McKenna.
Yeah, and there you go. When you have a guy at the bottom of the order, who drove in 7 runs the other day, he's been playing well all season, and you got to go through him even with 2 outs and then the top of the order. The pressure is on.
Takes the curveball in there for strike number 1. That is a bold pitch after a 4-pitch walk to come with a curveball for a strike 1. You got to be confident in that thing. McKenna did leave the yard yesterday. He was swinging to do it again there, but taps it fouled on the first base line, and he's down 0-2.
And yeah, Eamon is right where he wants to be. He wants to put McKenna away as quickly as possible. Now you've got maybe a few pitches to play with, but you don't want to get too cute with the man on deck.
He's up 0-2 on McKenna. Missed away. If anybody's going to leave the yard, it's McKenna with that sweet lefty swing. The short porch to the corner in right field. 308 straight down the line. Garino with a healthy leadoff second. In there, called strike 3. McKenna doesn't like it, but Eamon helps himself out of a jam. Not before the Red Hawks get 1. They lead at 1-0 as we head to the 3rd. We're back at Yogi Berra Stadium. Jack Bartek, John Kosovan on the call here on the Red Hawk Sports Network. Montclair State leading 1-0, sending Pat Cucurullo back out to the mound with a lead. And the Lions are back to the top of the order. Mike LaGravenus, who struck out his first time up.
Yeah, took care of LaGravenus fairly easily in the first at-bat of the game.
First pitch, swinging handcuff. Did he go around? Trying to check down the first. No signal yet. And it ends up being called a strike. That was strange.
Interesting.
Never got a signal from that first base umpire. Cucurullo bounces the second pitch in the dirt.
And I'm going to decline your request for an appeal.
I just don't know, guys. The 1-1. That one just missed low.
That would be me, though, at first base. Like, to be able to make that sort of snap decision. Maybe you're not locked in on every pitch because you don't need to be, right? You're sitting out there.
Oh, LaGravitas doesn't like it. He has to jump out of the way, but it catches the inside corner. Yeah, right. Nobody on base. You can kind of chill until the ball is hit.
The inning just started. Don't ask me for an appeal yet.
The 2-2. Swung on and missed strike 3. Cucurullo is dealing. That's his 4th strikeout. And the second time, he sat down LaGravitas.
Yeah, LaGravitas has really had no shot through those first 2 at-bats, and that's just a testament to how well Cuc is pitching so far. He was able to piece him up twice in a row, and now he's got Haynes, who didn't get to see a strike his first time up.
We'll see if he could change that this time through. And he certainly does. First pitch, called strike. And maybe Haynes was looking for it too. You know, let him show me one. Cucurullo delivers. Curveball just missed. Woo-hoo. I mean, even if they say that broke late, it caught about the same inside half that they called LaGravitas strike 2 on. That one misses outside. That was a beautiful pitch. The 2-1. Swinging and tapping foul off his leg. And, you know, you talk about alumni appreciation today. We got to mention a little bit about it before, but just a shout-out to Coach Lorber, who has revived this. And, you know, it's just another sign of a coach who really gets it and understands how to build up a program. The 2-2 coming from Cucurullo. Tapped, foul once again.
Because, you know, it's not just the product on the field, right? It's so many other things, especially at the college level, where you have a program to run, and it's not just you're managing the 9 guys out there and you're figuring out how to win a ball game. You're kind of taking a legacy over, and you have to maintain a program that has been historically very successful.
Yep.
And, you know, especially we talk all the time about when Coach Lorber came in, going through a bit of a rough patch, and he has done such a great job of bringing it up, not only on the field, but off it as well.
The 2-2. Off speed, missed outside. And he has backed it up on the field.
Yeah.
Yesterday was his 50th win here at Montclair State, and he's got the 3rd highest winning percentage out of any coach in team history through those first 50 wins. 3-2 misses down low all the way to the backstop, so Cucurullo loses Haynes. He'll have to hang on at first. Nice job by Garino tracking it down.
Haynes now with a pair of walks in this one.
Yeah, 0 for 0. I'm sure he'd take that compared to some of the other stat lines that have been put up against Cucurullo this year.
I mean, you know, there's the fine line. Do you take it because you're on base twice against a guy like Cucurullo, or do you just want to swing the bat?
Yeah, true. Now it's Chris Reeder. He struck out swinging his first time up. Taking the first pitch inside, jumping out of the way. And John, I don't know what it is, but there is something hanging off of Anthony Garino's back that is just bugging the heck out of me. And it has been for probably 3 or 4 games now. I don't know if it's a piece of the chest protector or the back of his jersey. 1-0 misses down low.
Oh, you mean this little flap here on the...
Yeah, it's like a piece of white string or something. And I don't know how the umpire, who stands behind him every pitch, it can just look at it.
Brush him off. give him some help.
The 2-0. Fouled over the screen. It's a totally arbitrary thing. It has no impact whatsoever, and it would never cause any issue or advantage. But it's so distracting.
And this has been a multi-game issue.
Yeah. So I can understand if it had just happened, but 2-1 check over.
Maybe there's something to that. I don't know.
Maybe a good luck charm?
Yeah. Some people hang dice, right, in their front windshield.
And the lucky string?
Yeah.
We got to get to the bottom of that. The 2-1. Fastball missed high. A lot of investigative reporting that we've been handing out today.
I mean, we're true journalists at heart. We don't just, once again, you don't just call the game on the field. There's a lot that goes behind the scenes.
3 balls and 1 strike to Reeder. Runner going, swing and miss. The throw down in time. What a throw by Garino. He had Haynes by 2 steps.
Jack, that wasn't even close. It wasn't even close. The 3-1 send gets him swinging on the high heat, and then he's out by a mile at second base.
That is a disaster for the Lions.
Wow.
Think about how many other ways that could have gone. That's as good as it could have worked out for the Redhawks. That one fouled back to the screen by Reeder. And if you would imagine it was a hit and run.
Right.
You can't really fault Reeder for not getting a bat on that because that was eye level.
Yeah, what you're thinking there is it's 3-1. If it's a ball, he takes it and he moves up anyway.
Takes the 3-2 on the inside corner. Strike 3 called. Cucurullo with his 5th strikeout of the day, and the Redhawks lead it 1-0 heading to the bottom of the third. We're back here on the Red Hawk Sports Network. Joe Norton looking to get things going in the bottom of the third for Montclair State. Now a slight pause. Not sure what the stoppage is. And now we're ready to go. Eamon wasting no time when play is back in. Oh, what a play by Fernandez, picking the grounder and making the throw to retire Norton.
Fernandez has shown some good instinct over there at third base. One, he was playing a little bit in with the speed of Norton. And two, that thing came in hot. I mean, there's a reason we call it the hot corner over there. It was a nice pick and a strong throw to get the out.
Yeah, at that point, you can almost only guess what the hop is going to be with a ball that hit that hard. And he guessed correctly that time. One pitch, one out for Eamon. Now he's got to deal with Cosentino, gets ahead 0-1.
Yeah, I love how you can always tell who's a good fielder by just the way that they pick, a ball like that. It just comes with experience. Knowing where to put your glove and being able to set yourself and get a strong throw off right afterwards.
Eamon spiked that one, evening the count 1-1. Cosentino's been great for the Redhawks this year. Grounds that one to short. Cody with the field. No, the throw spiked and can't be dug out by Oskowski. So after a great pick by Fernandez on the grounder for out number one, Oskowski can't follow his lead. And that'll go as an E6, right?
Yeah, that'll go as an E6. I'm always of the opinion that if you're at first base and you can't dig it out, that it should go to you. But yeah, because the throw beat him, right? He would have.
Yeah, he had time too. It wasn't really close either.
Yeah, then you say the throw was a bit rushed.
Eamon wants a new baseball, throws that one into the dugout. Now they return it across the field. That's an expensive baseball.
Yeah.
So
you got to keep track of them.
Good on that TCNJ dugout. Yurkevich swinging at the first pitch and fouling it up onto the Yogi Berra Stadium stairs.
Let's ignore the collection of 6 foul balls from this place that I have in my room.
You're looking to start up your own program here. Costantino at first after the error. The 1-0 to Jurkiewicz. Swinging, driving down the left field line. Just foul.
He got around just a bit too quickly on that one. Almost snuck it in fair, but we'll have to do it again.
Jurkiewicz started out the season red hot. He kind of went through a little bit of a cold stretch and has since found his groove, especially the past 2 games.
And this is the type of guy that he's not going to spend too much time trying to find it. He's going to figure it out.
The 0-2, tapped foul. Nice job to waste that one and live to see another pitch. I mean, you say cold stretch for Jurkiewicz. He's still hitting .472, which is one of the best marks in the nation. 10 homers, 42 RBIs. Just video game numbers. The 0-2, swinging, flying out to center. Shoemaker coming on, makes the catch, and there's 2 out.
Maybe just instead of a beach ball, it looks like a volleyball. Still a sand sport.
Now it'll be Mike Murphy, who started out inning number 2 with a base hit and came around to score the only run of the game.
It was a really nice base hit his last time out. It's one of my favorite hits to watch, just going the other way. Nice knock through the hole.
And they still have a pretty big hole open on that right side. This one driven through the left side. Nice play by Cody to stop it. Looked at second, but threw on to first. It goes into the Lions dugout. And Cody, who made a great play to keep it in front, made the right play to look to second to try and get the force, then makes the mistake of forcing it on to first. He had no shot, rushed the throw, and the Redhawks have 2 in scoring position.
Yeah, exactly as you said, Jack. He had the right look, just check into second base to see if he could get the lead runner. Wasn't good there. Should have just ate it at that point. Instead, threw another one in the dirt. And now there's 2 runners in scoring position. Here still with 2 outs.
That'll go down as the second hit of the day for Murphy, and he advances to second on the error. And it's Andrew Allworther, who struck out his first time, but looking to cash in big time and add some insurance. Swinging at the first pitch, pops it foul, out of play. Oh, into the stands. Some TCNJ fans had to duck out of the way. The 0-1 to Allworther. Catches the outer half, and he's behind 0-2. It was a 3-pitch strikeout last time, looking to avoid the same fate.
And there's a lot of motivation with 2 guys on the base paths.
Amon working quickly, the 0-2, Allworther.
Barely got a piece at Allworther as that thing came bending in.
Amon's got some good stuff.
Yeah.
You almost wonder how that game at Franklin and Marshall even happened. The 0-2. On the outside corner, strike 3 called, so Amon gets put into some trouble by his defense, but works out of it with the strikeout. After 3, the Redhawks lead at 1-0. We're back here on the Red Hawk Sports Network. Jack Bartek, John Kosovan. Pat Cucurullo back out on the hill for the Red Hawks. Starting off, Chris Cody with a strike. It'll be Cody, Oskowski, and Goodall here in the fourth. Cucurullo wasting no time, and a beautiful curveball drops in for strike number 2.
And you got a guy like Cody who, made some errors in the last half inning. Now he has to lead off against a guy like Cook, and he's already down 0-2.
Looking to stay out of the strikeout. The 0-2 tapped to second. Feaster has to charge on, working quickly. The throw is in time. Nice play by Feaster.
Really great play for Miles Feaster, just rushing in there, picking up the glove hand, and then a quick exchange to get that ball over to first.
Now, we are also trying to get the man of the day, John Deutch, on the broadcast. If not at some point this inning, maybe next inning. So definitely stick around. The good thing is we don't have any commercial breaks here, so we can stay on in between innings. Cucurullo falls behind on Oskowski, 1-0. The only people that can stop us is us. The 1-0, swinging, fouled off the glove of Guarino.
Jack, during the rain delay on Thursday, you had a couple guests in here, which was pretty cool to watch.
Very impromptu as well.
Yeah.
And I thought it went really well, which was awesome. Of course, Coach Lorber coming up, just an awesome guy to deal with. The fact that he gave us some time during a rain delay was great. That one shot foul down the first baseline. And then Steve Bremen as well, who had a great season for the Montclair State men's basketball team. Also a high school pitcher. So it's nice to see, what he was thinking, if he ever considered playing baseball in college.
Right. Now, did you test him on the knowledge of the team right now? Did you put him through the ringer a little?
A little bit. This one driven down the left field line. That's going to fall for a base hit, and it should be 2. All where they're ranging over. The throw-in is not going to be nearly in time to get Oskowski, and he's got himself a 1-out double.
Yeah, a lot of space out there in that left field corner. Where there's going to have to chug over there to race it down. But that's an easy double. Nice early swing, got around on it. And now there's a runner in scoring position with 1 out.
Just the second hit of the day for the Lions. They've had a couple base runners, though. With a walk, 2 walks, and a hit by pitch. So now we'll see if Cucurullo can work out of this jam with 1 out and a runner on second. Gets Goodall to swing and miss the first pitch, 0-1. Goodall went down on strikes his last time. Andrew Fernandez waiting on deck has the only other hit for the Lions today. The 0-1. Swung on and missed by Goodall once again. That is not a good visual to start the at-bat.
Yeah, the decision to swing there was almost like an afterthought. Oh, let me just try and get something on this one. Put you in an 0-2 hole.
Cucurullo set. A peek to second. This one pops foul over the cage. The Montclair State bullpen going to be pretty healthy over the 2 games today after they were given a rest the last 2 against NJCU. The 0-2 missed away. So we'll see how long Cucurullo can go. He's been one of the better pitchers for Montclair State, going deeper into games this season. 1-2 missed up high.
41 innings, 5-2 record, 3.29 ERA, 1.20 WHIP. Great season numbers. He's the guy that you trust out there on the hill.
He's even 2-2 with Goodall here. Missed high, full count. And they're going to need an arm like that they can really trust, especially in a conference where a team like Rowan has Eli Attia, who's been one of the better pitchers in the country. A Kane staff that had the best ERA in the nation coming into this weekend. When you see those teams, you have to have an arm that you can trust. The payoff pitch to Goodall. In there, called strike 3. Goodall couldn't believe it. He was 3 steps down the line, and he has to redirect to the dugout. The 6th strikeout of the afternoon for Pat Cucurullo.
And that's just another guy in this lineup who's now been K'd up twice. You talk about 6 strikeouts from 3 players in this batting order with Legrevinus, Reeder, and Goodall.
Cucurullo certainly picked his victims today. 2 outs for Andrew Fernandez. This one fouled back to the screen and just missed to our right. Now we finally have a special guest joining us in the broadcast booth, the man of the hour, John Deutch. First off, just coming back here, how special is this day?
Well, it's really special being here with my former teammates. It brings back great memories, coming here and listening to them talking about their families and the great tradition we had. So it's really special for me to be here today.
And you had such an incredible career. Just talk about the highlights of it and your favorite moments that, coming back today are the ones that you're able to relive.
Well, when I see all the guys, it reminds me of all the fun times we had. We, if you know baseball players, obviously like play baseball, but they like to goof around. So we have always goofed around playing practices or the games. We were very laid back, but yet then we were very professional when we played. We all had our roles and we did our job, and we gave teams a tough time. So we always wanted to win the game, and actually this brings back great memories of. I played in the minor league ball for 5 years, but I'll never forget the team of Montclair that won the national championship because it was just a great bonding team, and it was like one unit.
Cucurullo's even 2-2 here with Fernandez. If you don't mind, we'll keep you on.
That's okay.
In between the innings.
Sure.
The 2-2. Shot foul.
And for you, someone with so much history and success with this program, when you're there behind the plate and you're presented with that jersey, right? It's clean and it's white, and they're giving it to you in the glass. What's going through your head in that moment?
Well, I just don't feel like I deserve that. But like I said, I would accept it on behalf of the whole team and coaches because it was a team effort. It just brought back great memories because I'm now 55 years old, and I remember playing back here. It was a great time, and everybody was a family to me. They took me in, and we took care of each other, and it was just a great time. It brings back great memories for me.
3 balls and 2 strikes here to Fernandez. Cucurullo set, trying to get out of the inning. The pitch. Shot foul again. Nice at-bat by Fernandez. He loves the interview as well. He wants the inning to keep going here. So talk to me about Coach Lorber. I'm not sure what your relationship is like with him, but having him revive this Alumni Appreciation Day, bringing you guys back here and saying that this is going to be a thing now year after year. Talk about the job that he's done and what your relationship is like with him.
Yeah, since I was inducted into College Baseball Hall of Fame, I've first got in contact with him, where he actually contacted me, congratulating me, and I could tell by the way he talks and his desire that he really wants to bring back a family type thing and bring back the history a little bit. And he knows that this right here would kind of bring his team together and to play well. So he's really, to me, just knowing him for a short time, you can tell that he has a lot of passion with baseball. He wants the players to be part of his family. So that's kind of what I got out of Coach Lorber.
Cucurullo forces the pop out to end the inning, so we'll head to the bottom of the 4th here. Montclair State still leading 1-0, but we won't take a break. We have the special guest, John Deutch, if you're just joining us, having his number retired today. And you put up some insane numbers in your career. You see a Montclair State lineup now that's putting up some crazy record-setting numbers. Just talk about what goes into that at the Division III level and what it's like being a student athlete and being able to come to the ballpark every day and have so much success.
How can I put this? The only way you're going to be successful is by having great teammates. Everybody had their role. If they didn't get on base, I couldn't knock them in, so they got on base. My role was to drive them in, and everybody executed very well. So if they didn't execute, I wouldn't have what I have today. They gave me the opportunity to, have my number retired, and like I said, I attribute that success to all of them. And coming back here, this stadium is very beautiful. We didn't, obviously, I didn't play in this stadium when I played, but obviously this is kind of like a minor league baseball place when you look at it. And LED screen, the great fences, the great benches and all back here. So it's really a nice atmosphere for a young kid to play.
Ben Amon back on the hill, Feaster, Garino, and more for the Red Hawks in the bottom of the 4th.
And, you know, I don't know how locked in you've been on the season that these guys are having, but the offense has just been incredible. These guys are hitting so well. And how impressive is it to have, you know, especially the way that this program has been turned around the past couple of years, just how well that they're playing. You got guys like Jurkevich coming in, hitting so well, Cosentino as well. Just a force in the middle of this order and this offense that has been able to score so much.
Yeah, it reminds me of when I played here. We had a great group of guys, and they kind of remind me of the same type of team. I believe right now the team now is 22-7, so it kind of matches kind of what we did when we were playing here. And I don't know the guys that well, but it seems like they, you know, gel pretty well together. I know they're down. Actually, they're up 1-0 right now. I know they're going to score a few more runs because you can just kind of tell that's kind of group this is.
And, you know, they say that winning a championship with a group of guys is something that will bond you forever. So the 2-2 misses outside. Just talk about, you know, getting to see these guys today and having won that championship. How much do you still talk to that group that you won the championship with, and how true does that ring that, you know, you win a championship and that's a family forever?
Yeah, it's something you'll never forget. I mean, obviously I played minor league ball for 5 years, but all the games I played at the minor league level, I remember coming back in my memory, being a part of a team, the things we had to do to be successful. And it wasn't like we were trying to, like, obviously you want to win a national championship, but we were just trying to beat that team. And all that, and I've only talked to a couple of players along the way, and now I get to see the players now. A lot of them are doing very well, and their families are doing well. So that's the most important thing. Most of them are healthy, and, you know, we're going to probably get back together again at some point, hopefully in June.
You know, you mentioned those seasons in the minor leagues as that one's fouled off. Do you know any of your numbers from those? Because we were looking at some of your numbers in maybe single A, and you were tearing the ball up.
Yeah, I mean, I did pretty well. Unfortunately for me, they had some pretty good players ahead of me. Eddie Murray, they signed to a 5-year contract, Hall of Famer, and then Eric Karros was above me, and he was a very, very good player. So I felt like I was kind of stuck in that organization. I wish I would have had another chance later on, because they had some great players ahead of me, and I just played first base then, so that was basically it. Here I played right field, and I played first base. But at the minor league level, they have world-class people that play the outfield to run the balls down, so it was a little different level there.
Guarino pops this one on the right side, misplayed by the Lions, and Guarino will get a second life. So just talk about, even though you only made it to the minor league level, how it felt to represent your school on the next level. It's got to be pretty special.
Yeah, it's incredible. Obviously, Montclair, when I was there, was a college. Now it's a university. So it was a very small school back then. And the fact that we won the national championship gave us a lot of notoriety. Matter of fact, when we left Marietta for the national championship, they had like they would escort us in buses, and the police showed up. It was like a whole escorting of us to the school. It was great. So from that, being in the minor leagues, I mean, I just reflect back as far as, you know, anybody can make it there. I don't care what school you go to, small, big. It just depends on your desire to play and how hard bad you want it.
And you mentioned going from college to university. You know, obviously this is a Division III program, but you know, it's very well regarded. It's one of the bigger Division III schools and athletics programs we have. Is there any pride that you take in playing a big part in the history of it that really set it on a trajectory to become as prominent as it is now?
Yeah, I mean, obviously when we played back in the 80s, we played Division I schools. You would always go to Florida, play, Rhode Island's, the Maine's, the big Division I schools, and we would actually beat them up pretty good. So I don't know if they wanted to play us again, because we would beat them up pretty good. And it was fun because we knew that they're higher level Division I, and we wanted to play well against them, and we all did. So everybody played very well.
Moore with a base hit on the left side, knocked down by Cody, extends the inning. And I've read the latest that I know is you've taken your career as a vice principal in North Hunterdon High School.
Mm-hmm.
So just talk about your career as a baseball player, your time here at Montclair State, and how it's carried over into your personal life and your career.
That's a great question, because obviously when I left Montclair, I was in the I became in the architectural field for 10 years, and then I had educational credits here at Montclair, so I kind of lost my love for architecture, and then I decided to go back into the educational field. So I had to take a couple classes in order to get my certification. So I became a special ed teacher starting out in the educational field. The principal at the time at North Heron High School was my high school basketball coach. I played at Phillipsburg, and we actually won a state title in high school. So he remembered me, so he asked me to interview, so I went there for the interview, and obviously he gave me the job. Next thing you know, special ed teacher for 2 years and a technology teacher. Then they made me director of student activities for a couple years, and then the athletic director there, Bob Hopek, who was there for 35 years, was retiring. So my principal said, that was my plan all along, to make you the athletic director. I didn't want to tell you up front, but that was why we brought you here. So the next thing you know, I'm the athletic director for 15 years, and then from there now I'm assistant principal and slowly looking for retirement.
Cucurullo going back out on the hill for the top of the fifth as Montclair State went down scoreless in the bottom of the fourth. We don't want to take up too much of your time, but I just have one more question. All the young ball players out there listening or that may listen to this on the rewind, just any advice, having such a successful baseball career and then post-baseball career as well, what would you say to aspiring young ball players?
I would say never burn a bridge. Always make friends. Your teammates are your friends and your family. Treat every bat like it's your last at bat, because you can only play the kids' game so long. So while you're out here, play it hard, play every inning like it means something. Don't take anything for granted. And from there, you can develop a family someday and make friendships, have connections, maybe get a job from a friend. So I got my job from a former coach. So things, just never burn a bridge. Always enjoy yourself while you're out here, work hard in school, and obviously work hard on the field.
Well, we want you to go out and enjoy your day, talk to your teammates and your friends, but thank you so much for graciously giving us an inning and a half of your time. We really appreciate talking to the third student athlete in Montclair State history to have his number retired. The other two Hall of Famers as well, Sam Mills, Carol Blazejowski, and now John Deutch in the rafters forever. Thank you very much again, and congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
John Deutch, very gracious to give us some of his time here on his special day, and some spectacular words to have him on the broadcast here.
Wow, I mean, just a guy who's been around the sport for so long, knows everything about it.
A beautiful bunt here by Cruciata. The throw in time to get him. A great play by Garino as they bunted over Shoemaker after the base hit. So we did miss a little bit, but obviously well worth the time with John Deutch on the broadcast. So Cruciata with the sacrifice bunt gets Shoemaker to second. It was a quiet bottom half of the fourth for Montclair State. Back-to-back strikeouts to start the inning. An infield single for Jason Moore, and then McKenna tried to bunt himself aboard. And now here we are, runner on second, one out. Top of the order, it's Mike LaGravenus looking to stay out of sombrero territory with the two strikeouts through two at-bats. Squares the bunt, pulls back for ball one.
What did you think about the McKenna bunt in the last half inning?
I was confused, to be quite honest.
Yeah, with two outs.
And the way he's been hitting the ball.
In a one-run game.
Yeah. It looked like he was trying to surprise him with a bunt base hit and just didn't get it out far enough in front of the plate, and it was a nice play by Reeder. It was a nice play by Norton, too, to end the top half of the fourth on that sky-high pop-up, and you saw the trouble that the right side of the Lions defense had with the pop-up from Garino in foul territory. So it just goes to show it was a tough play for Norton. He made it. The swing and miss there by LaGravenus, and he's down 1-2. Cucurullo looking for his seventh strikeout of the day. The 1-2. Missed high. But, I mean, just awesome getting to speak to John Deutch. And you could see the baseball acumen and what has made him so successful, like I said on the interview, not only in baseball but in life.
Hey, he's got a deep appreciation for the program and the role it's played in his life.
Oh, the 2-2 just missed. Coach Lorber asking where did that one miss and not getting an explanation that pleases him. To be a full count now to LaGravenus. Schumacher leading off of second. Cucurulo steps off, wants to think about it for a second. Now back on the rubber. Cucurulo set. The payoff pitch. Swung on up the middle. Feaster's there. They were running. It's going to be a double play. Another stolen base disaster for the Lions, and Cucurulo with some help gets out of it. Still 1-0 Montclair State through 4.5. We're back here on the Red Hawk Sports Network. Jack Bartek, John Kosoban. Back to the top of the order after the McKenna bunt that was fielded by Reeder to end the fourth. Norton looking to get things started. He's 0 for 2 today. Struck out back in the first. Grounded out to third in the third inning. Ben Amon's still out there and dealing, and he's ahead 0-2 on Norton. Montclair State offense has been held in check today. 5 hits but just 1 run. Norton swinging this one up the middle for a base hit. And he has Montclair State started in the 5th.
Nice clean single for Joe Norton there. You knew he's just the type of guy that when he stays off the base paths for the first couple of bats, you know it's coming at some point, right? With the strikeout and the ground out earlier. Getting there on in front of Cosentino, try to extend the lead.
And now it's Pete Cosentino, who's been aboard both times, singled back in the first, and then reached on an error his last time up. It was an E6 that put him on base, and then an E6 that moved him over to third, where he would be stranded. First pitch, he takes it. Pete isn't always a first pitch taker, but he does take a good deal of them.
He's got a really good eye, so you know that when he actually wants to like hunker down and have like a really good at bat, he can do that.
The 0-1 swinging, shoots a foul. He's been late all day on Amon, going the other way with it. But I mean, when we were down in Myrtle Beach, we saw him at the Ripken Experience swinging on 2 first pitches and taking him out of the yard. So if he likes it on the first pitch, he will go for it and make you pay, but he has taken a lot as of late. The 0-2. Swinging, nubs one, center field, coming on is Schumacher, and he makes the play. Hung up long enough, and there's 1 out. I'll bring up Jurkiewicz. Every time you go through this order, you're reminded again and again just how tough it is.
Yeah, and it's crazy because even though, like, say Pete, you know, he had the base hit, he reached on the error before, but you still look at the line and you don't see any colored-in diamonds at all. So you say, oh, well, taking them easy.
Oh, and now they got Norton caught trying to chase him down. The tag is applied, and Norton is picked off. A great move by Eamon. Wipes out Norton. And there's 2 down.
And that's another reason why this game is so close right now, is that even when you get a guy like Norton on who, one, can get to second base on his own, and with 2 outs, might have been thinking that as well. Well, now there's 2 outs after they pick him off. But, I mean, just being able to eliminate those base runners even after you let them on, I mean, that's the key to great pitching and keeping the game close, and that's what Eamon's been doing.
That one missed away for ball 1. And Jurkevich takes that one down low, ball 2. So now you can be very careful with Jurkevich, who's been very good, but he's 0 for 2 today. Grounded into the double play in the first inning. Joe Norton is the career leader in most times picked off in Montclair State history. I guess that comes with the territory of being the all-time leader in stolen bases, though.
I feel like you don't get to one without getting to the other.
Yeah. He's been picked off now 9 times, which is 3 more than Ryan Long, the second leader. This one driven out to left field. Chasing Haynes back, but he has room. It settles down before the track. And so Norton gets aboard, gets picked off, though. Eamon with some help is through 5. 1-0 Montclair State. Back here on the Red Hawk Sports Network, Jack Bartek, John Kosovan out here at Yogi Berra Stadium. Paco Garullo back on the mound to start the 6th. Jack Haynes squared to bunt, pulled back and took ball 1. You're on Alumni Appreciation Day at the ballpark. If you're just joining us, definitely want to rewind and go back about an inning and listen to John Deutch, who joined us on the broadcast. He was spectacular. 1-1 just missed.
Yeah, and Jack, I moved over for the interview, but now I'm back. We're back together in the driver and passenger seat here.
As it should be.
Yeah. At least I wasn't Ron on a stool. So.
The 2-1 in there for called strike 2. I'd say John Deutch is up there with, like, Jerry Seinfeld, right?
Oh, yeah. You got to. Oh, yeah.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Just missed up high. Well, the next thing that we got to get, and this will probably come long after we're gone, is the camera in the booth.
Yeah.
We have the makeshift. You could turn the game camera around into the booth. The 3-2 tapped up the middle. Cucurullo off the hill to make the play. 1 out. But that would be a ton of work for our volunteer cameramen and women over here to have to turn it back and forth every pitch. It's a hassle. So,
because trust me, we would give you the FaceTime every at bat in between.
Of course, and I'm sure you want it, right? It would have been great the other day when the foul ball came up, and I know you were so disappointed to miss that.
You've been waiting for that for 4 years. You kidding me? The ball hitting the actual booth in front. Well, I mean, You know, we have moved locations a little bit.
Chris
but
Reeder ahead 1-0. He struck out twice today.
The smallest shift.
That one swung on a missed even in the count. Yeah, so we have been talking for 4 years now. If you know the layout of Yogi Berra Stadium, the press box, it's a minor league ballpark. So the press box is elevated above home plate. That one fouled back to the screen. Of course, there is a screen, but it's not perfectly high to keep balls, if they are hit correctly, from elevating over it and back spinning down to hit the window. And we had always said, what are the odds statistically of that happening? There had been some broken glass panes, but we had never seen it. That one down low in the dirt to even the count. And then finally, on Thursday it was, against NJCU, early in the game, a ball comes up perfectly high. Oh, it was like a bell curve over the net as that one runs in full count. And it just came down and hit right in the bottom left corner of the window. I would have been toast had the window been open. And the weather allowed for it, too. It was a beautiful day, so 3-2. Pops foul.
Probably one of the biggest running narratives at Yogi here for a long time, waiting to see that happen. I'm glad you were able to experience it.
There's still some time left here. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Chris Reeder. Popped up on the infield. Feaster looks like he's under it. The wind's blowing out into the outfield. He dives, and it comes down.
And Jack, that was almost an incredible play by Miles Feaster, ranging back. You know, we always talk about how good he is on pop-ups and tracking them down. And that one, it looked like he had it for the longest time, but right at the end, the wind playing a bit of a factor. Got some clouds out there, too, but it's pretty clear. And that dive, back shoulder, would have been amazing.
Yeah, almost recovered to make a spectacular play. Instead, it'll be scored. Oh, they're going to score an error against Feaster.
Oh, I got to go. I got to go hit there.
Yeah, I can't agree with that. I'm going base hit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the effort to even try and get a glove on that ball was so impressive.
And believe me, I totally understand. If it hits your glove, it's almost always an error, but I don't think that counts. This one shot into left field. That'll be a base hit. Reeder holding up at second as Allworther gets it in. So Cody with the base knock, and now back-to-back hits for the Lions.
This is where it starts.
First baseman number 28, Joe Oskowski.
So now the issue becomes we have different stats than the official score. We have to totally score out our whole rest of our game now because we have one extra hit, one less error. Totally changes the dynamic of this inning. It's a mess.
I'm not even committing to anything in the Reeder box here.
And that looks like Coach Lorber that's out at the mound to talk to Cucurullo. Could be wrong, but that is his red pullover look.
Yeah, it definitely is Coach Lorber out there. Just, wanted to talk to Cucurullo for a couple moments here.
There's no action in the Montclair State pen, and it's not like they're rushing anybody out there now either. You know how it's Coach Lorber. One thing I found out the other day, he's got the tricolor pen.
Oh, no way.
Stuck in the cap.
No way.
Behind the ear.
Did you just see it right now?
I could see it there, and I saw it the other day when we were talking. He had it in his hand, and I said, Coach, the tricolor pen. And he said, it's the only way to go. I wonder if he's also longing for a switch hitter in the conference to use that blue on the lineup card. Now it'll be Joe Oskowski. He doubled his last time. He's been aboard both plate appearances today. Was hit by a pitch back in the second, and he's in a big spot here with one out.
Yeah, that was a rope into the corner his last time up to get to second base. If he were to do something similar in this at-bat, you've got a few on the bags in front of him.
Check over at second. The Lions have run themselves out of a couple innings here. And another chance to take advantage with Reeder on second, Cody on first. That one misses down low, and the Lions dugout is electrified. This is a big game for Montclair State. With 2 today against TCNJ, games that they really should win. Trying to keep track in the NJAC standings. That one misses up high, and it's 3-0 now to Oskowski, and really nowhere to put him.
Yeah, that's that ball that, has been called a ball all game. Sometimes he gets the swing and the miss, but when they lay off, doesn't work.
The 3-0. Over for a called strike. You could hear that TCNJ dugout really making noise now.
Yeah, because this is when they're going to do it, right? You just had a mound visit. You got guys on the base paths. Really good hitters count to a guy who's already got the best hit off Cucurullo today.
The 3-1. Just missed. Oh, my. Cucurullo is heated on the mound. Coach Lorber can't believe it. I don't know where that missed.
Yeah, these guys are angry, and rightfully so. I mean, that thing was right there, but you saw Cucurullo square up almost from the mound and really yell towards home plate after that
even
one.
Oskowski
He
waited an extra 2 seconds in the box expecting a strike 2 call. Brings up Ryan Goodall, who struck out both times he's been to the plate. He takes ball 1.
And now you've got the bench just being relentless, and they'll probably be at that energy level for the rest of the inning.
Carlos Guzman, the home plate umpire, caught an earful from the Red Hawk dugout. 1-0 swung on and missed. He's been getting Goodall on that high fastball all day long.
And that's what he's going to need, because he likes putting that ball high to get guys to swing through it, but he hasn't been getting those calls when they lay off, so he's going to need a couple swings and misses here to get out of it.
Strikeout would go a long way for Cucurullo. The Montclair State fireman is up in the bullpen, Jack Hafson, if Cucurullo needs help. Holding on to a 1-0 lead in the top of the 6th. That one swung on and missed. Cucurullo fighting back in this announced crowd of 232. Probably a bit more at this point. Making some noise now. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ryan Goodall. Reeder at third, Cody at second, Oskowski at first. The pitch misses high.
Yeah, and good thought by Cucurullo, because, if I'm him on the mound there at that point, you got to just throw that one and keep trying to get him to swing. Right there, he was able to lay off. Now things get a little bit more dangerous.
Cucurullo set, the 2-2. Curveball missed away. And now there is really no place to put Goodall, and you got to go right at him.
It's a guy you've already struck out twice today. You've got to have some confidence going in. You don't want him to put the ball in play or put him on.
The payoff pitch. Struck him out. A big K from Cucurullo. He sat down Goodall all 3 times. He stepped up. And now it comes down to Andrew Fernandez.
And that's just what aces do, Jack, right? When the moment is big like that, come up against a matchup that he should be victorious through, and he does. Kane him up for the 3rd straight time.
Looked like Coach Lorber thought about Havson for a second. Now he's back in the dugout after shifting the defense. This one fouled back over the press box. Cucurullo trying to get out of the jam harmless.
And that's the right call from Coach Lorber staying down there. You got to trust Cook in this situation.
Massive gap in left center field. Murphy and McKenna protecting the right field line. The 0-1. Down in the dirt, blocked by Garino, and a big block by Garino.
Yeah, good job by Garino to stay in front of it. Got to get your whole body in front, especially with that runner on third, and especially when that runner on third represents the tying run.
There's forces everywhere with the bases loaded. Again, Reeder at third, Cody at second, Oskowski at first. The 1-1 to Fernandez. Swung on. Feaster fields it. Throw to second. In time, he got him. Miles Feaster made it interesting, but just was able to get Oskowski by a hair. Dean Gluss is not happy out of the TCNJ dugout. The Lions load him up, but come up empty. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Montclair State leads at 1-0. So after a highly debated final play of the top of the sixth, we're back here in the bottom half. It'll be Mike Murphy, Andrew Olwerther, and one of the centers of attention on that final play, Miles Feaster. Murphy falls behind 0-1, and we are split here in the press box on if that was the correct call at second base.
Yeah, looking at the replay a few times, it was so close. You definitely need, that close-up angle, so I'll defer to the umpire in that situation.
Murphy fouls that one towards the Red Hawk dugout.
But, it's easy to see the case against.
The only thing I was saying is maybe Oskowski's foot looked elevated above the bag and not touching it. I mean, we don't have the best view from here, and obviously we don't have the advantage of multiple camera replays. That one misses outside. We do have multiple cameras here today for our weekly sports news show, Inside the Nest, that comes out every week. So after the game, we can check the footage and see what we have. And that one catches the outside corner, strike three call. Wow. I was not expecting that at all. But Murphy gets rung up. And maybe Coach Gluss's argument at the end of the last inning won him a call or two.
Yeah, because he was working on Carlos Guzman for a while.
The entire half inning.
Yeah.
Before making his way to the dugout. And I have always felt, as Eamon falls behind 1-0 on Olwerther, that if you are able to work an ump that much and not get run, because it got heated at one point where he was raising his voice, you could see from up here as Olwerther shoots it down the first base line. Nice play by Oskowski to keep it in front and retire Olwerther. I just feel like that is a sign that maybe it was wrong or close enough that Guzman wasn't 100% sure of the call.
And he's going to entertain the coach in that situation.
Yeah.
Just let him get it all out.
Take it on the chin.
Yeah.
And I respect that. Rather, if you're not 1,000% sure of the call, don't compound what might have been a wrong with another wrong by throwing the coach out. As long as it doesn't elevate too far, and I don't think that did.
No.
Feaster takes strike one. Now there's a conversation here. What did I miss?
Yeah, I'm not.
Timeout by Feaster in the box, and now having a conversation with Coach Lorber. Eamon is walking around off the hill.
Yeah, it's kind of acting like maybe there's something on the field, but there's not.
Or that there's a change or something. Coach Lorber had called Feaster over to have a discussion about something. I don't know what it could be. There's nobody on base. And he's down 0-1. Now Eamon back on the hill. This one tapped to the right side. LaGravitas makes the play and the throw. The Redhawks go down in order. Eamon really into a groove now. Montclair State leading 1-0, heading to the seventh. We're back here on the Red Hawk Sports Network. Jack Bartek, John Kosoban. That'll be Mike Schumacher, Joey Cruciata in the top of the order, Mike LaGravitas for the Lions, and they're going to be facing a new arm. After 110 pitches, Cucurulo's day is done. You can close the book on him. 6 innings pitched, 4 hits, no runs, only 3 walks and 7 strikeouts. And although he didn't seem to have his sharpest stuff, he was great.
Yeah, I mean, as per usual, Cucurulo putting in a really nice start. It's nice to see him here get one at home in front of us. But like you mentioned, I mean, the 7 Ks, the 3 walks, he just looked good out there. And maybe, like you said, the true kind of, meter of a really good pitcher is even when they don't have their best stuff, can they still cook out there? And he definitely did, giving up no runs in 6 innings. It was a great outing.
And for the Red Hawks, they bring on one of the best relief arms in the country in Jack Havson. He came into the weekend 11th in the country in saves. He's got 6 on the year, and he's looking to get 9 outs and add to that total today. On the season, he's 1-0, a 4.11 ERA, a 1.57 whip, and 15 1/3 innings. 24 strikeouts to 8 walks. So he's got electric stuff. It just depends on which side of the barometer you're at. Schumacher digging in, takes the first one just outside for ball 1.
And it's easy to come in as sort of a fireman or what have you, a closer coming into the 9th and then just throw absolute gas to 3 batters. But when you're asked for the 9 outs, there's a completely different dynamic to the way that you approach hitters. But, I mean, if we know this guy, if there's one guy who's going to try the same approach throughout all of these guys, it's going to be Havson because it works. And the mentality is part of his game, how he just comes at these guys.
1-0 to Schumacher. That one tapped to the right side. Feaster charging in, has time, and makes the throw. 1 down.
And it's a tall ask, too, for 1-run lead in the 7th inning. I mean, now you got to get a couple innings worth of outs, and you can really make no errors. You don't have that margin to kind of be comfortable with unless the offense wakes up within the next couple of innings.
So now it'll be the lefty Cruciata trying to get things started with 1 out. Just 4 hits on the day for the Lions. Takes the first one for a called strike. And you can already see the stuff from Havson looking really good. No balls and 1 strike. A long wait from Havson. He gets the sign. Peeking over the mitt. Swung on and missed.
Cruciata is kind of, he's got one of the most direct sort of timing mechanisms at the plate. You see him lift his right leg up slowly just to settle in. He's choking up on it with the bat.
No balls and 2 strikes to Cruciata. Just got a piece of that one, fouled it off. So, as it stands right now, Havson at 6 saves on the season would put him 3rd best in a single season in Montclair State history. The number to beat is 10. And then, even more impressive is if you look at the career leaders in saves, the mark to beat is only 12.
Oof.
So he's got a chance. He's well on his way to get to that number as just a sophomore. The 0-2 fouled back.
Yeah, I mean, he is primed in a great spot to really carve out his own niche in the program history, right? If you're able to get that record, and like you mentioned, he's certainly well on the way now. Doing such a fine job back there this season.
Re-rack the 0-2 once again to Cruciata. Fouled back to the cage. Nice at-bat by Cruciata.
Yeah, he went down 0-2 pretty quickly, and since then he's been fighting.
We'll see if he can win the battle.
Very deliberate process at the plate. You can tell he likes to put the bat on the ball.
Havson comes set. Deep breath. Now delivers. Curveball just missed. Coach Laura had to walk back into the dugout after that one.
Yeah, you really have to resist the temptation to ring him up when you see a pitch bend in like that.
How do you not swing at that, too? That is way too close for comfort in an 0-2 count. Regardless, it's 1-2 now to Cruciata. He's choked all the way up on the bat. Curveball swinging and fouling down the first base side, and he was way out in front of that one, lucky to get a piece of it.
Well, I think he might have been a little shocked at the bender that came in the last pitch and didn't want to get fooled again. But when he's packing heat like Havson does, you can't be too out in front.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Cruciata. Fouled back to the screen. The 5th foul ball of the at-bat by Cruciata. You were dangerously close, flirting with a CSI Miami reference there. He won't get fooled again. Coming in hot.
I've never seen the show.
Wow.
When you fly so close to the sun, you don't even know it. My bad.
Once again, it's 1-2, and now Havson going to step off.
I think all the CSI Miami fans were just on the edge of their seat there. Thought maybe I was
hoping it was going to come.
Yeah.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Havson trying to finish this at-bat off. Struck him out. So Cruciata makes him work for it, but Havson has his first strikeout, and he's seen 2 batters, retired them both.
Yeah, it's a big strikeout. You knew it was going to come at some point in this inning out of the hand of Havson there, but you got to give a lot of credit to Cruciata there in the at-bat that he put together, especially when you know this guy is coming in for a 3-inning save. You know he's going to have to throw a lot of pitches, and you make him work this early in the outing. That's going to pay off later.
Now it's the top of the order. Michael Agravinis takes that one just outside, and this Montclair State dugout is not happy right now. Agravinis has had a tough day. Struck out his first 2 times and then lined into the double play last time to no fault of his own. The 1-0. Swings through it, evening the count. Havson trying to get through his first inning in relief. He's gotten the first 2 hitters. The 1-1. Curveball, grounded up the middle. Feaster just out of his reach. It'll be a base hit. And the first base runner comes with 2 outs.
I was just going to mention how it seems like Feaster's been getting a lot of action over there today at second base. Right there, got another ground ball just out of his reach, though.
And he's generally been pretty good this season over there. He's been pretty good today as well. The only, I guess you could say, mishap was on the pop-up that was scored in error that we both went base hit on. That wind blowing around gave him trouble. Now it's Jack Haynes, who walked twice, grounded out to the mound as the last time, trying to extend the inning. This one hit hard to second base. Feaster fields the hop and makes the throw. Side retired, so Havson gives up a 2-out hit, but works through it. We head to the bottom of the 7th. It's stretch time at Yogi Berra Stadium. We'll be back. Back here, nice and limber on the Red Hawks Sports Network after doing the YMCA in between innings.
See, those are the moments we need that boot camp.
Anthony Garino, Jason Moore, Ryan McKenna here for the Red Hawks in the bottom of the 7th. The bottom third of the order. Ben Eamon's still out there and dealing. Garino shoots it back to the screen, count even 1-1. How about Ben Eamon? I mean, he's through 6 innings. He's only thrown 77 pitches. That one shot down the right side, base hit.
And that's been the difference between him and Cucurullo. Cucurullo out of the game because of how many pitches he threw. You know, his count was getting up there. But Eamon has been able, 1, he's working quickly, and he's done that since the first inning. And 2, he's attacking the zone. He's making these Montclair State batters hit the ball, and his defense has been able to come through. So he's been able to efficiently move through this game. And the lineup, really, he's given up 1 run. And you know how hard it is to hold this Montclair State offense to 1 run, especially this deep into the game? So he's done a spectacular job of elongating his outing.
Now it's Jason Moore squaring to bunt, pulling back on the curveball. I guess the Red Hawks trying to play for 1 here with Hafson in. We'll see if Eamon can allow him to get the sacrifice down. It was a big problem last weekend against Ramapo. Moore squaring again, pulling back. It's 2-0. And I mean, I just don't understand it. They're giving you an out. All you got to do is put it over, take the out. Then you deal with McKenna, who has been good, but you'd rather the 1-out man on second, I would think.
It's an unspoken agreement. I'm giving you the out right now.
And that one finally over, so Moore, maybe it was all just a fallacy.
I think when it gets to 2-0, you got to just make sure that thing isn't. He's not giving you that 3 ball. Let's see what he puts on here.
2 balls and 1 strike to Moore. Fernandez in on the cut of the grass. He squares again, and he pulls back and takes strike 2. Coach Lorber not happy. And now Moore has to do it swinging. That is the worst feeling, right? When you either miss a sign or you get the sign and can't convert it.
Now you've got to make up for it.
We'll see what Moore can do. Garino with a very short lead, the 2-2, swinging, fouling it off. So at least trying to provide a good at-bat here against Eamon. He's now up over 80 pitches, still not even a hint of action in the Lions bullpen. It is, I mean, it's deserted. This one grounded on the left side. Cody fielding, throwing to second. He got him. What a play by Chris Cody.
Wow, the range on Chris Cody, moving to his right, picking up that ball on the backhand, and then was he even in the air, Jack, as he threw that thing over to second base? He was definitely on 1 foot.
That was a Derek Jeter jump throw.
Wow.
And now that he does that, Derek Jeter-esque, it has to bring up the TCNJ uniforms. You could see these road grades look strikingly similar to the New York Yankees road grades. If you go back in their history, their other uniforms were home pinstripe whites with an interlocking NJ above the left chest. It was inspired by the Yankees' look. So if you're wondering if that's Derek Jeter out there at shortstop, it is not. It's Chris Cody. The 0-1 misses outside.
I'm sure he would love it if someone mistook him for Derek Jeter.
Who wouldn't, right? Some career, some life that he's had. The 1-1, Moore's running. McKenna swinging up the middle. Fielded, and the throw is in time to get McKenna, but the hit and run advances Moore. Nice play by LaGravenus to keep his composure. And there's 2 down. It'll come down to Joe Norton trying to get the insurance run home.
Once again, the hit and run helps Montclair State out just a little bit to keep the inning going. Now you've got a runner in scoring position for Norton, who singled his last time up.
This is the guy you would want up here in this situation, right? He's been very good this year. 367 hitter. Drove in 25 runs from the leadoff spot, which is always impressive. He hasn't tripled yet this year, which is very surprising. He's got good wheels. Curveball's over for strike 1.
Are you trying to tell the universe something, Jack? Maybe a little...
Just saying. He also leads the team in at-bats with 128, only struck out 8 times. So a hard guy to get down on strikes. But that one's in there for strike number 2. He already struck out once today, so he has filled the quota.
It's one of those things where you kind of remember each and every one just because it doesn't happen that often.
No balls and 2 strikes here to Norton. Big gap on the right side of the infield with LaGraveness holding more on. Aiming set. Delivers. Curveball grounded. Cody fields the throw in time to get Norton. So Eamon lets one on, but gets out of it through 7. The Red Hawks lead at 1-0. We have a pitcher's duel at Yogi Berra Stadium.
Correction, 1 hit, no knowledge of
We're back here on the Red Hawks Sports Network. Jack Bartek, John Kosoban, top of the 8th inning. Jack Havson looking for the middle 3 of a 9-out save, and Coach Lorber trying to help him out. Defensive replacement Max McLaughlin goes out to left field, trying to protect that 1-0 lead. Chris Reeder to lead things off for the Lions in the 8th, and he's behind 0-1. He struck out his first 2 at-bats, then singled the last time. Havson a couple shakeoffs. Now he's ready. The 0-1. Right down the middle. He's down 0-2. And John, you know, a lot of times in the NJAC you can have games that feel like MLB The Show. You know, it kind of gets out of hand. This has had the feel of a real baseball game.
As someone who's struggling in MLB The Show to hit right now, this is actually quite the video game number.
The 0-2. Missed high.
But yeah, it's always great to just you saying pitcher's duel at the end of the last half inning, it just kind of ignites that fire. We're watching a real great one here.
Yeah.
Very classic baseball score.
The 1-2. Curveball didn't break. You know, especially after 23-4 on Thursday, 28-8 on Friday. Nice to come back here and get a 1-0 grinded out game. And you had some good ones last weekend, too. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Chris Reeder. Just missed. And this Montclair State dugout is all over Carlos Guzman right now. And they certainly have not gotten the benefit of the zone in these last 2 innings. That one did look a touch high, but the Red Hawks trying to win some calls. The payoff pitch. Just missed up high. Havson can't believe it. Coach Lorber letting Guzman hear it. And that one, so admittedly the last one was a touch high. I don't know where that one missed.
If you're not if that one's not dropping because it was lower than the last pitch that missed. I don't know where the zone starts at that point.
It was easily at the letters, if
Yeah.
not a touch below them. And the Lions have the leadoff man aboard via free pass. Brings up Chris Cody. You'd have to imagine you think bunt here. Cody does square, gets it down, right back to Havson. It's a nice bunt, but a nice play by Havson to retire him.
It's a nice play by Havson to get over there and make the out, but like you called it, Jack, Cody coming up, squaring the bunt, getting the runner into scoring position. Now you've got 2 shots to bring him home and try and tie the game up.
It's good fundies.
Yeah.
It was almost an optical illusion with the lefty Cody. It looked like he had sent it right back to the mound, but he really dragged it down first base pretty nicely.
Really nice bunt from the 4-hitter.
Yeah.
It's always nice.
Rarely see that. Now it's Oskowski, who's been aboard all 3 times today. A hit by pitch, a walk, sandwiching a double. He's got Reeder 180 feet away, representing the tying run. This one gets by Garino. Reeder going for third, and Garino can't make a throw. I think Oskowski might have been in the way, but he's entitled to the batter's box. And now Reeder just 90 feet away on the pass ball.
Yeah, and a couple different factors in that one. One, Joe Norton just a hair too late getting over to the bag. And then 2, yeah, like you mentioned, Oskowski just kind of standing in the way.
They called that a wild pitch. I guess it could have gone either way. It was in the dirt. I thought Garino could have handled it. The 1-0 flowing out to center. Murphy there. Should be enough to get the run in. He's going to come up firing, give it a shot. And it won't be in time, and we are all tied up.
And there you go. That's just classic getting the run across. You get the leadoff walk. You move him over to second base with the bunt. And then eventually he's on third, and that fly out. You move up. You take advantage of the error behind the plate. Move him up to third base, and then a nice clean sac fly, tie things up.
Nice job by Oskowski getting the run in, and now it'll be Ryan Goodall looking to start things up with 2 outs, but also looking to avoid the dreaded Golden Sombrero with 3 strikeouts through his first 3 at-bats. Curveball misses outside, and so you can also close up the book on Cucurullo. He will get a no decision despite a very nice outing. And if the Redhawks don't go back to the bullpen, Havson will get hit with the W or the L. The 1-0. Swings through it. Evens the count.
Not a good spot to be if you're Goodall. Already 3 Ks on the day. You're facing a guy who has a high volume of strikeouts, who just gave up a run to tie. He's going to want to throw this thing by you.
Goodall has struck out 19 times in 64 at-bats coming into today. The 1-1, fouled back to the cage. 1 strike away. So this is where, like, the Yankee Stadium horn would be, like, appropriate. What is that? The Death Star March or something like that?
Like the Imperial March type sound that they play, Evil Empire.
Yep. The 1-2 from Havson. Just missed up high. Garrett Cole actually had said that had messed with the pitch comp system on 2 strike counts.
Oh, no
he was
way.
having trouble hearing the pitch in his ear.
Well, what a new technology.
Yeah, right. The 2-2. Curveball. Just missed. And Havson with a hand on his hip at the mound is definitely not getting the high side of the zone here. Pushes the count full.
And you got to wonder if all the chirping throughout the game just misses you on these close calls more and more as it goes on.
Havson trying to get out of the inning. The payoff pitch. Misses high, ball 4. So he probably could have had him on back-to-back pitches. Instead, a 2-out base runner for TCNJ. And more importantly for Goodall, he avoids the sombrero.
Oh, yeah, definitely a big sigh of relief from Goodall to be able to reach base here as Coach Lorber comes out.
There's a conversation. I don't know what the discussion is. It doesn't look like an argument.
I think he maybe realizes at this point that maybe the cold, I was disappointed in those calls. We'll do it.
I can't imagine what that was
'Cause
about.
he took out his scorecard for a second, but now it's back in the pocket.
It looked like he
There's
was
nothing.
trying to raise that there was a bat out of order or some situation, but we keep the book here. There's no issue there. Good all on first, and now it's Fernandez. 1 for 3 today. Singled back in the second. First pitch is in there for a called strike, and I don't see what's much different
Yeah.
from that pitch than the other ones that have been called the ball. I mean, we don't have a perfect view at it, but a pretty good one from up here. No balls and 1 strike to Fernandez. Havson trying to limit the damage. The curveball flown into center field. Murphy has to range over. He was playing towards right center. That's going to gut down. Here comes Goodall. He was running on contact. He's going to come all the way around to score. And TCNJ with 2 in the 8th takes the lead on a big RBI double from Andrew Fernandez.
What a shot that was. Off the bat, kind of thought that Murphy was going to be able to run it down, but yeah, shading to that right center, and that ball was just hit dead center. Just one hopping on the track there. Clutch 2-out RBI double, and now Montclair State finding themselves, in a game where, even though it's been close, they felt in control. Now the wheels coming off a bit, and it's 2-1.
It was like one fell swoop that came in with a right hook. And they trail it 2-1 for the first time. And still a runner in scoring position for Mike Schumacher. Schumacher's 1 for 3 today. Oh, the curveball ran in, almost hit him. He's trying to make the case that it did. Carlos Guzman says no, it did not. Schumacher will have to dig back in. Montclair State crowd rallying behind Havson here. He won't be in line for the save now, but the win or the loss. The 1-0. It's down low. So he's not getting the high pitch and didn't get the low pitch there either.
Easy to get frustrated out there on the mound if you're Havson, but this is going to show a lot when it comes to his composure, being able to zero in on the batter and finish this one out.
He's got the sign, comes set. The 2-0 to Schumacher. Curveball bends it in for a strike. That is, I mean, there's an insane amount of confidence behind that pitch. 2-0.
You're getting squeezed.
And you just gave up the tying and leading runs, and you drop a curveball in there. There's the composure you were talking about. The 2-1. Swinging, grounded to third. Norton fields it nicely on the hop. Makes the throw, and the side is retired. But TCNJ gets 2. They take the lead. Montclair State going to try and steal it back in the bottom half of the 8th. We'll be right back. Back here on the Red Hawk Sports Network, it's the heart of the order for Montclair State. Pete Cosentino, Jordan Yurkevich, Mike Murphy trying to steal back the lead in the bottom of the 8th. Ben Amon back on the hill. First pitch misses outside to Cosentino.
Yeah, and this is where the really great teams earn their medal, right? It's not in the 22-3 games or the big blowouts. It's the close ones late, especially when you give up the lead like they did to be able to battle back and stay in it.
The 1-0 misses up high. Now the Montclair State bench on their feet. Two arms working in the TCNJ bullpen. The 2-0. Swinging, fouling back to the screen. Two righties working for the Lions in the bullpen, which I think is interesting. You know, usually you see a righty and a lefty up. 2 balls and 1 strike to Cosentino. Curveball got him waving.
And that's big to be able to fool Cosentino like that this late in the game when he's already seen you 3 times. This is his 4th at bat.
The 2-2. Curveball in there, called strike 3.
Nope, there you go. And when your offense comes in and has a great half inning like they just did, hands you the lead when you were down the entire game, and you come in against Pete Cosentino and get him looking to start the bottom of the 8th.
Trying to back it up against Yurkevich. That one just missed.
And this is another guy who's dangerous in the order that has been held quiet today.
That one evens the count 1-1. It's Alex Schwartz and Chris Cassini in the bullpen for TCNJ. The check swing gets Yurkevich. He's down 1-2. Amon making quick work. He's right around the 100 pitch mark. The 1-2. Swinging, grounded up the middle, base hit. And Yurkevich has the Red Hawks going here in the 8th.
Really great 2-strike hitting, just going right back up the middle with it. You know, he's already 0 for 3 on the day, but he's seen the ball well, as always. And that's all you need. You need a base runner here with 1 out. Just try and get that across, tie things up so you can get back to business.
On his 100th pitch of the day, he gives up his 7th hit. Brings up Mike Murphy with a runner on first. It's Yurkevich representing the tying run. No movement from the TCNJ dugout. All they can do from the bullpen is watch on. It's on the shoulders of Amon. Mike Murphy swings through the curveball.
Yeah, and remember, Yurkevich is a guy that, yeah, he's got a lot of power and he can rake the ball, but he can also run.
You wonder if they won't send him at some point this at-bat. The 0-1. Curveball missed away. A big block by Reeder to keep Yurkevich at first, at least for now.
And I wonder, as we get deeper into the count with that threat of the run at first base, if you're going to start seeing more fastballs if you're Murphy in the box there.
Reeder's allowed 15 stolen bases this year, caught 4. A check over on Yurkevich. They had him leaning, and he just beats it back. It was very close. No hesitation from Ben DiCostanzo, the base umpire, and Amon can't believe it.
Oh, that was so close, Jack. Anytime you see the move from the pitcher and then look over to first and see the base runner flat-footed, it usually means that they're out.
Oof. And that was a long pause by Yurkevich, too, and he is lucky to stay out there. Have to imagine he was going. Wonder if it'll stay on. The 1-1. Not going. Catches the letters for strike 2. The Montclair State dugout is incensed right now. It's the same pitches, at least it looks like, that Hafson wasn't getting in the top half of the inning. The 1-2, a check over on Yurkevich again. This one is high, won't even get a tag down, and it didn't look like Yurkevich was going anywhere anyway. It's Max McLaughlin's spot on deck, but Sam Angelo is taking swings in the on-deck circle. The 1-2 is a pitch out. Trying to get Yurkevich. Two balls and 2 strikes to Mike Murphy. Looking to come up big in a big spot. He's got 2 singles already today. Check over on Yurkevich. They got him picked. The throw to second Racing him back to first. Now it's Eamon caught in the rundown. Trying to chase him down, and they get him. 2 times they caught Jurkiewicz that at bat, and the second time he's picked off, and Eamon works himself out of the base runner, 2 away.
Yeah, you could tell Eamon was paying the appropriate amount of attention to Jurkiewicz over there at first base. It was only a matter of time. He's shown he's got a really good move a few times in this game, and man, Jurkiewicz is fired up, having to go back to the dugout after that one.
See if Murphy could start the Redhawks up with 2 outs. He's already down 2-2. Swinging, grounding one to short. Cody charging on. He'll make the play. The throw is in time, and Eamon picks off Jurkiewicz after the 1-out single. We head to the 9th. TCNJ looking for insurance on a 2-1 lead.
One hit, no fouls on New Jersey. There is no one left.
Back here on the Red Hawk Sports Network, Jack Havson stays out there for the 9th. Joey Cruciata looking to get things started for the Lions. They lead it 2-1 after scoring 2 in the top of the 8th. I believe I said the top of the 8th, the top of the 9th. Norton over towards the dugout, makes a very nice play. Had to come back for it, but retires Cruciata on the foul pop-up.
Norton with a few nice plays on pop-ups in this game. That one having to come forward. The last one we saw, he was on his back foot, but there, racing towards the dugout, his hat fell off early, and he was able to find it.
The real tough part about that is having to throw on the brakes and find the ball after going full speed towards the dugout. Back to the top of the order, Mike LaGravitas struck out twice, singled back in the 7th. Now Havson finds the zone 0-1. You look back at that 8th inning, and the leadoff walk is what really killed him. He had Reeder in the full count, just couldn't retire. Came around to score the tying run, and it only got worse from there. 0-1 in there for called strike 2. Both of those runs last inning scored off of walks. Goodall reached on the walk and then was doubled home by Fernandez. Havson with a deep breath, the 0-2. Missed outside.
And, you know, that's something that we've been talking about with this team. I think we touched on it the last time we were on a call, is that, yeah, the pitching staff knows how to strike guys out, but they also can sometimes run into a bit of a walk problem. I see that coming to bite him here so far in this one.
The 1-2 to LaGravitas. Just missed outside.
Yeah, but of course the trade-off is you got guys with electric arms like Havson who can blow it by pretty much anyone.
You could feel the anger bubbling over for this Montclair State crowd and the dugout. Coach Lorber and pitching coach Casey Gaynor are over on the railing, and they are not happy. 2-2 swung on and missed strike 3, so Havson retires the first 2 he sees in the 9th. And with 2 outs, it'll be Jack Haynes looking to start up a rally.
Yeah, you can kind of see that coming. Havson's just coming right at these guys. He wants to get it to the bottom half so his team has a chance to tie and potentially win. The best way to do that is to just mow him down.
Up next inning for the Red Hawks, it looks like it'll be Sam Angelo leading off and then Feaster and Garino. Got to get this out here first. Gets ahead 0-1 on Haynes. Do you send Eamon back out for the 9th? Is that 104 pitches?
He's just over 104. You know, they've had those 2 arms warming up for quite a while out there. I think we might see a change.
The 0-1 squares the bunt, pulls back. 1-1.
I mean, there's something to having a guy go out there and just dominate the whole game.
Yeah, it reminds me of a Matt Harvey Game 5 situation, right?
Oh, God.
There's no right decision, it feels like. You know, if you pull them early and you give it to the bullpen and they blow it, it's, why did you ride the hot hand? And then the 1-1 driven to right, McKenna coming on, but won't be able to get there. A 2-out single for Haynes. The Lions have life in the 9th. But then if you stick with him, I mean, I don't have to tell you because you saw what happened in that 2015 World Series. You stick with Harvey and overplay your hand, and you end up losing the World Series because of it.
And you know, there's making the emotional decision, there's making the practical decision. Sometimes they're the same decision.
Yeah.
I'm a Harveyist in that situation. I agreed with sending him out.
I also, at the time, I was only 15 years old, might not have been as up on my baseball, but you have to send them out.
I need a quicker hook, though.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Totally agreed. First pitch misses away to Chris Reeder, who started the rally in the 8th. And the other thing you got to consider is now you've had these 2 arms working in the bullpen for an inning and a half at least.
Yeah.
And now Casey Gaynor will go out and talk to Havson. So you wonder, you know, how long are you willing to keep them waiting out there?
Yeah, and especially it depends on how long this inning goes, and it definitely helps, you know, if you want to try and wait those guys out in the pen for a few more minutes to get Coach Gaynor out here and kind of extend things a little bit. But, yeah, still, I mean, you know, even with, you know, we were talking about maybe having a quick hook if you want to send Eamon back out there for the start of it, and then at the first sign of trouble start to sub in. But I mean, you're at such a close game at 2-1. I would assume that you might want to go to the pen.
Yeah. The interesting thing about those 2015 Mets is if they're able to put the finishing touches on that Game 5, obviously 3-1 is not a good situation, but you get Game 5, you make it 3-2, and then you have 2 of the best pitchers in baseball, Jacob deGrom and Noah Syndergaard, in Game 6 and 7.
Especially a Syndergaard who was in their heads, lined up to pitch Game 7.
Who knows how that would have changed history. The 1-0, back to reality with Reeder. This one popped up left side. McLaughlin ranging over in the gap. A tweener, and Murphy takes charge. He bobbled it. It's down. A run is going to come in. And the wheels are coming off the bus for Montclair State. Mike Murphy, who's so sure-handed out there in center field, made a heck of a play getting over there, and you thought it was going to be trouble. Murphy made you feel like he had it, and he just couldn't hang on at the end of it.
That's a heartbreaker, Jack, especially, and like you said, watching him get to that ball in the first place was so impressive. And, you know, it's something you've seen so many times before, of him just tracking those balls down, but the one that falls through makes it a 3-1 game.
Now you put yourself in a really difficult spot against a pitching staff that has been dealing. The line out to Moore will retire the side, but the Lions are able to steal one on the error. They lead it 3-1, heading to the 9th. Montclair State lineup looking to extend a 5-game winning streak. TCNJ looking to take Game 1. We'll be back. We're back here on the Red Hawk Sports Network. Montclair State looking for a spark of life here in the ninth, and a pinch hitter, and my nominee for maybe the best walk-up song on the team, Sam Angelo, coming to the dish looking to get him started.
Yeah, I mean, this is the guy coming off the bench that you're going to want up in this situation. I mean, he just rakes. That's a fact regardless.
Takes the first one on the inside corner for strike one. They do send Eamon back out there, although we were saying a different conversation with a 2-run lead rather than a 1-run lead.
Yeah.
That one misses outside. See if the Red Hawks are able to extend this one. The 1-1 swinging high pop up. Cody going back. Schumacher coming on. Oh, and it falls! A disaster. Angelo taking the turn. He's going to third. He's going to hold up there. Jack Haynes tried to take charge. He couldn't make the play. It's a 3-base error. And the Red Hawks, who had given out a few gifts of their own, get one back to start the ninth.
And if there's anything that needed to happen that could change the fortunes of the Red Hawks here in the bottom of the ninth, it was that. A mirror of an error out in the outfield, and automatically a runner at third base changes the entire complexion of this inning.
You just can't even believe it. You can't even fathom it. A very similar play to the one with Murphy, except this time the left fielder takes charge. I thought Schumacher had a play on it, and if you're the center fielder, you get every ball you can out there, right?
You've got to take charge in that situation, and maybe you'd have a different outcome.
Feaster grounds one to the right side. It'll be enough to get Angelo in and make it a 1-run ball game. So Feaster with the RBI makes it 3-2. It'll come down to the bottom third. Garino, Moore, McKenna. In a 1-run game.
And that's, you knew Feaster was going to be able to do that. He puts the bat on the ball. You would have loved a single to keep things going, but regardless, that run is in. Now you've got 2 outs to work with.
Now it's Garino looking to start him up. Eamon gets the curve, but he just missed. Where was that? We've seen a couple of those today. Fastball a bit high. That one's called for a strike.
How about that, Jack? I mean, we started this inning 2 minutes ago, and the Red Hawks have already knocked off that extra run.
Carino takes that one of the letters for strike 2, and you just wonder you catch that ball where you are at right now. The 1-2. Swung on and missed strike 3. There's 2 down, and Jason Moore will be the last hope for Montclair State.
Yeah, Garino just couldn't catch up to that one. Eamon pitching the entire game, hasn't really lost a step, still able to blow it by guys. That's the second time he's K'd up Garino in the game. Now it's up to Jason Moore, Jack.
9th strikeout of the day for Ben Eamon. He's thrown 112 pitches. Moore has been the walk-off hero already once this year for Montclair State, looking to extend it here, but he's down 0-1. That one just missed on the outer half. Everybody just watching now in the bullpen. It looks like this is going to be Ben Eamon one way or the other. The 1-1. Curveball missed away. Moore does have power to leave the yard. He only does it occasionally. This would be a good time for it.
Some of the biggest moments that call for it.
Eamon with a long walk off the mound towards second base. Could be a season-changing victory for the Lions. The 2-1. Fastball misses high and away. You got to go at Moore here, right?
Yeah, you got McKenna on deck. You don't want to face him.
The 3-1. Swinging. Flies it out. Right center field. Cruciata going back on the track at the wall. It's off the wall. Moore taking a big turn. He's headed for third. No throw will be made. It's not in time. Moore is in safely with a 2-out triple, and the Red Hawks have the tying run 90 feet away. And I'll tell you what, John, Moore missed the game-tying run by less than a foot.
And I'll tell you, off the bat, you're thinking fly out, of course, but just the way that things have gone out there, we saw what happened earlier in the inning. Anything could happen, And there was a glove on that ball by Cruciata out and right.
It was scored an error.
Yeah.
I'm not going with
that was such a shot. It was such a shot that.
And he was up against the wall, kind of had to, and feeling out the warning track. He had to jump into the wall to try and make that play. I'm scoring it a triple.
I'm giving him 3 bases. And he's on third with 2 away. I mean, one of the biggest moments you can have.
A conversation at the mound.
And this is it, right? You either stick with Eamon or you go to the pen here right now. They're sticking with him. This is the guy.
And they're not even throwing in the bullpen anymore. It is just they are spectators just like you and I. Eamon with the cap off. Going to come back on the hill. McKenna 0 for 3 today. Had the sacrifice bunt. Tried to bunt for a base hit back in the 4th. And a big spot here. Swinging, driving, deep right field, down the line. It just hooks foul. It looked terrific off the bat.
Oh, I thought that was it, Jack.
McKenna in an 0-1 hole.
What a guy to have up in this spot.
The 0-1. Curveball drops in for strike 2. McKenna has to protect now. Eamon maybe looking for his 10th strikeout of the day to close this one out. Tying run 90 feet away, represented by Moore. The 0-2. Missed high. Whew. This is some ball game.
Yeah. What an opportunity the Red Hawks have been awarded right here.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Eamon shaking off a couple of times, now ready. The 1-2. Missed high again. You can be careful with McKenna, but not too careful. You got the top of the order on deck. Certainly don't want to get it to Cosentino and Jurkevich. The 2-2. Missed away. So Eamon trying to nibble here, and he's got himself into a full count.
And you saw the release point there. It was just so off from where he was been at the entire game. Maybe starting to wear on him a bit.
Steps off the mound, now back on. He's at 120 pitches. The 3-2. Curveball outside, he missed, ball 4, and it'll be Joe Norton, the elder statesman, with a chance to tie the ball game up.
What a great at-bat by Ryan McKenna, going down after taking the first pitch and almost ending this one. He goes down 0-2, but he stays in there, gets it to a full count, and eventually works the walk. You move it to the top of the order, and now we've got a meeting out there.
And they're going to pull the trigger on Ben Eamon. John, I mean, listen, he's at 123 pitches, and he hasn't had his sharpest stuff here in the 9th, but you were asking a ton calling anybody out of the bullpen in this situation.
Yeah, I think when you jog in, it's kind of implied that you're just going to have to do what you can here.
Eamon showing a ton of confidence in his relief, and now exits to a standing ovation, and rightfully so. He was spectacular today, greeted by the entire TCNJ dugout.
What a game from him on the precipice of 10 Ks. He was in control the entire time, especially when TCNJ got that lead and they were able to pull ahead. You could see him just lock in. He really wanted to finish this one. So to come out with 2 away, but runners on first and third, there's some unfinished business to go on here, and the Red Hawks are in control of their fate.
You can't close the book on him yet. He's responsible for the runners at the corners. But so far, he's gone 8 2/3, 8 hits, 2 runs. Only one of them was earned, 2 walks and 9 strikeouts. And he'd be celebrating a big victory right now if Sam Angelo's fly ball to left could have been handled. But on the flip side, we'd be in a tie ball game right now if the Red Hawks could have handled a fly ball their own. So it's kind of like, we talked the other day about the next hitter fallacy. We're back in that same spot here.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So many things. It was such a straightforward game, low scoring, and they got to a point where in the last couple of innings things just got a little weird, and here we are at the end trying to figure it out. But what a game it's been for all 9.
It'll be Alex Schwartz. He comes in with a 3.48 ERA, a 174 WHIP. He's 1-0 on the year, and he's got 1 save. 8 strikeouts to 10 walks, though, in 10 1/3 innings. That is a wild arm to bring in this spot. But Eamon showed a ton of trust in Schwartz as he came on.
Last 4 innings pitched for Schwartz. He's given up 6 hits, walked 4. 3 runs, only 1 earned.
All he's got to do is get 1. Joe Norton
Yeah.
at the plate, Ryan McKenna at first, and Jason Moore third. Good speed on the base pads. And you wonder if the Redhawks won't pull maybe a first and third steal play. They got Yurkevich home on one the other day.
Yeah.
Big haul on the right side. A steal could even get the potential winning run into scoring position. Not going anywhere. First pitch misses away.
It's such a tricky call to make, right? I mean, that's where you look at managers and coaches and really test their mettle with calls like this late in the game.
You do have an open base for Norton, but it would bring up one of the best hitters in the nation in Cosentino. The 1-0. That one's in there for a called strike. Have to imagine this is going to be Norton one way or the other. He's just 1 for 4 today. Looking to add a great memory to his illustrious Montclair State career. 1 ball, 1 strike. Schwartz is set. Delivers. Missed low. 2-1. Not by much.
Yeah, you got to come after him here. You're in such a poor spot as a pitcher where you just got to give it to him and see if your defense can handle it.
And you could feel like the momentum is building towards Montclair State's side. Long wait. Now he's set. The 2-1. Missed away, 3-1. And that's the first really bad miss from Schwartz that we've seen. Everybody on the edge of their seat. 3 balls and 1 strike to Joe Norton. Fastball missed down low. Ball 4. And John, you really couldn't script it much better. On the day that number 27 is being retired for John Deutch, number 27 for the Redhawks right now, grandfathered in Pete Cosentino, who is the guy on this team looking to put the finishing touches on a comeback victory.
What a way to finish things out. Almost storybook. You got to get through the at-bat first.
Moore at third, McKenna at second, Norton at first after back-to-back walks, and now a conversation.
And how about nibbling with Norton at the dish?
I
the
can't
last
believe it.
at-bat? I mean,
And McKenna.
yeah.
If you remember, I believe he was ahead 0-2 on McKenna.
And when you know this guy is coming down the pipeline.
Trying to seal the victory for Ben Amon on a day that he was spectacular. The tying run 90 feet away, the winning run on second. Cosentino digs in. First pitch curveball in there for a called strike. A Pete chant breaking out as though we were in Citi Field.
More than one comparison between those two guys.
No balls and 1 strike to Cosentino. Schwartz delivers. Curveball missed away. Oh, it almost got away from Reeder. Moore thought about it, but wisely hangs on at third base.
Yeah, that thing didn't really get too far. It was a good heads-up play by Reeder behind the dish to get to it. And smartly staying on third is Moore with Pete at the dish.
It's Blaze Rantanen who has the PF Flyer cleats on, but that was almost a Benny the Jet Rodriguez moment for Jason Moore. 1 ball, 1 strike to Cosentino. Defense straight up all the way around. Drives it down the left field line. Base hit. Moore is in. Here comes McKenna. It goes to the corner. The Redhawks come back and win it. Pete Cosentino is the walk-off hero on Alumni Appreciation Day. Number 27 being put in the rafters, and number 27 wins it for Montclair State.
What a way to end things here at Yogi Berra Stadium. Pete Cosentino, an absolute rip down that third base line, bringing home both runs, and you set the stage perfectly, Jack, on this day. What a way to get a Game 1 win.
More than one time, the Lions had the Redhawks on the ropes. Montclair State tried their very best to give it away down the stretch. And in the waning moments, it was their guy taking care of business. And John, it certainly wasn't pretty But when you get to May, they all look the same in the record column.
And this is why we talk about great teams and what separates them from regular old good teams who can just put numbers on the scoreboard, right? You watch this team come out and absolutely smack the ball around some days, and then some days it's a closer one. I mean, they had only one run for the majority of this game one, fighting the whole way. You know, you give it up late in the game, and that's morale. I mean, when you give up a lead that late, anything could go wrong. You have almost no excuse to not lose the game there, but they were able to fight back and really emphasize what makes them different from other great teams in this conference. When you can grind out a low-scoring win like that and come through in the bottom of the ninth to send your way home, I mean, that's huge.
And you have to feel for Ben Amon. He was terrific. He ends his day 8 2/3, 8 hits, 4 runs, but only one of them earned, 2 walks and 9 strikeouts. And he takes the no decision.
Yeah, I mean, he looked so in control out there. He really settled down after giving up that 1 run in the second. And then ever since then, he really just bared in. His team awarded him with such a great pitching effort by giving him the lead late. But the Red Hawks just too good fighting back there at the end. And, you know, it's tough to see a really good performance out there on the mound wasted. But, hey, at least for his personal scorebook, he's got back-to-back great games.
And Schwartz becomes a ghost.
Yeah.
Didn't pitch a single third of an inning, but he gave up a hit and a walk, no strikeouts, no runs. They are charged to Amon, but Schwartz takes the loss. Jack Havson, despite blowing the save, is also your winner. And, John, I mean, you have to question. You'd be remiss not to ask if it's a Harveyism. You know, did you leave Amon out there just a touch too long? And you also have to consider you bring Schwartz in to a totally different situation at that point.
Yeah, the game had changed so much, and it was just – and we were talking about it right there. I mean, we had an exact Harvey situation. Maybe the hook took a little too long. Maybe you go a little bit earlier with that and try to get your reliever settled more into the game. But when you have to bring him into such a high-leverage spot, facing the top of the order and Joe Norton, and, you know, he was throwing out there. And we were talking about, too, seeing the bullpen get hot and then having to wait for a while, too. And then, you know, but you nibble around Norton there, you can't do that, right? At the end of the game, regardless, you know the situation.
And McKenna, I understand Amon was over 120 pitches at that point, but you get ahead 0-2 on the 9-hitter. You got to put him away. We talked about it. You know, you could put McKenna on, but you're dealing with the top of the order. You know Norton's going to give you a tough at-bat, and you reap what you sow at that point.
Yeah, 3 straight pitches in the dirt to Norton, just trying to dot that lower outside corner and get a strike instead of just coming after him. It's what burned them in the end and allowed him to take his base. And then anytime Pete gets up in a big spot like that, you know he's got a good shot of coming through, and he did just that.
Taking a look at the Montclair State pitching lines, Cucurullo, the forgotten man, goes 6 innings, only 4 hits, no runs, 3 walks, and 7 strikeouts, takes the no decision, but he was great. And then Havson takes the blown save but gets the win. 3 innings pitched, 3 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned, 2 walks, and 7 strikeouts, or 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. All in all, again, not pretty, but you will take any win you can get.
Yeah, you saw the best of the best that Montclair State has to start the game and coming out of the bullpen, and it took all of that effort to keep things close. You know, the Lions played a really surprisingly great Game 1, and now you roll into Game 2 after the momentum brings you that victory. It's got to feel good if you're in that Red Hawks dugout.
Just a terrific, I mean, maybe the best of the best that you'll get here out of the NJAC. One of the best games we've seen in a long time here at Yogi Berra Stadium. The Red Hawks pull it out 4-3 in the 9th. Cosentino is your walk-off hero. And if you didn't have enough fun with that one, we'll be back in about a half hour. John will take the play-by-play. I'll be alongside him for game number 2 of this twin bill. The Red Hawks are riding a 6-game winning streak now. They improved to 23-7 on the year and keep pace 8-1 in the NJAC Conference. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back here on the Red Hawk Sports Network. For John Coastman, I'm Jack Bartek. Thanks for spending game 1 with us.
And welcome back here on the Red Hawk Sports Network for Game 2 as Montclair State hosts the TCNJ Lions. John Kosoban, Jack Bartek here with you for the start of this one as in steps Michael Schumacher, the center fielder for the Lions. He'll lead things off today after hitting 8th in Game 1. He went 1 for 4. And he will step in there now against Matt Pontari, the new starter for Montclair State, as the first one is ripped on the ground into the corner for a base hit. Rounding first and going to second is Schumacher, and he'll be in there standing with the leadoff double.
Very good start right there for the Lions. And, you know, you thought maybe after that very deflating loss in Game 1, they might come out flat. Instead, quite the opposite.
That'll make way for Jack Haynes, the left fielder. Now immediately with a runner in scoring position to start this one off. For Pontari, he comes into this one through 7 games and 5 starts with a 4.05 ERA and a 1.69 WHIP, 32 strikeouts and 14 walks in 26 2/3 innings pitched coming into this one. That'll be Jack Haynes stepping in. And the first pitch to him is fouled off.
Yeah, talking about Pontari, he was very good to start the year, and the Red Hawks are hoping he'll settle in to become that number 2 behind Cucurullo, but it's kind of fluid still at the moment. They've been at least a little bit consistent with the rotation as of late, but I think it's ready to change at any point in time.
As he steps off, and we'll re-rack and do it again. Schumacher leads from second. Noren in on the grass at third, and the 0-1 is hit on the ground to the right side, and it'll go foul.
And we saw before the game started, they made Pontari take off a black arm sleeve that he had on his right pitching arm. And, you know, it's a small thing, but you wonder if that's something he's accustomed to, how much of an impact it might have on him.
And taking it off immediately before game time, right before the initial warm-up started, probably only about 2 minutes ago. And the 0-1 to Haynes. Pontari checks second and delivers. That one's taken high for ball 2.
And how about game 1? 2 hours and 35 minutes. Whew. An unheard of pace in the NJAC, and we only started this one 6 minutes after the posted time of 2:30, which, you know, you almost don't even consider it as a possibility.
Yeah. Yeah, the fact that we're able to start around 2:30 is insane to me. Now it's a 2-1 count to Haynes. Pontari deals from the stretch. That one is ripped in the air to center. Under it is Murphy, and he makes the catch for the out. Haynes just drawing the throw, and there's one away.
Murph's got a big arm out there. He had a chance to show it off there. And wise of the Lions not to try and tag up. They have read the scouting report pretty obviously.
And, you know, for a guy like Murph who had that drop earlier at the end of game 1, it's a guy who prides himself on his defense, is always so sure-handed out there. He's going to want to lock down here in game 2. That's for sure. It'll be Chris Reeder at the plate here for the Lions. And the first pitch from Pontari bends in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Reeder caught game 1 of this doubleheader, so he'll be the designated hitter here in game 2.
Yeah, he doesn't get the Anthony Garino treatment. Gets rewarded after the first game of catching.
And remember, there were a few doubleheaders earlier in the season where Garino would be behind the plate for one, and then Yurkevich would be around for the second one, as that one is in there for strike 2. But recently, it's been Garino all the way.
And I guess you got to feel pretty good about the way Garino's handled this staff, and a staff that has really kind of settled in over the past couple of outings. It's the same 4.
And that's something that they were looking to establish heading into this season, just some sort of rhythm with the pitching staff. And so far, with things going well, looks like they've done that. The 0-2 to Reeder is in the dirt as Garino is willing to push him out of the way to get to that ball and keep it in front, and it's 1-2.
There was that big wild pitch / pass ball in the first game towards the tail end of it that allowed a runner advance to third and ended up hurting the Red Hawks, so Garino spry behind the plate there.
1-2 count to Reeder. Schumacher leads from second. Pontari from the stretch, and he turns around and looks him back.
One thing the Red Hawks have gotten much better at as the year has gone on is controlling the base paths and not letting runners, go wild on him. Garino, obviously, with the arm, has done a good job, but the pitchers as well with timing and sequence.
Another 1-2 to Reeder. Swung on and hacked at, foul.
Good job by Reeder wasting that one. Live to see another pitch.
And he's got a runner on second early on here in the first inning, so a chance for the Lions, who took so long to get going in Game 1, to come out of the gates swinging here. We'll go to another 1-2 count. And that one's taken high for ball 2.
Tell you what, you don't want to put yourself in another back against the wall scenario. You can only pull so many rabbits out of the hat before you run out of luck, and it's still fairly early in conference play where you don't want to use up all the pixie dust too soon.
The 2-2. Swung on and chopped on the ground to short. Moore has it, looks back the runner, and the throw on the first is in the dirt, but dug out by Cosentino for out number 2.
You know, I know there's a get-together at the Alexis Steakhouse on Valley Road after this game for the alumni. Maybe Moore should be footing the bill for Cosentino after that scoop saved him an error. What a play.
Yeah.
That's a spectacular pick.
It's a craft that Cosentino has honed over his time here, and definitely helped out the Redhawks there to retire Reeder, and now it'll be Chris Cody stepping in. The shortstop rips the first pitch in the right field for a base hit. Schumacher's being waved around. The throw is in the second, and just like that, the Lions are on the board. It's 1-0.
Yeah, you thought you might get out of it unscathed, but that sweet lefty swing of Cody stings you, and it really comes back to a leadoff double. A lot of times you're not going to get out of that jam. Pontari did a pretty nice job, but just couldn't put the finishing touches on it. Now you got to limit the damage.
So that'll make way for Joe Oskowski, the first baseman. Lions with a run fresh home. So after waiting until the last couple innings to put some on the board in Game 1, they get things started right away as that first pitch is in there for strike 1 to Oskowski.
The good thing is you could not possibly see Ben Amon on the hill for TCNJ after the way he pitched in Game 1.
Definitely a sigh of relief collectively from the Redhawks with that fact, as that one's fouled back and will move to 0-2.
He was dealing. I mean, that's honestly one of the best performances I've seen all year.
Yeah.
Probably Atia was better for Rowan last weekend, but I can't think of many better performances than what we saw from Amon.
0-2 count. Pontari looks in. The pitch taken outside for ball 1.
And it comes back to the Matt Harvey situation, right? You know, did he wait too long to pull the trigger and ends up being the wrong decision? It's hard to make that call, and you know, a lot of times there's no right answer.
And hopefully you don't end up like Terry Collins, who now has to answer that question probably every single interview he gives for the rest of his life. Don't think we're quite on that stage here.
New Mets manager Buck Showalter had the same situation in Baltimore, right?
With Zach Britton.
Yep.
Didn't use the best reliever in the game at that point back in, 2016?
Yep.
And the 1-2 is taken high for ball 2.
It's a lifetime ago now.
Yeah. And that was just at the start of kind of the bullpen revolution, right? Andrew Miller had a good postseason that year, and, you know, that Britton decision came just before the league started to change into really just using your best guys as quickly as possible. As that one is in the dirt, Garino can't find it, and moving up easily is Cody to second base. So on the wild pitch that skipped in front of the plate, that'll move a runner into scoring position here with 2 outs.
Yeah, every pitcher on this Montclair State staff kind of has their Achilles heel, and Pontari's is when he gets into tough spots, sometimes he can lose that control. You see it there. He's got to settle in here and get this out. Forget about the runner in scoring position. Take care of the batter at the plate.
So a 3-2 count to Oskowski. Cody leads from second. Pontari checks and deals, and that one's fouled back.
And he's a freshman, right? So you get it. You have to work through these scenarios, and you would rather this be happening now than come NJAC tournament time when you're relying on him in bigger pressure situations. Work through it now and get these bumps out while you can.
Especially in Game 2 of a doubleheader where you already took the first half. Another 3-2 count coming to Oskowski, and the pitch swung on and hit foul again. So Oskowski is staying in there and just putting the bat on the ball to stay alive.
It's a great at-bat, too. That's one thing the Lions have done well all day is extend at-bats and fight with 2 strikes.
And you've got a runner in scoring position on second base. You know the pitcher knows he has a base open. You don't want to swing at something that you don't know that you can do much with. So we'll do the 3-2 again. Here's the pitch. Swung on the ground to short. Moore is there. A little stumble, but a throw on the first and a stretch by Cosentino, and it gets by.
Oh, no.
Here comes the run now and the tag, and they got him at the plate. Oh, they sent Cody, and Cosentino got a nice carom off the dugout and hosed him at the plate to end it. Montclair State gets away, only giving up 1 run there in the top of the first, and we'll move to the bottom half.
1 run, 2 hits, 1 Montclair Stater, no one left. Third baseman number 9, Joe Norton.
Bottom 1 here at Yogi Berra Stadium as Joe Norton will lead things off for the Red Hawks after they kind of tiptoed around what could have been a big first inning and only gave up that 1 run. And the first pitch to Norton is taken outside for ball 1.
Yeah, we kind of couldn't believe the send there. But I guess with 2 outs, you kind of make sense of it.
Yeah, there's definitely an argument to be made, just force Pete to make a perfect throw over there, and he did, and he was out by a mile.
The other thing you had to factor in was Cody had to lay that ball in between second and third.
Yeah, right, and that's a tough play for Moore. That ball was, it was an interesting, it was 1 bounce, I think, just a soft liner that Cody had to get around. So Moore's working with his visibility is impaired. He's got to make a strong throw over there. And Cosentino couldn't bail him out like he did earlier, and that one gets Norton waving for strike number 2. And that's actually strike number 3, so that'll send Norton back to the dugout.
After a strikeout in game 1-2, very rare for Norton striking out twice in a day.
Yeah. And the first pitch to Cosentino is lined in the air all the way to right field, but it's brought in for out number 2. So 1 pitch, 1 out to Cosentino, and now there's 2 away.
And Cruciato was fighting the sun like it was a heavyweight bout out there, and he was able to win it. I mean, dealing with it, he's got the shades on, so a little bit of help, but that's a really tough play to make, and good on him to get under it and finish the out.
So now with 2 outs and nobody on here in the first, it'll be Jordan Yurkevich at the dish, and he swings through the first pitch for strike 1.
And just on the mound, Jordan Gray for TCNJ. We thought we had seen the ace in Ben Amon, but the numbers for Gray, 3 ERA, 110 whip, and he's 3-0.
That one's chopped on the ground to third. Easy pickup and the throw to first gets Yurkevich to end the first inning. So a nice 1-2-3 inning there for Gray to finish things off in the first. Lions still have a 1-0 lead. We'll head to the second. Ryan Goodall, the catcher, will lead things off for the Lions in the top of the second inning. Goodall taking over catching duties here in Game 2 after DHing in the morning cap. 11:30
Yeah.
morning cap.
Yeah, that's morning.
The first pitch was in the dirt and bounced away for ball 1.
I don't care how early you wake up. You can't convince me that that's not morning.
It's late morning, but it's still morning.
Birds are still chirping.
Yeah.
Come on.
I mean, I don't remember the last time I got lunch at 11:30. Far too early. The 2-0 to Goodall is swung through for strike 1.
Goodall had a pretty tough day in Game 1. 0 for 3, 3 strikeouts in the walk. He did score on that walk, though, and it would have been the deciding run.
Counts for something. Here's the pitch from Pontari, taken low for ball 4. So Pontari misses the bottom of the zone, and Goodall will head to first with the walk.
And another one of those, like Goodall offered a stutter step before heading down the line because it was so close. Carlos Guzman has moved to the bases, and now it's Ben DiCostanzo behind the plate, but a similar issue with the zone here.
Now Andrew Fernandez will step in for the Lions. He played third base in Game 1, moving over to second for this one as he swings through that pitch for strike 1.
Beautiful off speed there.
Fernandez 2 for 4 in Game 1. A single and that run-scoring double in the 8th inning. As that one bends in for a strike, and it's 0-2.
Still a pretty nice crowd on hand here for Game 2.
Good to see that they stuck around, right?
Yeah.
And festivities only preceding Game 1, but why not, stay in the seats after an exciting finish, right? Stick around for more baseball. Garino thought about the back pick to first, but held on to it, and it's 1-2.
He loves that play.
Yeah. And it's always cool if you can nail someone on the back pick. That's one of the coolest plays in baseball.
He He's done it a handful of times this year.
Pontari checks first, and he'll throw over. Goodall is sliding back safely.
That's got to be a setup move. There's something else coming here. There's no way.
Goodall leads from first. Pontari to the plate. Swung on and missed for strike 3. So Fernandez goes down swinging, and there's one away.
I was surprised to see Pontari not go back over to first. Maybe it's a setup move for later on, but that could not. That's not his real pickoff. We've seen Pontari, and he's got something a little sharper than that. So maybe just trying to catch Goodall leaning off first.
See if it comes in this at bat. And Justin Marcario, the third baseman, didn't see him in game 1, but he's in there for game 2, hitting 8th, and he'll step to the plate now. Now Guarino fires to first. Once you get the movement going, you got to uncork one.
Good on TCNJ, too. Good contingent traveling here, fan base-wise. It's a long trip. It's almost 2 hours now from Trenton.
Yeah, it's definitely a hike. And they were treated to pretty good contest in game 1, so hard to be unhappy if you're TCNJ. And also, the weather still holding up, getting a little bit darker in the clouds out there. But still some nice baseball playing weather as that one is poured in for a strike, and it's 2-1.
The rain is expected to hold off to 7. I know we joke about the meteorologist skit that I did for Inside This. I'm really leaning into it, but the weather has given me all the reason to.
And that one's chopped on the ground to short. There's more to second for 1. Feaster with the dive in, and he threw the ball away. Cosentino chases it down, and now Marcario will glide in the second base safely. So Feaster probably should have eaten that ball, but instead threw it away, and now there's another runner in scoring position.
And Coach Lorber's not happy. You understand why. It was just a good, healthy takeout slide, but he got a good chunk of Feaster, and just keep that in the back of your mind. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point it boils over, especially if this one starts to get out of hand one way or the other. That is the type of inciting event that can create some really bad blood quickly.
Most of the bad blood between the dugouts in game 1 were directed at the officiating. Now possibly shifting towards each other here in game 2, especially after a great finish as that first pitch to Cruciata is thrown by for strike 1. So now it's Marcario on second base with 2 away. Goodall was erased on the fielder's choice.
This is a big batter here. Got to limit the damage.
Pontari deals, and that one's fouled back for strike 2. And Cruciata was a guy that, regardless of the count in game 1, he was fighting in there and fouling balls off. So even when you're ahead 0-2 like Pontari is now, might take a little bit. Two away in the second. Marcario leads from second base. Pontari checks the 0-2 in the dirt, and it looks like it hit him. I don't know. No, they look to me like it hit Cruciata, but
yeah, the home plate umpire actually signaled like the safe sign, I guess, saying it didn't hit him. It hit the ground.
Okay, yeah, and then Marcario just moves up to third base. So, yeah, that looked, at least from our angle, like it might have nailed him, but no, it's in the dirt. So 1-2 count. And swung on and missed, strike 3. Pontari battles back, K's up Cruciata to end things, and leaves a runner stranded. We still got a 1-0 game, and we'll head to the bottom half. Number 4 hitter Mike Murphy steps in for Montclair State to start things out in the bottom of the second as the first pitch from Gray is taken outside for ball 1. The Redhawks went down 1-2-3 in the first inning. And that'll be up to Murph to get things started.
And this is Gray's first time pitching since March 30th. He's only gone 3 times this year, and one of them was a complete game. Went 6 innings in the other 2 outings.
Yeah, the 2-0 to Murphy is swung on and missed for strike 1.
So you have to wonder how much bullpen use the Lions get.
Yeah. With 2 guys that just line up to go deep every time, I mean, you might as well just chill out over there as that one is on the ground to first. Picked up by Oskowski, and the flip gets Murphy for out number 1.
Almost caught Oskowski, too. Had a weird amount of spin coming off the toe of the bat. And he was able to stick with a nice play.
And that'll be Andrew Olworther stepping in. Yeah, he went 0 for 3 in game 1 with a pair of Ks and had that ground out to first base. The AO chants from the Red Hawk faithful out there as the first one is poured in for strike 1.
He's a fan favorite.
Yeah.
What can you say?
Gray sets the 0-1 in the dirt for ball 1.
How could he not be either? Great guy.
Oh, easy to root for. Yeah, great feature on him and inside the nest. We mentioned that earlier as he takes that one outside for ball 2.
And no matter the situation,
Yeah.
you see AO, you get a nice, at least 5 to 10 minute conversation. And he always seems invested in it.
And he swings and just fouls off that 2-1. We'll move to 2-2. Yeah, I mean, he's one of the easiest guys to talk to on the team. This is a guy that they gave the Yankee music.
Yeah, the Monument Park
inside the
treatment.
nest. I mean, that was huge. Every time he comes up now, I just hear it in my head. 2-2 count to Olworther with 1 away in the second. And he swings and puts that one on the ground. Picked up by Fernandez, and the throw to first gets him for the second out.
I always love watching ground balls on this Yogi Berra infield. You just never know how it's going to play. And that was a smooth piece of fielding by Fernandez, who was pretty good at the hot corner last game. And he makes a nice play on it there. He played it to the side and got a little lucky it stayed down, but made it look good.
And that'll be Miles Feaster on Easter weekend.
The Feaster Bunny.
Well, we'll see what presents the Feaster Bunny wants to leave.
He's been leaving a bunch of presents. 8 RBIs this weekend, if I'm not mistaken.
As that one just misses for ball 2. And the 2-0 is swung on and good contact out to short right, but a sliding grab is made by Cruciata, and the inning is over. So Feaster lines out to end things. The Redhawks go down 1-2-3. We still have a 1-0 game heading to the third. Inning number 3 here at Yogi Berra Stadium. John Kosoban, Jack Bartek with you to bring you game 2 after Montclair State pulled out a thrilling victory in game 1. But here at the start of inning number 3, they're down 1-0 as Matt Pontari takes the hill once again. He'll face the top of the order and Michael Schumacher, who doubled his last time up. He takes the first pitch low for a ball. It's 1-0.
Center fielder number 3, Michael Schumacher.
Through 2, the Red Hawk offense has been completely stifled.
Yeah.
Perfect 6 outs.
And that one is ripped foul down the third base line. That'll even up the count at 1-1. And yeah, the Red Hawks offense, despite putting together that run in the second inning of game 1, for a while had nothing going. And yeah, a lot of that had to do with the great pitching performance on the other side. But still, today, bat's been a little slow, at least what we're used to here at Yogi Berra Stadium. So we'll see if they wake up as this game heads along, and that one bends in for strike 2. It'll go to 1-2 on Schumacher.
Well, he poured on 51 over the previous 2 days, so I guess eventually you were going to come down to earth, but I didn't think it would be like this.
Yeah, anytime you watch a team put up that many, as that one is tapped on the ground up the middle, almost a pick by Moore going to his left, but it goes in the center for a base hit.
Heads-up play by Pontari, getting to second at least to cover with Moore and Feaster both crossing paths into the outfield trying to make a play on it, but a nice piece of hitting.
Yeah, and it was actually kind of funny because Pontari, as soon as that ball came up the middle, he tried the behind-the-back spinorama, and that didn't work out. And that one found its way up the middle for a base hit, and that'll make way for Jack Haynes, the left fielder. Flew out to Mike Murphy in center field his first time up in the first inning. Now he's got a runner on with nobody out. The first pitch from Pontari is bunted down the third base line, and it'll go foul.
And listen, Montclair State right now getting perfectoed as the home broadcasters, and it being our Red Hawks getting no hit. I feel like it's our duty to jinx
to talk about it as much as possible.
Yeah.
I mean, might as well jump on it early, right? You don't want to wait too long.
Because you go 7 getting no hit. At that point, it's like, how much can you really save it with the jinx?
So we'll be letting you guys know every step of the way for as long as this team is no hit.
If it was Pontari, we'd be hush-hush about it.
You wouldn't know about it until the 6th or the 7th inning after we started playing coy. And the 0-1 to Haynes is taken low and away for ball 1.
It's when you would get into the, what's happening. We can't say it.
If I were you, I would check the scoreboard. I won't tell you what to look for.
It's like the no-hitter starter pack, right?
Yeah. Already called a no-hitter this year. Ali Cavallaro over there at the softball team down in Myrtle Beach. Love dropping that factoid when I can.
What did Joe Norton see there?
Yeah.
I guess he's just preparing for the bunt again. He charged in before time was called.
Playing on the lip of the grass. Still no one away here. 1-1 count to Haynes. Schumacher leads from first. The pitch up the middle. Moore is there. He'll step on the bag. No, too late, and gets the throw off for the out at first. So Moore thought about the double play, going for it himself, but Schumacher slid in, and there's one away.
It was a fine play by Moore. I mean, that's tough when you have it in your mind you're going to try and spin a 2-ball, and obviously Shoemaker beats you to the bag to have the wherewithal to just plant and throw and make a perfect throw to Costantino. Good on him, and a good job by Schumacher beating it out.
It was a good adjustment, right? Because, that could have been disorienting watching the runner slide in safely. You plan to step on the bag and get him out, but it was a nice adjustment and a good strong throw to first. As that first pitch to Reeder is in the dirt for ball 1. So it'll be Chris Reeder at the plate, the designated hitter here in game 2. He's got a runner on second base with 1 away, as he did in the first inning. That one's low for ball 2.
You see if he could work through this one and come out unscathed. You'd like to hold it here as long as you can. Keep the floodgates up while the offense is struggling.
And you got the middle of the order for the Lions. It's a tough couple of batters to try and dance around. And a good count for Reeder at 2-0. That one is in the dirt for ball 3. So now Pontari's fallen behind Reeder 3-0 with Chris Cody on deck, who already singled and drove in a run back in the first.
Very nice job by Garino keeping that in front, limiting the damage.
3-0 count. Schumacher leads from second. And it's taken down the middle for strike one.
The classic gimme strike on 3-0. I think I've only seen one 3-0 swing this year. Zierkiewicz.
Yeah, if anyone's getting the green light, it's going to be him. 3-1 count to Reeder. Here's the pitch. That one's taken once again for a strike on the outside corner. We'll go full.
I know they say zone in on 3-1, but that's a pretty good one to let go.
Yeah.
I understand he's got to come at you twice, but I don't know if you're going to get much better than that.
Schumacher on second. 3-2. Taken low for ball 4. So Pontari walks Reeder, and it'll be first and second now for Chris Cody with just one away.
Second walk right there, and you were lucky the first one didn't bite you. Now, 2 runners on with just 1 out, and Chris Cody, who had an interesting summer.
Yeah, right. Chris Cody. Well, where did he play, Jack? You
Played with the Trenton Thunder MLB Draft
Insane.
Summer League team. So, good experience for him, and he's carried it over into his college season.
Yeah, he's already cashed in today with that run-scoring single in the first inning, and he takes a big cut at the first one, just tips it for strike one. Cody had 2 outs in the first inning with Schumacher on second base and put one in the outfield for a base hit, brought home the run. Now he's got Schumacher on second again, but also Reeder on first with 1 away. A little bit more favorable of a situation. Pontari checks second, and the 0-1 swung on, ripped on the ground to first. Cosentino is there. He picks it up, and he steps on the bag for out number 2.
That is a fine, fine play by Cosentino. It doesn't look like too much, but he wasn't exactly hugging the line, had to get over and keep it in front, protecting the 5-hole. He does. He almost stuck it to his wrist.
Yeah.
And then ran it over to make the play, and now you give Pontari a chance with 2 out here to get out of the inning unscathed.
Yeah, that brings up Oskowski, whose at-bat ended things pretty wackily back in the first inning, to say the least. But those 2 runners do move up on the ground ball, so now we'll have Reeder at second and Schumacher at third base with 2 away. Pontari looking in. And the first pitch is taken low and outside for ball 1.
This is a big at-bat, a chance to set your mark on the game, set the tone, and it's a momentum swinger. The pendulum is in the middle right now. Will it go right or will it go left?
Oskowski himself hit the ball to the left side in the first inning at that ground ball to Moore.
Oh.
And that one is taken, I don't know where it missed, but just off the plate for ball 2.
Garino held the frame and everything, so he obviously thought it was good enough and didn't get the call.
It's a 2-0 count to Oskowski. 2 runners in scoring position. Here's the pitch, taken inside for a strike.
So at least he gets the inner half on the comeback. Didn't get the outside, gets the inside.
So Pontari moves it to 2-1. Schumacher leads from third, Reeder from second. And the pitch swung on a reach that grounds it to Feaster at second. He picks it up and throws the first to get the out. So Pontari works around some trouble in the third and comes away unscathed. Still a 1-0 game as the Lions lead. We'll head to the bottom half. bottom of the third inning, and it's 1-0 as the Lions lead early. It'll be the bottom of the order for Montclair State, finishing up their first at-bats as Anthony Garino rips that one down the right field line. It'll go foul. It'll be Garino, Jason Moore, and Ryan McKenna due up here in the bottom of the third inning.
Into the vacant Lions bullpen.
And presumably will be vacant for a while, as that one's chopped out on the ground to short. Booted on the backhand, and Garino will make it safely.
Yeah, you know what? He's going to get charged an error there is Cody, but that's not even a Yogi Berra hop. That's just a baseball hop where, you know, it unfortunately bounces right on the lip and stays down, and it's almost like, what can you do with that?
So Garino will sure take it as he's on first base safely after the ground ball, and that'll make way for Jason Moore at the dish.
No more perfect game.
Hey, that's huge. No more no-hitter, guys. Oh, perfect game. You got that right, as that one's low.
And Moore tried to bunt there. He tried to get the bunt down in game 1, 2, and didn't get the job done. And was able to make it to first safely, switching places with Angelo, if I remember correctly. But again, some struggles with the bunt.
So an 0-1 count. He squares again and pulls back as that one misses for ball one.
It's a nice job by Gray. Go with the same pitch, the curveball working its way outside, and Moore smartly pulling back on that one.
So Moore calls for time.
And don't forget, he hit a bomb at the end of game number 1 in the 9th inning.
Yeah.
The triple up against the warning track that almost left the yard.
Yeah, that one was a shot. And the 1-1 comes in high for ball two.
Would have tied the game.
And like we mentioned, he seems to kind of reach back and find that pop whenever the moment calls for it.
It's going opposite way, too.
Can the moment call for it right now? And it's still pretty early. Squares the bunt again and pushes that one foul. And now we'll go to another 2-strike count. It's 2-2.
Yeah, you never want to bunt off-speed pitches. And he tried twice, and they were both strikes. The one he missed at and the other one he pushes foul. It's just a losing battle. Too much movement on it, and it's hard to line up that bat.
2-2 count to Moore, and that one misses wide for ball three. Yeah, I mean, the whole point of bunting is to, get that fastball and catch it with your bat and just let it die out there. A lot harder to do when that thing's moving vertically or east to west.
Yeah, you're moving around trying to poke out at it when it's a breaking ball rather than a fastball.
Gray checks on Garino at first, and he's back.
We obviously don't know the scout, but it seems like it's got to be off-speed breaking away from Moore because that's like the 5th pitch that at-bat that they went with it.
So we'll do the 3-2 again. Here comes Gray with the pitch, and it's inside for ball four. Moore takes his base, and Garino reaches on the error. Moore reaches on the walk, and now Ryan McKenna will step up with 2 runners on and nobody away.
And there you go, right? You set him up with a curveball outside, curveball outside, fastball on the inside, and he did fool him, it looked like, but just a touch inside would have been a perfect pitch if he didn't let it drift in a little bit. Now 2 base runners to start the inning.
Yeah, you could see the process there from Gray and what he was thinking. And it took the right approach, but now he's in a bit of trouble here with first and second and McKenna up, and he lays down a bunt. Gray gets out, fields it with the bare hand. They'll throw to first, and it's wide. It'll go into right field. Garino comes home to score. Moore is being waved around. He will score. It's 2-1 Montclair State, and in at third base is Ryan McKenna.
It's bad fundies, John.
Yeah.
You send the first baseman charging. Somebody has got to be there to cover the base. And Fernandez was just a step too late. Fernandez played third base in game number 1. I don't know how many times he's played second base, but he clearly was not ready to be there for the throw, and it hurts him.
And Montclair State now finds themselves in the lead here in the third inning at 2-1. And the first pitch to the leadoff hitter, Joe Norton, is in there for strike one. So McKenna gets all the way to third base on the throwaway. And, yeah, like you mentioned, Jack, Fernandez just wasn't over at the bag in time, and that thing went in the right field. Both runners came around to score. And that'll be up to Joe Norton to try and bring home another the old-fashioned way. Wow, look at this line, Jack. And, E6, the walk, and then what we just watched there to score the run. That one's flared to the right side and picked off by Oskowski for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, that is a very strange start. And they did give McKenna a hit on the bunt, so it breaks up the no-hit bid. And then, of course, the two-base error. I think that's the right call.
Yeah, I would agree. Because for a while there, Gray had fielded the ball and then he pumped. He was waiting. McKenna was running the first still. He tried to give Fernandez a little bit of lead room. That first pitch to Pete Cosentino is low and away for ball one. So now it'll be Cosentino at the dish with the runner on third and one away. And the 1-0 is swung on and missed for strike one.
Not necessarily the guy that you want to see up in an inning that you're grinding it out. It happened to him, unfortunately, in the ninth last game.
Yeah.
And he made him pay.
And the 1-1 to Cosentino as he takes that one for strike two. Yeah, Cosentino, number 27, making some magic happen in game one on a day so special for that number. And nice theatrics to finish off that first game as that one misses wide for ball two. Cosentino would love to roll over some of that game one momentum into this one as we have a stoppage of play now as something going on in that bullpen in the corner as Coach Lorber was out looking. Now Coach Gaynor is out taking a look. It looks like some Red Hawk arms getting out there to get warm.
Yeah, I don't know what the issue is.
As that one is slapped foul by Pete, and we'll do it again at 2-2. Yeah, we had Coach Lorber come out. We had Coach Gaynor come out. All of them kind of just peering into the corner. Maybe communications with the pen are down. Gonna send the guys out there the old-fashioned way, running with a message. Can we get a pigeon out here? The 2-2 to Cosentino is too far inside for ball three, so we'll go full.
He almost caught that one on the shoulder, on the elbow guard, and he was not moving out of the way in a two-strike count.
That's, you can afford to do that when you've got that thing there. So 3-2 to Cosentino. Gray checks in, and that one is ball four. So Cosentino will take his base. He'll move up to first. And here comes Jordan Yurkevich.
Great at-bat by Pete, and that's a little bit of what we saw in the ninth last game where, it really came back to bite the Lions where you had Moore on the ropes and you had McKenna on the ropes, then Norton, and every time they just kind of nibbled on the edge of the zone and missed spots, and it ended up hurting them. It's tough, though, against Cosentino.
First pitch to Yurkevich is taken low and away for ball one. Yeah, I mean, your every instinct is to pitch around these guys, but when there's just so much protection now, you got Yurkevich coming over and just adding that extra dimension to the lineup behind Cosentino. It's paid so much dividends as that one is ripped out to center field. It'll land for a base hit. McKenna comes in to score, and it's 3-1 Montclair State.
Very nice piece of hitting by Mr. Yurkevich. Beautiful line drive into center field. They had him play deep, and rightfully so, with his 10 home runs on the year. And Shoemaker made the right decision not to sell out for it, because if you dive on that ball and it goes past you, that's probably an inside-the-park home run.
Yeah, especially with the speed that he's got. Talking about speed, we got Mike Murphy. He can run a little bit. Grounded out to first base. His last time up in the second inning as he takes the first pitch low for ball one. Still only one out here in the bottom of the third inning. Montclair State with 3 runs across and have been attacking Gray ever since. And the 1-0 to Murphy is taken on the outside corner for strike one.
Nice pitch. This hasn't even been like a really bad inning for Gray either.
No.
Hasn't gotten too much help.
Yeah, the walks, I think, are what's killing him in terms of something that he can control. As that one's taken low and away for ball two.
And it's hard because there are no easy outs in this order. So it's like, oh, you get through the heart of the order, then you got to take on Mike Murphy, who could be a 3-hitter on any team in the conference, really.
They'll understandably have a conference out there. On the mound, Murph, 2 for 4 in game 1. Looking to cash in here and maybe extend that lead a little bit. He's got Cosentino on second base and Jurkiewicz at first. With one away, the 2-1 count. And Gray checks back at second. 2-1 to Murphy. Gray sets, fires, far inside for ball 3. Yeah, I thought that was coming for him too.
And I don't know what it is about today. Checking the out-of-town scoreboard, the Red Hawks not the only team to eke one out today. Kane with a 1-0 victory over Rutgers Newark, and Rowan with a 3-2 win over Ramapo.
Murphy takes ball 4, and he'll move up, so that'll load the bases now for Andrew Allworther. And yeah, maybe his conference play starts to, we're in the swing of it right now. Teams starting to get to know each other just a little bit more. Games started to be played a little bit closer.
And both of them were able to win, especially Kane, so good on the Red Hawks to keep pace. But Kane with a 7-0 lead over Newark in game 2. Ramapo beating Rowan 6-1 right now.
Really?
Yeah, it's the bottom of the 4th there. So something to monitor. They're already a game back, or at least a half game. They're 7-1. The Red Hawks and the Cougars at 8-1 apiece.
The 0-1 to Allworther is swung on and missed, or fouled back for strike 2. Red Hawks have a chance for a little bit more of a classic NJAC score if Allworther can crack it open here with one away and the bases loaded. He's got Cosentino at third, Jurkiewicz at second, and Murphy at first base. Here's the 0-2 from Gray. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Tipped into the glove, and Allworther will take the walk back. There's 2 away.
And it's Nick Dambrownie for the Roadrunners that is stifling the Profs through 4 innings. An arm that the Red Hawks saw. And he did look pretty good, so I can't say I'm necessarily too surprised, but
Checks out.
anytime you see Rowan with a big deficit, it makes your eyes pop out of your skull.
And here comes Miles Feaster as he takes the first pitch on the top of the strike zone for strike number 1. It is 0-1. Yeah, that's tough to do. It's something that stymie that Rowan offense. Obviously, it's still early. What'd you say? It was 4th inning?
Yes.
They got time. As Feaster takes that one up and away for ball 1.
William Patterson, you'd be remiss not to mention then they also took care of business against Stockton 11-6 in game 1. So, top 3 dogs keeping pace.
1-1 to Feaster. Line out to second. The short hop is mishandled, and it'll dribble into the grass. Coming around to score is Cosentino. They'll send Jurkiewicz, and he's safe at the plate. 5-1 Montclair State.
Woo. That is a risky send, but with 2 outs, you can't argue with it. You know Jurkiewicz has got some wheels, and he just slid in ahead of that throw. Just a great job taking advantage, and the Red Hawks a little bit of luck there, but they make it count.
So they'll slap Fernandez with the E4 out there. And that'll score 2 runs for the Red Hawks, and that'll expand the lead to 5-1. And the first pitch to Guarino, as the Red Hawks have now batted around in the inning, is taken high for ball 1.
Only 1 RBI still on the day for the Red Hawks with 5 runs in.
And that one is chopped out on the ground to short. Cody has it, fires to first, and it's dug out for the final out of the inning. So we'll move to the 4th as Montclair State takes the lead. It's 5-1. We'll head to the top half. Ryan Goodall leads things off for the Lions in the 4th inning. John Kosoban, Jack Bartek with you here at Yogi Berra Stadium. Nice weather for baseball. Things are holding up. And the first pitch from Pontari is swung on and missed for strike 1.
It looked like Garino was getting some eye doctor advice from Goodall there behind the dish. I think he might have had some sand kick up. It's the catcher love, right?
Yeah, those knees got to look out for each other. Dirt Strats. The 0-1 to Goodall. Comes in low for ball 1.
I was always kind of surprised that, especially catchers with their face so low to the ground, they didn't carry like eye drops in their back pocket or something.
As that one is ripped in the air to right center. Tracking it is Murphy, moving to his left, and he's over there for the first out. And, that's something that I feel like doesn't happen enough or as much as you would expect it to, right?
Yeah.
A player kind of just taking a moment to rub something out of his eye because you're playing in this environment where things just kick up. Imagine how it used to be when they didn't water down the infields.
Oh, Lord.
And the dust is I always think that's when baseball looks the coolest, by the way. Someone sliding into third base in the cloud. Like, I want that back. The bags are basically like just pillows. Yeah, they're just bags sitting there, and you slide in. The good old days. That one's fouled back. Andrew Fernandez at the plate here, and the count's 1-1.
Get off my lawn, so on and so forth.
Hey, I'm in on that. Find your own lawn or the street. That one comes in low, so Fernandez now with a 2-1 count.
I'll tell you what, as somebody who wears contacts, I am so far out of that boat.
Yeah.
Give me the watered down infield any day.
That one's chopped foul. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely done to help prevent injuries. And
that one's lost in the tarp.
Oh.
Oh, no, wow. It hung out. I thought it went into the roll.
Clutch pick out by the third base coach. As the 2-2 comes in for ball 3.
It's $6 right there.
Here's the 3-2 to Fernandez, taken low, and it missed for ball 4.
He was living and dying with that Brandon Nimmo sprint to first. He was like, maybe if I go, it'll convince the umpire it's ball 4 and gets the call.
They both play their own little game there because Fernandez sprinted down the first, and Garino probably held that thing for about 5 seconds trying to get the call.
Gamesmanship.
Yep. Do whatever you can.
But I mean, going back to the contacts, if you get something in your eye, you don't have a replacement pair or a pair of eye drops, your day is over.
Screwed, yeah. And the back pick try at first is late, but it gets Fernandez back diving in.
Close. He's getting closer and closer every attempt.
You could tell he wants it. And the 1-0 count to Marcario. I have an easy solution to that, though, Jack, is the specs. As that one is bunted foul. And
well,
Reno gave it a look.
Interesting that you mention it because before I was scoping out the dugout and Ryan McKenna's getting ready to bat and he wears clear glasses at the plate. I don't know if maybe he has like a very low prescription maybe for glasses and he only wears them at the plate, but I don't think he wears them out in right field.
1-1 squaring to bunt is Marcario, and it's foul again, so we'll move to 1-2.
Another sacrifice bunt attempt failed. We've seen both teams have trouble with that in this game. Looking out at McKenna in right field right now, he's got the shades on, so maybe he's got like a pair of prescription shades. I know Oakley offers that. Nike has done it in the past. So maybe he does that, but I saw him with the specs coming up the plate. I thought it was very interesting. We'll have to investigate on that.
Some people get glasses, only use it when you're driving or reading. Some of them get, all right, only use it when you want to hit 350.
Well, I mean, whatever he's doing, the 7 RBIs yesterday would tell you it's correct.
1-2 count to Marcario. The pitch blown by him for strike 3, tipped into the glove, and there's 2 away.
There's something just so satisfying about a strikeout, right?
Yeah. And see, and even when I see the home plate umpire give the little tip with his hands, it's like, all right.
And it allows like a reset.
Yeah. So Bontari with the K to get to 2 outs in the inning, and that'll make way for Cruciata. He struck out his last time up in the 2nd inning, and he makes contact there.
Oh.
A sweet backhand pick by Cosentino, and he gets to the bag for out number 3. What a play by Pete Cosentino to end things in the top of the 4th. We'll head to the bottom half. Montclair State still up by 4. Bottom 4 with a 5-1 score, and the first pitch from Bontari to Moore is in there for strike 1. Moore walked his last time up. That was back in the 3rd. And that pitch is taken high and away for ball 1.
You know what we didn't mention in game 1? Montclair State going with the Reds. So
Yeah.
there was a loose plan to go with the white home uniforms today.
Yeah. Explain the whole the mystery there.
So there's a preference around the team towards the red jerseys and the gray roads, which they could hypothetically wear at home, but they never do, and they shouldn't. That's against baseball etiquette, right?
Yeah. And the 1-2 to Moore. Swung on and missed, strike 3. So he'll head back to the dugout. There's one away.
But if you look on the Montclair State roster, there's a couple guys with double numbers. It's because depending on the uniform, it changes what number they wear. Pete Cosentino is one of those guys. He wears 27 in these red jerseys, but 34 in the road grays and presumably the home whites. And on this day, that one's fouled off, that number 27 was being retired as a ceremonious move because Pete's going to stick with 27. He's grandfathered in, Mariano-esque. As a sign of the ceremony, was going to wear the 34, the home whites.
So McKenna lifts that one in the left field. Chasing over is Haynes. He's under it, and he makes the play.
But, I don't know what it was. They end up going with the Reds. So it would seem as though if it wasn't today, we won't be seeing them all season, and they'll go Reds at home and maybe even select road games. And then maybe we'll see the gray at home at some point. They've been going with it on the road, the gray with the black pinstripes.
And maybe it works out for the better that he did have that number 27 on his back when he, brought home both of those winning runs at the end of the game. Just makes things a little bit more poetic.
Indeed.
There's ball 1 to Joe Norton at the plate now with 2 aways. Gray did a good job retiring Moore and McKenna at the bottom of the order, and now things will turn over, and it's 2-0.
I'd imagine new uniforms would be coming soon for the baseball program.
Yeah.
They got the road grays are new.
They are pretty nice.
And
they do enjoy success in these reds, as that one is in there for strike 1.
There's some character in him, though. Norton especially. I mean, that's almost like in the pink family, rather than closer to pink than red.
Yeah, some of these definitely skew a little lighter on the light side. as that one's taken for strike 2, and it'll even up the count.
Adidas has treated the athletics department pretty well since taking over as
Yeah.
the official uniform supplier.
I think we can go a little stronger on the Reds here. As that one is taken outside for ball 3.
Listen, if there was anything that they were going to mothball the Whites for, I don't mind the Reds at all.
Yeah.
It's a Montclair State women's
a
basketball
classic.
strategy, right? They
Yeah.
mothballed the Whites by way of the black alternates.
That one's shot up the middle for a base hit. So Norton with 2 away and 2 strikes gets on board, and now it'll be Pete Cosentino.
Yeah, Norton can hit in his sleep, man.
Yeah.
He's so fun to watch battle through at-bats, and another great one right there results in a hit.
I mean, every at-bat with him just seems like a matter of time, right? Especially when the first 2 at-bats and you get farther into the game and he doesn't have any hits. You just know that it's coming at some point. And that's why the offense is so dangerous, because he's a guy who just gets on base. And, traditionally, I know we've talked about the lineup composition and maybe wanting Cosentino and Yurkevich 3 and 4 as Norton runs to second, and he's in there with the stolen base. That's the program franchise leader.
Yeah.
In stolen bases, and he adds another one to his total and
he
gets into scoring position.
Needed every bit of speed there, right? That was a
Yeah.
perfect throw by Goodall on a hop, got the tag down, and he's just too quick.
Gray looks in, the 1-0, tapped foul. And, just talking about the lineup a bit, we've mentioned typically, you get your big guys, 3-4. That's just the standard lineups and how they've been. But things are starting to change. And, especially when you look at it like this, Norton gets on base, and you're right to Cosentino. You're not wasting any time. And it's been working for this Redhawks team over the past few weeks. And that one's taken low and outside for ball 2.
And slowly but surely, Norton is working his way up the career hits leader list. He's at 227 coming into the day. 238 would be the next highest. That would put him in the top 5. I don't think he's reaching Craig Conway's 290.
He's definitely sniffing that area code, as that one is too far inside for ball 3.
But, if you get hot, you go on a bit of a run and maybe find yourself in the NCAA tournament and win a game or two. You could get into the 250s, which would put you in the 4-3-2 category. It would take a red-hot stretch for Norton, though.
Nothing we haven't seen before. As the 3-1 is taken for strike 2. And that'll be a full count to Cosentino with Yurkevich on deck. Norton at second base now after the stolen bag. Gray looks in. The 3-2. Swung on, poked up the middle, a soft line drive that's grabbed by Cody to retire the side. So Gray works around a 2-out hit, and we'll go to the 5th inning as Montclair State up 5-1. Top of the 5th inning at Yogi Berra Stadium. John Kosoban, Jack Bartek here with you in Game 2 as Montclair State hosts the TCNJ Lions. They pulled out a thrilling victory in Game 1. And we're back here in Game 2 as they've got a 5-1 lead here. Matt Pontari has done a splendid job starting this one as his first pitch is poured in for a strike. Facing the top of the order once again, the third time through, Michael Schumacher doubled in the first, singled in the third. He takes that one high for ball one.
Yeah, having a pretty nice game, too, here. I'm going to add on to it. He was just 1 for 4 in game 1, so bit of a turnaround.
The 1-1, he squares to bunt and gets it down, but it'll roll foul.
It's almost perfect. It just caught the lip. Had a little bit too much on it, but I think if that one doesn't catch that part of the grass and kicks it out of play, I think he's got a base hit.
Yeah, it's a real nice idea too, right? Norton's playing back. He's 2 for 2 today, a couple of hard hit balls, and just couldn't keep it fair. Montari rocks back. And that one is rocked in the air to left. Moving back is Allworther. He's up on the track, reaches up and makes the play for the first out.
Lucky that thing kind of died down. It had the wind in its favor, too, as it's blowing straight out to center. It looked like it might leave the yard off the bat, and it just died down for Allworther.
So a deep out to get one on the board. Now will be Jack Haynes. He's 0 for 2 so far. He flew out to Murphy in the first inning and grounded out to Moore in the third, and the first pitch from Pontari is too low for ball one.
Pontari up around 70 pitches now, 75 pitches. There's not too much going on in the bullpen. And nothing on the other side for TCNJ. Nobody's even out there.
And we still never figured out what all that hubbub was, talking about that corner out there in the Red Hawks pen. That's old news now, as that one is poured in for a strike.
Nick Sefik is the lone man that was just up on the mound. Not throwing, not stretching, just
there
surveying.
As that one catches the inside corner for strike 2. I mean, why not? You got to get a nice, good view out there. Can't really sit down, but, you know, get up and stretch.
Is that Henry David Thoreau, the monarch of all he surveys?
Don't even understand that one, as that's in the dirt. It looks like it hit Haynes on the foot, and he'll make his way to first. What is that, Shakespeare? What are we talking here?
I am almost positive it's Henry David Thoreau.
Well, I don't even know who that is. Is he a poet?
Oh, the Transcendentalists? You slept through junior year of high school English. Sorry, John's English teacher that is hopefully not listening.
Mr. Quinby, I'm sorry. A nice guy, but, you know, Henry David Thoreau, don't remember. The name does ring a bell. I couldn't tell you his occupation, though. So Haynes is on first after the hit by pitch. And it'll be Chris Reeder stepping in as he looks at the first one for ball one. Reeder 0 for 1 today, grounded out to short in the first and walked his last time up in the third inning as he takes that one high for ball 2. So Pontari had 2 strikes on Haynes, as we'll get a meeting on the mound. But he gave up the base runner after the pitch in the dirt just caught him on the toe. And now with 1 away, there'll be a runner on. And
I like Carino taking the mound visit, settling down his pitcher. It is Henry David Thoreau, by the way.
Okay.
And the monarch of all I survey.
Is this a quote of his, or
by
is it
right,
an
there
excerpt?
is none to dispute.
Ooh.
We're deep down the rabbit hole.
Alice in Wonderland. That's a book. I know literature. It's a 3-0 count now to Reeder, so even after the meeting on the mound, the first pitch from Pontari went into the dirt, so now we'll have a 3-0 count. Haynes leads from first, and that one is poured in for a strike. It's 3-1.
Ralph Waldo Emerson was the other name I was looking for, by the way. You know that one.
Yeah, I mean that's the sidewalk guy. The sidewalk never ends. And that one misses for ball 4. So a hit by pitch and a base on balls to Haynes and Reeder with 1 away here in the 5th. And now it'll be first and second for Chris Cody.
Ralph Waldo Emerson has been referred to as a lot of things. I doubt he has ever been called the sidewalk guy.
Is he not? Oh, that's Shel Silverstein. Oh, that's brutal for me, yeah.
That's not even in the same category.
Yeah.
If you were doing, like, a Venn diagram, the only thing that would be in the center circle is that they're both authors.
You know how to use a pencil? Yeah.
Oh,
Does one do more dramatic works as opposed to the poetry?
Just totally different eras.
Yeah.
Transcendentalism was like before civilization really started. Shel Silverstein was like our childhood, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Shel Silverstein, more of a contemporary figure.
Did he write The Giving Tree? I think.
That where the sidewalk ends is the limit of my knowledge on Shel Silverstein.
Well,
I'm surprised I pulled his name out.
Pontari has been giving handouts like The Giving Tree here in the city.
Yeah, the hit by pitch and the walk, 2 back-to-back burners. It'll be Chris Cody at the dish, and he takes a big hack at the first pitch and swings through it for strike number 1. Cody's done that a few times here, not only in this game but in game 1, just taking a big hack at the first one that comes down the pipe. He's in a good spot here. He drove in a run back in the first, and he's got a chance to do it again with 2 runners on here in the 5th, and he swings through that one and puts it in the right field for a base hit. Haynes is being waved around third. Here comes the throw. It gets cut off, and the run scores, so it's an RBI single for Chris Cody, and that'll make it 5-2.
Yeah, nice piece of hitting by Cody. I mean, he is a pure lefty swinger, and that is just a beautiful stroke. Gets the RBI. Second of the day for him. And then also a nice job by Cosentino to cut that off and keep Reeder from going to third. And after Gaynor took a visit and talked to Pontari, now Nick Sefik, who had gotten working very quickly, is going to come in and try and put out the fire.
So after a run comes home, that'll be the end of things for Pontari as he gets the claps from his teammates and fans and walks off. We'll take a quick break here on the Red Hawk Sports Network. When we come back, Nick Sefik will take the hill. Back out here in the 5th inning with 1 away and runners on first and second as Nicholas Sefik comes in to relieve Matt Pontari. Chris Cody on first base and Chris Reeder on second, with Joe Oskowski at the dish. And the first pitch to him is in there for strike one.
Can't close the book on Pontari just yet, but so far 4 1/3, 4 hits, the 4 walks that really hurt him, and 3 strikeouts. And so far he's let those 2 runs in. He's responsible for the other 2 that are still on.
The 0-1, Sefik checks second and fires. It'll miss for ball 1. Sefik, through 13 innings of work so far this season, comes in with a 3.46 ERA. 14 Ks and 9 walks in that time. And now he's got to deal with Oskowski in a 1-1 count. And that one is ripped on the ground to short. Moore is there to second for 1. Feaster, the turn, and they got him for the double play. Sefik gets him the roll 2 and gets out of the jam. Montclair State still leads 5-2 and will head to the bottom half. Bottom 5 in a 5-2 game, and Jordan Yurkevich will lead off, and he takes the first pitch outside for ball 1. Yurkevich 1 for 2 today, grounded out to third base in the first inning and had that run-scoring single back in the third. And that one misses as well, so he'll get a 2-0 count. Gray looks in, the 2-0, and that one just misses for ball 3.
Checking the out-of-town scoreboard, the Redhawks getting some help from their feathered friends, the Roadrunners. They hold a 9-1 lead over Rowan in the top of the 6th.
And that one is not something I expected to stick.
No.
I think when we checked, it was the 4th inning, and it was 6-1.
Yeah,
And
and I thought Rowan would slowly but surely come out, because when we looked at it, it was 6-0, and Rowan put one up, and I was like, okay, here comes the unraveling. And Ramapo hung right with him in game 1 too. It was a 3-2 loss, so credit to them.
Wow.
They've been solid, especially since that big loss to Montclair State. They played the Redhawks well in game 2, and Kane has opened up an 11-0 lead, so it looks like they will win, and now it's up to Montclair State to keep pace with them and help themselves out.
Yeah, just got to finish things off here. It would be such a boon for this team to be able to take 2 away today. They're coming away with the victory in the first one. And I'll check over to Yurkevich at first. Mike Murphy at the plate and a 1-0 count.
You're going into a huge set after this one, a home and home against William Patterson.
Yeah. And that's going to be kind of the big test, right?
Yep.
You play that team we've talked about all season, how they're kind of on the same level narratively heading in. Both of them have performed quite well.
And the 2 top offenses in the conference.
1-1 count to Murphy with Yurkevich at first, and they'll fire over there again, send them diving back.
I'll tell you what, though, whatever cobwebs you've had offensively in these two today, you have to wipe off against the William Patterson pitching staff that's throwing to a 6.51 ERA this season.
That one bends in for strike 2 on Murph.
You're going to have to score to hang with the Pioneers, so...
You want to try and maybe shake it out at the end of this one. Try and get a bigger lead. They're used to having such huge scoring outputs as that one is hit high and foul.
I think games like this can be really good for you, though, where you have to grind it out.
Oh, yeah.
And I wouldn't necessarily say game 1 was great for you because you kind of got gifted one. It's still a win, and it's not to take away from that. But this is a good one where, you know, maybe things aren't going your way and you're still finding a way to get a few across.
And the 1-2 is chopped foul. Yeah, it's kind of what we were talking about at the end of game 1 too, right? It's about these teams that really show you what they're about in games where they're forced out of their comfort zones. And Montclair State's comfort zone is to score a bunch of runs and have a big score up there. And here they're kind of forced to adjust and find their own way. Another check over at Jurkiewicz at first. Rightly so, paying attention to him over there. Still have the 1-2 count to Murphy.
He can definitely run.
Yeah.
So
Both of these guys can. And that one's hit up the middle. It'll get through for a base hit. Jurkiewicz makes the turn. He'll go first to third. And Mike Murphy's on with a single. And that'll make way for Andrew Allworther.
great awareness by Jurkiewicz taking the extra base. When that one squeaked through and it kind of just died in that Yogi Berra grass.
Yeah, you had a feeling that he was going to have to go first to third based on just the speed of that ball. If it got through, you can take that extra base. So a nice piece of hitting there by Murph. And that'll be Allworther, who was 0 for 3 in game 1. He's 0 for 2
and a pinch
so
hitter
far. No, it won't
Allworther.
be Allworther. We're actually going to see an early pinch hitter. It'll be Sam Angelo. He's cued in on the walk-up music.
I'd said before it was one of my favorite on the team.
So it'll be Sam Angelo taking it at bat here in the bottom of the 5th inning. He takes the first pitch on the outside corner for strike 1.
Now I wonder, does he go to first base and Cosentino goes to left?
It's definitely a possibility. It's what they did last year. Cosentino saw a bunch of time in left field as that one misses for ball 2.
You do have some versatility with Cosentino being able to play left field.
And the 1-1, Murphy takes off, and there's no throw, so it'll be second and third now. And you had to see that coming.
Yeah. I think that's stolen base.
Yeah. Yeah, they went over to cover, right?
Yeah,
There just wasn't a throwdown.
And Goodall even ditched the squat and got up,
Yeah.
pump faked.
So now it's 2-1, and that one is misses up and away for ball 3. A good hitters count for Angelo with 2 runners in scoring position. Jurkiewicz at third and Murphy at second, still with nobody out here in the 5th.
Yeah, fly ball will do a job, and Angelo has got the good swing plane for that.
And he fouls that one off his own feet for strike 2.
Got a little excited. He swung a ball 4 right there.
Yeah. I mean, who wouldn't be excited? The sun's out. You got 2 runners in scoring position. Just get into the game.
Yeah, chance to hit. Angelo has maybe gotten the short end of the stick in a very loaded Montclair State offense. A chance to come out here and, you knock 2 in with a single. Maybe you earn yourself another shot. The only tough thing is a game like William Patterson is not one to test changes to the lineup, so we'll see how Coach Lorber handles it if Angelo gets a hot hand here late.
The 3-2 swung on and fouled back.
Our Kyle Forsini was in here talking the other day, and Coach Lorber walked up here, and Kyle was talking about how Coach Lorber likes to play the hot hand, and he said, admittedly, I do. So we'll see.
Swung on and missed, strike 3. So Angelo goes down swinging for the first out of the inning. And it'll be Miles Feaster with 2 runners on and 1 away.
Well, good guy to have up here, right? He's got.
Yeah.
I shortchanged him before. He's got 11. He's got 12 RBIs over the last 3 games,
Okay.
including the one earlier, which is just an outrageous number.
See if he can reach into that feaster basket of his and knock a few home. And the first pitch is taken on the inside corner for strike 1.
I know Santa Claus is the chimney. Is there any folklore to the Easter
How
Bunny?
does the Easter Bunny get into your house?
Leave the key under the mat.
There was always a lot of holes in the Easter Bunny story. The lore was never fleshed out, as that one is swung on and missed for strike 2. Santa Claus,
Santa,
they
you're
figured
in
it
on,
out.
but
Yeah, I mean, they had every. When you get first pitch the story, it's like, okay, Santa Claus, he's magic, he comes down the chimney. But the Easter Bunny, it's like a bunny. He lays eggs. How does he get inside? Does he give presents? The 0-2 is fouled off. I was more in on the Tooth Fairy, I think, than
Okay.
something like the Easter Bunny.
okay.
You can't see it. You're sleeping. There's plausible deniability. But there's a big bunny rabbit hopping through your kitchen at 2 in the morning and no one's waking up. Yeah, no shot. That one is into right field. It'll land for a base hit. 1 run scores as Jurkevich crosses the plate, and Miles Feaster gets another RBI, and it's 6-2.
The Feaster Bunny delivers again.
Mhm.
13th RBI in 4 games. That's ridiculous.
Almost as ridiculous as the Easter Bunny story. Wow, it's all adding up, Jack. We finally stumbled
man.
upon it.
Almost had a second one, too, but Murphy got the stop sign thrown up on him, and rightfully so. It was a shallow fly ball and only 1 out. Let Garino have a shot at it.
So Murph moves up to third base still with 1 away. Feaster takes off for second. Garino bunts it down the first base line, and it rolls foul.
Ooh, whoa, a little smooth move by the home plate umpire, Bendy Costanzo. Did you see that?
No.
He, flipped it over his back
The bat?
to Gray. No, the ball.
Oh, the ball.
Yeah. Wow, showing off the athleticism. That was a suicide squeeze, by the way.
Yeah, so you had Murphy coming in home. You had Feaster taking off for second, and Garino squaring to bunt. So with the 4-run lead, getting a little creative here in the 5th inning. And here's the 0-1, and he swings through and fouls it back for strike 2.
I mean, it's still within reach. 1 swing could tie it up for TCNJ, but this is a good chance to try things out within reason.
Yeah. Try and get the bats going and, create runs in a few different ways. The 0-2 to Garino, swung on and missed, strike 3. Another strikeout for Gray in this inning, as he got Angelo just a few batters ago, and now Garino, and there's 2 away for Jason Moore.
Just his 5th of the game, but he's got 2 of them, like you said, in this inning. You never know when you're going to have to get down a suicide squeeze in a big moment, so maybe in some lower leverage situations, try and work out the kinks. And I was even thinking in game 1, when you bring McKenna up with 2 outs, who is very willing to bunt. He has done it on more than 1 occasion this year. Would you consider it with Moore at third? And obviously McKenna gets on and the rest. But, there's situations where that's going to come up. If you're facing maybe an Eli Attia, who you're going to have a tough time hitting.
You have to battle the scratch runs.
Yeah,
across
maybe
there.
you're considering there a suicide squeeze instead of, letting McKenna hit and as it goes.
And there's a difference between those squeeze drills that you do in practice, where it's just get the bat on the ball wherever it is, versus an in-game scenario.
Yeah. And Garino, you saw, kind of had to jump back and adjust the bat. Otherwise, Murphy would have been left hanging out to dry.
So now with 2 away, it'll be Jason Moore. And he swings through the first pitch for strike 1. He struck out his last time up in the 4th, and he walked in his first plate appearance in the 3rd inning. Now he's got runners on 1st and 3rd with 2 away here in the 5th. Murphy on 3rd, Feaster at 1st. And the 0-1 swung on and hit in the air high into right center. Coming over and making the play is Cruciata to end the inning. So Moore flies out, but Montclair State gets another run across. It's 6-2. We'll head to the 6th inning. Top 6 in a 6-2 game. Nick Sefik back out there on the hill for Montclair State. And his first pitch to Ryan Goodall is blown by him for strike one. Goodall 0 for 1 today. He flew out to center field his last time up in the fourth and then walked in the second. This is his first at-bat against Sefik, though, and he skies that one in the air back behind first base. Cosentino is out there, and he makes the play for out number one.
Cosentino does a really nice job handling the territory over there at first base, especially going back on pop-ups like that. He's been really efficient this season.
That's something that I think the entire infield really does well, is ranging back on those shallow outfield pop-ups. Cosentino certainly has that move down, going back into his left. Now there's one away. It'll be Andrew Fernandez stepping in. He takes the first pitch on the outside corner for strike one.
And the handcuff for Sam Angelo in the pinch hit was Blaze Rantanen going out to left field. So we got an answer. Found Cosentino at first. Angelo wasn't there, so.
The ball will always help you figure out who's out there. And yeah, I figured that was, it was one of the two. Either you leave in Angelo and then send Pete out to left, or just replace him out there. And that one is in there for a strike. It's 1-2.
It was McLaughlin last game when it came time for defensive replacements, and this time Rantanen gets the chance.
The 1-2, taken high for ball two. Fernandez, another guy who walked earlier in the game, also struck out. And he makes contact with that one, sending it in the air to left center. Racing over is Murphy all the way on a dive, and he made the catch. Oh, wow, what a play by Mike Murphy. He takes away extra bases, and there's two away.
Wow. It's similar to that ball in the top of the ninth in the first game that Murphy got to and couldn't reel in. And that time he said, I'm not letting it get away from me again.
You're right. We kind of figured that heading into this one. And making that mistake at the end of the last game. He's going to want to vacuum up every single thing that came his way. And now there's two outs as Justin Marcario takes the first pitch.
What a catch.
Yeah. And the range, because he starts in right center. He had to go all the way to left center to get that one.
1/3 of the world is covered by land. The other 2/3 is covered by Mike Murphy.
What a play. And, there's a moment where he reaches all the way at the apex of his reach, almost snow-coned it, and then he rolled over himself. You're lucky the ball didn't pop out.
And he lost his hat with the sunglasses, too. The glare off the sunglasses made me think for a second he lost it on that tumble, and he came up and showed it immediately.
And you've got the white hat, too, that falls off as it's a 4-pitch walk to Marcario, and he's on base with two away. But you see the white hat kind of tumble off, and you think, is that the ball maybe squirting out? But no, just an excellent play out there at center. I feel like every game Murphy shows us why he's out there in center field, and the range he has is incredible.
Yeah, he was playing way over towards right center. And, Rantanen had no chance because he was protecting the left field line. Murphy can cover ground.
Oh, my God. How did he get to that ball? First pitch to Cruciata is taken high for ball one. So 5 straight balls out of the hand of Sefik.
It's nice knowing you have that safety blanket out in the outfield when you're on the hill.
The 1-0. That one is lined into right center. Moving over is McKenna, and he makes a diving play. What is going on in the outfield here at Yogi Berra Stadium? 2 incredible catches by the outfield. First Mike Murphy, then Ryan McKenna, and the inning is over. Montclair State heads to the bottom half, up 6-2. Bottom 6 here at Yogi. John Kosovan, Jack Bartek with you here for Game 2 as Montclair State leads 6-2. And in steps Ryan McKenna to lead things off in the bottom of the 6th inning. There's a new arm out there on the hill for the Lions as McKenna squares and pulls back for strike one. It's Chris Cassini. And this is a guy through 16 and a third innings of work heading into this game with a 3.31 ERA. 11 walks and 25 Ks to his name as that one just misses the plate, and it's 1-1 to McKenna.
And he was the arm that didn't go in at the end of game number 1. Was warming up. That one misses away. Was warming up alongside Schwartz, and they ended up going with Schwartz. And as we said before, you know the rest.
We had that interesting kind of dynamic where there was 2 right-handers up, and you're basically just picking one. As McKenna puts a strong swing there, but gets nothing, and it's 2-2. McKenna, by the way, made that gorgeous catch out in right field to end the inning. And what an excellent effort as he fouls that one off.
Yeah, you know, saw Mike Murphy with the diving catch, felt inspired.
Yeah.
Anything you can do, I can do better. I still don't know if it was a better catch, but it was on par.
The strength to be there. Andy Chavez. 2-2 to McKenna. Fouled off again. Yeah, I mean, when the guy next to you makes that sort of play, you're almost, you know, you feel obligated to do something the same way. A real nice diving stop there for McKenna in the field. And now at the plate, he watches that one go high for ball 3.
Good at bat.
Yeah, it's trouble when you come into the game as a new pitcher and the number 9 hitter gives you a good one, but he swings through that one for strike 3. And the first batter of Cassini's outing is retired.
The Lions pitching today has been pretty good, all things considered.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think they've shown anytime you can come in one at home here against this Montclair State offense and quiet them down as this. I know they got 6 runs in this one, but that's still relatively quiet. So they've done their job thus far as the first pitch to Norton was fouled back. Joe Norton 1 for 3 in this game. 0 for his first 2 and then singled and stole a base back in the 4th inning. And he lets that one go for ball 1.
This game started to slow down just a little bit. We were moving at an insane pace.
Yeah.
Now we are almost right at 2 hours.
Almost just 10 minutes away from that 2-hour mark.
And we'll see if we can get this one in sub 3 hours, which would make it back-to-back games, which is unheard of.
As the 2-1 misses inside for ball 3. I mean, that's everything we could ask for, Jack.
Yeah.
A couple of sub 3-hour games. Now the 3-1 to Norton. And it misses wide for ball 4. So Norton will take his base over to first, and now there'll be a runner on for Pete Cosentino.
His second time in as many at-bats in a row that he's been on base. Stole a base the last time.
I don't know, Jack. I think Pete's walk-up music is pretty solid, too.
It's funny.
Because he puts that on, and then he takes you 400 feet.
Ooh.
That one is fouled off the catcher's mask, and we'll get some time here.
That's got to hurt.
Yeah.
Give credit to Goodall. Stick it in there.
It's kind of crazy to me how there's still no, I mean, the technology's certainly gotten better, but there's still no real, like, official padding there for some sort of catcher mask. You know, they're still currently, even at the major league level, just workshopping new ways to get complete protection back there, but it still feels like everything back that hits you in the face off the foul tip is going to hurt.
Yeah.
It's just such a hard thing to defend against.
I mean, you did at least have the advancement from the old catcher's mask and helmet to the catcher's mask or the goalie's mask, which I think was an improvement.
Yeah.
You get the all-around protection and a little bit more padding in there. As
the 0-1 is in the dirt, Norton takes off, and there'll be no throw. Easy decision for Joe Norton, seeing that thing skip in front of the plate, and now there's a runner in scoring position with one away.
No steals, though. They give him a wild pitch,
Yeah.
advancing him, as it should be.
Yeah, he didn't start moving until that thing hit the dirt.
Now, maybe I'm wrong here. I don't think there's any catchers left in the league that are still using the old mask and helmet.
That's a good question. I can't imagine one. I feel like we would know that,
Yeah.
as that one's inside to Pete. It's 2-1.
The goalie's mask has just become the norm.
And there's that.
no one at this level using it.
Yeah, no. There's that new one that Tyler Flowers, I think, is the one that's trying to create like a new catcher's mask back there that they're trying to make a little bit more popular. Anthony Recker used it while he was on the Mets. And that one is taken for a strike. Pete not happy, and it's 2-2. But I think if there is a breakthrough there, it's got to come from a catcher. Someone who's taken a lot of hits off the foul tip. Finally fed up. So 2-2 count to Cosentino. Norton leads from second with one away. And that one's low for ball 3. Will go full.
Good at-bats from the Red Hawks, especially in game number 2.
Yeah, you got a 4-run lead. No one blame you if you'd be a little bit more swing happy, but they have looked at the ball pretty well here in this inning. So full count delivery to Cosentino. Chopped on the ground to second. It's scooped up. And the throw to first gets the out. There's 2 away.
A nice piece of fielding by Fernandez, ranging over, playing the hop. Moves Norton up 90 feet, though.
Yeah, so at the very least, Norton gets to third base. And we'll set up for Jordan Yurkevich now. Drove in a run with a base hit back in the 3rd inning. Walked and came around to score in the 5th.
Yeah, one of just 2 Red Hawk RBIs today. The other 4 runs coming in through walks and, errors.
And the first pitch to Yurkevich is low for ball 1. That other RBI coming off the bat of Feaster.
What else is new?
Yeah. So Norton on third base with 2 away. 1-0 count to Yurkevich, and he swings through it for strike 1.
He was guessing fastball.
Yeah, that thing dropped off the table and into the dirt. A 1-1 count now to Yurkevich.
He's due for a home run, I feel like.
Uh-oh. Oh, that's a big call. 1-1, and it's in the dirt for ball 2.
Well, he had a moonshot on Thursday. He hit 2. One of them was an opposite field that just peeked over the fence and right. The other, he hit it out to left. It had to have hit in his last name on the scoreboard out there.
And that one is a towering shot the opposite way foul.
It might be the most monstrous home run I've seen hit at Yogi Berra Stadium.
Wow.
And that's with, I spent the summer interning for the Jackals last year, and every Montclair State game I've called, both D3 and semi-pro, I've never seen a ball hit like that.
Yeah, the 2-2, half swing, and they'll say he went around. So Yurkevich not happy, and he'll walk right back to the dugout as they got him on the swing to end the inning. So Montclair State gets a walk but can't bring Norton around to score. Still a 6-2 lead. We'll head to the top half. Top 7 at Yogi, and we'll have the top of the order for the Lions. The fourth time through the lineup for TCNJ here in Game 2 as they're down by 4 in a 6-2 game. Michael Schumacher back out there in the box, and he takes the first pitch high for ball 1. Schumacher 2 for 3 today, doubled in the first, singled in the third, and then flew out to left field his last time up in the 5th. And it'll be 2-0. Nick Sefik back on the hill for Montclair State. Came in to finish things off in the 5th inning and then pitched a nice 6th.
He's giving him some really nice work. Very clean line.
And the 2-0 is high for ball 3.
Only allowed that one walk.
Yeah, that one walk to Marcario, and that was it. Got some nice help on defense as well. And the 3-0 is taken for a strike on the inside half. Jack Haynes is on deck. And that one is taken for a strike. It's 3-2.
Good work back by Sefik. Now make it count.
Sefik rocks back. The payoff pitch. Called strike 3. Schumacher goes down looking, and there's one away.
Well, he took a little bit to get going, but a late good morning, good afternoon, good night from Sefik. That was pretty.
Sefik bounces back from a 3-0 count to get Schumacher, and now it'll be Jack Haynes stepping in, and the first pitch is high for ball 1. Haynes flew out in the first, grounded out in the third, and then was hit by a pitch and came around to score in the 5th. Now he faces Sefik for the first time, and that one is grounded foul on the first base side.
We keep our eye on the out-of-town scoreboard. 13-1 Ramapo in front of Rowan in the 7th inning. I don't know where that came from.
If I had to pick either of those teams to start getting some more runs, I was going to pick Rowan to make things closer. As that one is in there for a strike as Haynes showed bunt and pulled back.
Nick Brownie. What a performance. 6 1/3, 10 hits, only 1 run though, 3 walks and 4 strikeouts. He has stymied those profs.
Only scattering those 10 hits.
Yeah. Kane well out in front, 13-0 over Rutgers Newark.
The 1-2 to Haynes, fouled back.
And then the other game of note, William Patterson, just a 4-1 lead over Stockton in the 4th inning. Something to keep an eye on. And those will be some big games Thursday and Friday.
1-2 count to Haynes. Ripped on the ground to second. Soft grounded to Feaster. And the throw to first gets the out. There's 2 away.
You'd guess that it's going to be Gonzalez and Reese going for the Redhawks on Thursday and Friday as the rotation is gone. And then they will continue their conference slate on the road against Stockton on Saturday with a doubleheader. Long trip down the shore.
And the first pitch to Chris Reeder is low and in the dirt for ball 1. Yeah, I always love that point in the season where you start looking ahead at the matchups and how important they're going to be over the next week.
Well, the big one, keep tabs on it, will be Thursday the 28th and Friday the 29th against Kane. The Redhawks were able to steal one from Rowan. Obviously, this Thursday and Friday is going to be big against William Patterson, and then Kane on that 28th and 29th. Those are the deciders.
It's a 3-0 count now to Reeder. Sefik starting to lose the zone a little bit in this at-bat, but then again, he had a 3-0 count to Schumacher and came back to K him up.
Just looking ahead to that Kane matchup, the 28th we'll have on the Red Hawk Sports Network, the 29th. Planning to send WMSC Radio down there to cover that one on the road. A big one. Preparing for playoffs.
Make an appearance. Doing that all postseason if possible.
Yeah, hard not to follow this team.
Chris Cody will step in now for the Lions. Couple of base hits, couple of RBIs today. And now he steps in with 2 away and a man on first and Reeder. First pitch from second.
Oof.
Sefik is swung on and missed. And that's exactly what Cody does every single time at bat is that first pitch. He is taking a monster hack.
It's a scary swing, too. If he connected with that, it would have been trouble.
The 0-1. High for a ball. The back pick try is no good. Has Reeder diving back. And you know, it's kind of an interesting strat, right, for Cody. If every single first pitch, he just takes a monster hack through the zone, no one's going to want to throw a first pitch fastball to get ahead. Squares the bunt now and gets it down towards the left side. Sefik chases it and it rolls to a stop. A beautiful bunt single by Cody with 2 away, and now there's 2 aboard.
Good baseball. I can dig that.
Yeah.
Not only after the big hack, but also with the Red Hawks shifting. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Round of applause.
It took exactly what the defense gave to him, as now we'll get Coach Gaynor out for a conference at the mound.
A 3-hit day for Cody now, too.
Yeah, he has been, you know, it's easy to say, oh, he's been smoking the ball at 3 hits, but then one of them on the bunt, just showing how versatile he is. He laid down a good sack bunt, too, in game 1.
Yep.
Out of that 4-hole. So now there's first and second, Cody at first and Reeder at second. It'll be Oskowski stepping in. He hit into that inning-ending double play on Sefik's first batter of the game back in the 5th.
And this is such a big spot for this TCNJ offense. Chance to get back in it. And that's going to do it for Sefik.
All
Wow.
right. Yeah, they're going to pull Sefik as he goes back to the dugout. He'll get his rounds of hands as we'll get a reliever in from Montclair State to try and put out the fire here in the 7th. Still up 6-2. We'll be right back. New arm for the Red Hawks is Darren Gonzalez. He'll step in relief of Sefik, and it makes sense because Sefik had gone through the order once. He had already faced Oskowski once back in the 5th inning, so you don't want to let him face the lineup twice over. This is the move to make. First and second, 2 away. And the first pitch from Gonzalez is taken down the middle for strike 1.
And Sefik's line looks pretty good, at least right now, depending on if Gonzalez could get him out of it. 2 1/3, 1 hit, 2 walks that hurt, but a strikeout. And trying to stay scoreless if Gonzalez can put out this fire.
Gonzalez sets. Deep breath and the 0-1.
Oh.
Taken just off the outside corner, and it'll go 1-1.
That is tough.
Yeah.
Gonzalez has a pretty good line coming into this one. He's 2-0. 3.55 ERA and a sub-1 whip, .95 coming in. So
8 walks and 14 Ks in 12 2/3 innings for Gonzalez. And 1-1 Laskowski is hit high in the air. Moore ranging back on the lip of the grass, and he makes the play for the final out. So Darren Gonzalez comes in and gets a pop out to get out of the jam. We'll move to the bottom half of the 7th, still 6-2 Montclair State.
Center fielder number 20, Michael Murphy.
Bottom 7, and Chris Cassini is out there for his second inning of work for the Lions. Put away Montclair State in 4 batters back in the 6th, and he's out there for the bottom of the 7th. And his first pitch to Murphy, he's outside.
kind of devoid of action in that last inning.
Murph fouls that one off. Move the count to 1-2. Yeah, things got a little bit hairy as Norton worked the walk and then moved up on the wild pitch. And it was at third base. But Cassini got the K of Jurkevich to get out of the jam there. A 2-1 count to Murphy.
Oh.
And he takes that one on the outside corner for strike 2.
It looked a bit out from here. Gonzalez did not get that call in the last inning.
The 2-2, Cassini rocks back, and the pitch swung on and lifted in the air to center field. Coming in is Shoemaker, rushing in, and he makes the play on the run to put away Murphy.
Fernandez is starting to scare me a little bit. He kept going. It didn't look like he was throwing the brakes on or the blinker. Ended up veering right at the end.
Left fielder number 28.
I mean, if you're coming in, as we'll have Blaze Rantanen stepping in for his first step out of the game. Remember, after the Angelo pinch hit for Olwerther in the 5th, Rantanen came in to play left field, so he'll take his first swings here. And he takes the first pitch for ball 1. I mean, if you're center field, if you're Schumacher coming in, and then you see your second baseman running full steam ahead towards you, his hat is falling off. I mean, you got to be able to lock in and take out those distractions, because I don't think I'd be able to focus.
Yeah, we've seen way too many of those collisions end careers. I mean, the Mets had, who was it, Beltran and Mike Cameron, right?
Yeah. Mike Cameron was never the same in the outfield after that, as Rantanen swings through that one for strike 2.
I think Ryan Church might have had a similar situation. Well, he also had the concussion on the slide, but, that's just a difficult thing, obviously physically, but mentally to work back from.
And even, on a smaller scale, you had David Wright and Ike Davis, right, in the infield. And since that, I don't think either of them were the same.
No.
Wright had a lot of other unrelated issues, but Davis, too, in the Valley Fever.
He was an all-star candidate before that. We like Ike.
Yeah,
that was a whole candidacy.
Swung on and missed, strike 3. So Rantanen goes down, and there's 2 away here in the 7th.
Not great production out of your 5-hole today.
No,
3 strikeouts in a row for 3 different batters.
Just trying to piece it together with the guys off the bench. I wonder if Olwerther's okay after the early pull. And here comes Miles Feaster. Well, talk about production. This is the guy over the last few days.
Only maybe one more at-bat to use the Feaster bunny joke.
Oh, see,
right?
now we're on the clock here. He takes that one for a ball.
And it's not even like they come right out Monday and Tuesday after the weekend and you can use it again. And we won't see him again back here until Friday next week.
Yeah,
so
it's
it'll
now
be
or never.
way overplayed. It's like saying Happy New Year January 10th.
And that one is taken on the inside corner for strike 1.
Something's got to be outlined there, by the way.
Explain.
I don't know when the last day you can say it is, but
And that one's up the middle for a base hit.
I don't think he might have hit the bag, too.
So that ball hopped out in the center field off the bat of Feaster.
Nice.
And he's on safely with 2 away. Well, there's always like
I just feel like there's usually generally accepted things with those unwritten
like a
human
statute
rules.
of limitations.
Yeah.
I'm always very strong on like the birthday. Like the day after your birthday, like it's done.
Yeah.
Like there's like you were born on one day.
You could get belated birthdays the day after, but after that, it's kind of like.
Oh, this is what I'm thinking. It's the birthday party. How long after your birthday can you hold the birthday party? I give it like a 3-day birth afterwards.
And the thing is, you see people going like a month.
Yeah, I mean,
which I guess when you're booking like party halls and things like that, it gets a little bit hairy. But I do agree with you there. It's a little bit, It's another one of those things that there's just too much gray area. Somebody's got to put their foot down and say we're going 1 week after New Year's is when you can tell me to have a Happy New Year.
Make it a federal holiday. And that one is in there for a strike to Garino.
What's the latest you've ever gotten a Happy New Year?
A Happy New Year? I don't think I've ever gotten a Happy New Year, period.
No,
you get
come on.
Yeah, but no one is saying happy. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I feel like the night is it.
Or have like a nice New Year.
How's your New Year
going?
going?
That family.
Like I've been known to ask, like, oh, how's the New Year treating you? Like a month in.
I've gotten like Happy New Year's in February.
That's
which
insane
is just
to me.
wrong.
Yeah,
Come on.
That's fraudulent. 3-1 count to Garino. Feaster's on the move, and that one is skied in the air. Down the right field line, it'll land foul.
There's a little bit of warming up going on there, too. Went right near the catcher's area.
Always fun when a foul ball reveals a new arm in the pen.
Yeah. It's like, in books, TV shows, movies, when things are written in to, like, lead you into the next thing or lead you to what you should see.
Right. And a check swing called strike 3 anyway. And Garino is sat down, so a pair of Ks for Cassini. And that one works around a 2-out single by Feaster. And we'll move to the 8th inning. Montclair State still up 6-2. Top 8 at Yogi Berra Stadium. Hey, 8. Yogi Berra, huge. His number's out there on that jackal sign out there in left field.
Are they going to put 27 up there now?
I don't know. Does that qualify for the official Yogi Berra Stadium numbers there? Is it just jackals?
They have the Red Hawk signage on the right side of the scoreboard.
Yeah.
I would propose the right side of the scoreboard. You get another banner of Montclair State numbers.
An official proposal, get it to the right people?
Yeah. Well, listen, I told the story in the softball broadcast the other day. The road that runs behind the softball stadium, I've talked to you about this. You might have been on the call with me for that softball game.
I was on the call, and I was listening to your excellent breakdown of this scenario as Jason Moore throws out Goodall for the first out of the inning.
That's a fine play by Moore. So, listen, I'm just going to pat myself on the back here.
Yeah, no, huge.
Great piece of investigative journalism. So the ice hockey arena here at Montclair State University, formerly known as Floyd Hall Arena, was bought by the university, switched to the MSU Ice Hockey Arena, and back last year was calling a softball game, the first year of the MSU Ice Hockey Arena name. So that one's in there for a called strike. And, so many foul balls hit from the softball stadium onto that road that runs behind it or parallel to it. And, I was wondering, what is the name of this road? Nobody would know. It's so tucked away. The only people driving on it are commuters trying to get out through the ice hockey arena parking lot. So I look it up on Google Maps, and it's Floyd Hall Road. But there's no Floyd Hall Arena.
Right.
So, somebody must have, it was an oversight, right? You buy the arena, you get to rename it. Therefore, you should get street naming rights.
Yeah.
And I made my case on the broadcast, forgot about it, didn't even look back at it until 2 weeks ago. I'm calling a softball game. There's a ton of foul balls hit onto this road. And I'm like, okay, well, now the gears are turning again. I go and look, and, I actually have to check what the official name is now.
Mm-hmm. That one's in the dirt for ball 2.
So you got to bear with me for a second.
Oh, no, but this is a great pull. I mean, it just goes to show how much influence you have, I think, over the presiding areas.
Somebody of power, or somebody in a position of power was listening to that broadcast.
And the 2-2 just misses as Gonzalez definitely wanted that one on the outside corner, but Fernandez will get a full count.
Montclair State dugout couldn't believe it. It is now Arena Drive.
Arena Drive. Okay.
Would you look at that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I wonder how they came up there. The 3-2 called strike 3, and Fernandez, tried to push it in his favor by racing the first, but couldn't get out of there in time, and he's punched out. There's 2 away.
And that's the payback call, right? Probably should have had him on 2-2. Didn't get the call. Get that one. But, I mean, listen, is there always the possibility that somebody else had checked Google Maps and found it out themselves? Yeah, of course.
And made a call to the, it's possible.
I'm not buying it.
No.
And I never got an email. I never got a call. I would have just liked to have been informed, right?
Like, hey, we're taking your suggestion.
Yeah.
You're not going to be monetarily compensated, but we'd like to give you some props vocally.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting I'm just trying to do well by my university.
You performed a community service if it is indeed fall on your shoulders. As that one misses, it'll be 1-1 to Macario. And
it could have been a ribbon cutting ceremony. They did that for the arena, right, and not for the road. It just feels like you're shortchanging it.
It exists. Cars drive. People walk. I walk that road all the time to get back to my apartment.
Being a commuter and having been on that road a lot, I think it deserves the respect.
It's a 2-1 count to Macario. With 2 away here in the 8th. Darren Gonzalez has worked through the first 2 batters of the inning, Goodall and Fernandez, with ease. And now he's got the 2-1 count to the 3rd baseman. And here it is, swung on and missed for strike 2.
Gonzalez looked really sharp this inning.
Yeah.
This whole Montclair State bullpen has kind of turned things around as the season has gone along, and this pitching staff in total was a question mark coming into the year. They've been really good for the most part.
2-2 count to Macario with 2 away. That one's in the dirt for ball 3. Yeah, especially in this game where you're not scoring, or today even, you're not scoring as many runs as you're used to. for the pitching to step up and make the score close, because, you could be used to scoring 12 runs a game, then all of a sudden you score 2, but still allow 8 or so. But the pitching has really bared down and made things close here, as that one misses for ball 4. So Marcario will take his base. That's his second straight walk of the day.
You hate to give up 2 strike walks.
Yeah.
Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite you. But
2 strike, 2 out walks.
Yeah, right. This Montclair State pitching staff is holding opposing offenses to a 277 average. That's tied for 3rd in the conference, only behind Kane and Rowan, who, those are the 2 dogs that you're chasing. You have the offense. 364 hitting the ball coming into today. This is wild.
Yeah, insane what we've watched as Cruciata lines it in the right field for a base hit. Marcario made a hard turn at second, but he'll stay there. So it's a walk and a base hit with 2 outs here at the bottom of the order, and that'll flip things up to the top with Michael Schumacher. And 2 on and 2 out.
And I thought that Marcario could have gotten to 3rd safely, but with 2 down, and you're trailing by 4, there's just no reason to test it, right?
Yeah, and McKenna's shown, more than competence out there in right field. You're not going to try and test him this late in the game. But you're going to have to get some runs across at some point as Schumacher swings through the first pitch for strike 1.
This is big here. Schumacher's had a nice day. If he can shoot one down the line, and good on Coach Lorber, he has eliminated the gaps here. Putting Murphy more in dead center and trying to eliminate the gaps as much as you can at Yogi Berra. You don't want to let one get behind you.
The 0-1 swung on and missed for strike 2.
If a base hit drops in, you can live with 1 run coming around, but if 2 come around, then you have a guy on second. It becomes a totally different ball game at 6-4 and another run in scoring position. Tying run at the plate.
Yeah, then things get a lot more serious. So the 0-2 here, Gonzalez breathes, and the offering too high for ball 1. Tried to get him to chase, but he didn't bite. Schumacher's been on the ball so far. Jackie mentioned a pair of base hits earlier in the game, but since then he's flown out and struck out looking back in the 7th.
Looks like the shark out there in the Montclair State bullpen. Justin Silva warming up.
But for now, it's Gonzalez on the hill. The 1-2 count. Runners lead from 1st and 2nd. The pitch once again high, and it's ball 2.
You can afford to waste one there, but now you got to go at him. You can't nibble too much, and you put yourself in kind of not quite a back against the wall scenario, but you got to throw a good one here.
Yeah, you don't want things to get out of hand, especially moving towards the middle of the order. So with Marcario at 2nd and Cruciata at 1st, Gonzalez sets and delivers the 2-2. Too high for ball 3.
And that's what you fear, right? You don't give him anything to even think about on 0-2, 2-2, or 1-2, and then 2-2. You got to throw a good one, and it's tough. You got to spot it, and you lose it, and now you're in a full count.
And now with 2 outs, the runners will be in motion. So Marcario takes his lead from 2nd, Cruciata his from 1st. And Schumacher digs in, 3-2 count. Gonzalez checks 2nd. And delivers, swung on and missed, strike 3.
Huge.
Gonzalez fans Schumacher his 2nd K of the inning and gets out of some trouble in the 8th. Montclair State still with a 6-2 lead and will go to the bottom half. dark clouds rolling in from left field, but we got some time here at Yogi Berra. John Kosoban, Jack Bartek here in Game 2 of the doubleheader on a Saturday. Montclair State hosting TCNJ. They took the first game and are now on the verge of a Game 2 victory, up 6-2 here in the bottom of the 8th inning as the first pitch to Jason Moore is in there for strike one.
Listen, I'm trying to see 2 sub-3-hour games. It's like a unicorn.
And I mean, this is something that we would write down. What's your wish list for the season? I would probably write this down.
A doubleheader. Hey, I'll sign up for 1 sub-3-hour game.
Yeah, right.
I go in with the expectation of an hour and a half, at least.
Yeah, I mean,
or I'm sorry, 3.5 hours.
Right. Oh yeah, I definitely block out like 6 or 7 hours if I'm coming in to do a doubleheader. Like that's, yeah, you're in there for the long run.
I'm almost just considering a day over.
Yeah, it's gonna be dark out. Well, that's actually as the semester's gone on, the season's gone on. The lights stay. I'm pretty sure I have that right. The light,
I love it.
It's further into the day that it's out. So you're able to play some more baseball without having to go to the lights.
Good for us. Lights don't.
Lights
because the lights are not available to us here at Yogi Berra Stadium,
out of
at
luck.
least to this point in the season. So, if you're wondering why this game was originally, I believe it was a 2:00 start. It got moved up to 11 because of the lights, and that one is tough.
Oof, yeah, that's brutal right there as Moore puts it into left center. And you saw Cody coming in, trying to make that short hop play on the run, and just booted over his glove. And that'll make way for Ryan McKenna.
Didn't touch the glove. They scored a single.
I'm in on a single there.
Yeah.
I think that it came up maybe and hit his wrist. It hit something.
A tough play.
Yeah, it's a tough one to come in and grab.
They're all tough here on the infield, to be totally honest.
So Moore after the 3-2 count getting on base, and now it'll be McKenna.
Playing him to bunt, it looks like. Macario comes weighing. 2 steps in on the cut.
With the 4-run lead, he does square and gets it down. So Marcario bringing in on the bare hand, and the sidearm throw gets McKenna for out number 1. That'll move Moore up to second.
A very nice play by Mr. Marcario with the bare hand. I get it.
Yeah.
1 swing of the bat would tie it right now with a grand slam. If you get it to 5, different story.
And that'll be up to the top of the order for Montclair State as Joe Norton steps in. 1 for 3 today with a base hit back in the 4th. He also walked in the 6th.
You mentioned the sun staying out later. Daylight savings time. You see that bill being passed to eliminate daylight savings time?
No way.
Yeah, so it would stay out later all year long.
Yeah, the first pitch to Norton is high for ball 1. And I'm pretty sure that like the original daylight savings time was like having to do with like farming and agriculture.
We're beyond that now.
I think so. I mean, it's still a vital piece of our infrastructure.
Yeah.
As Norton grounds that one to short, Cody bobbles that one, tries to get the throw off, and it's stopped in the dirt. And that could have been a lot worse.
A really nice job by Oskowski just to keep it in front.
So Oskowski saves a run, and Norton reaches first base. So now it's a much more dangerous situation for Cassini, who hasn't really had too much trouble in his outing so far today. In his 2 innings of work, he faced 4 batters in each of those innings and never really had to sweat too much. But here he is pitching out of the stretch. He's got runners on first and third with Pete Cosentino at the plate.
Ugh. Not a welcome sight for opposing pitchers.
No, not at all, especially with only 1 away.
There is help waiting in the wings. Zach Yellow has been warming up, the lefty in that TCNJ bullpen.
And the first pitch to Cosentino is low and away for ball 1.
Didn't miss by much.
You gave him the error on the bobble there?
Yeah. Is that not how it was scored?
No, I would go there too, yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
1-0 to Cosentino, and that one misses. We'll go to 2-0.
Even with the bobble, I thought he had a play. I thought he had a play. And the throw, obviously rushed, takes Oskowski off the bag. So
2-0 to Cosentino. And that one's too far inside for ball 3.
You could be careful with him, but
you
you got to face the boss battle at some point.
I mean, regardless, you either have first and third with Cosentino up, or Jurkevich with the bases loaded.
It's 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other.
You decide right now, and it's ripped into left field for a base hit. Moore comes home, racing around third, and it goes all the way to the wall. Here comes Norton. He will score. Cosentino chugging around to third, and he's in there standing. And we were talking about the 3-0 green light just a few innings ago, Jack, and right there, Cosentino had it and ripped one into the outfield.
If anyone's going to get it, it's him, right?
Yeah.
I'm interested to see how they score it. I'm calling it a triple gut reaction. Do you think that's a double with an E7?
I didn't even see the ball get past Haynes out there and left.
No, they do give him the triple, and they should, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what's crazy is even though Haynes might have had a shot at it, he just hit a ground ball that touched the dirt in the infield, and it rolled all the way and hit the fence in left field.
Yeah. And Jurkevich goes swinging on the first pitch he sees. That's a liner in the right, caught for the out. Here comes Cosentino, and he'll score easily. So Jurkevich wastes no time getting Cosentino home. That's another run scratched across, and it's 9-2 Montclair State.
And your two guys in the order that you'd love to produce, Cosentino 2 RBIs, Jurkevich 2 RBIs.
So after a 4-run lead had existed for a while for the Red Hawks in a couple innings, they finally put together a string of few runs in. And now that lead has expanded to a 7-run deficit as the first pitch to Murphy is taken for a ball.
It's only the 7th triple of Cosentino's career. Bookended by 41 doubles and 19 home runs.
You can afford to, every once in a while, stretch out those legs. So used to trotting. With 2-0 slapped on the ground to first, Oskowski has it. And the flip to Cassini covering the bag, and that'll end things. Inning over. But Montclair State puts across 3, and we'll head to the 9th inning with a 7-run lead. It's 9-2. Top 9 at Yogi Berra, John Kosman, Jack Bartek here for Game 2 on the Red Hawk Sports Network. Montclair State came away with the victory in Game 1 and now are lined up here for the final 3 outs as the Lions take their at-bats. Jack Haynes stepping in and taking the first pitch for a strike out of the arm of Darren Gonzalez, who coming into this inning in line for the save, Jack.
Yeah, it would be a pretty weird save, but he came in with a tying run on deck in that 7th inning. Those baseball quirks.
Yeah, we were just actually talking about it in Game 1 with Havson, even though it still was a save opportunity. We were saying even if it wasn't, he would still be able to get it
the 3 inning.
coming in for the 3 innings. Old school. And the 1-1 is taken high for ball 2.
And also, I mean, this one less of a quirky thing, but since Pontari didn't go the full 5, he went 4 1/3. Nick Sefik is the pitcher in line for the win.
And he certainly would have earned it. He pitched very well coming out of the bullpen. And it's a 2-1 to Haynes. Hit on the ground to first, through the legs of Cosentino and into right field.
5-hole.
Sometimes the ball is just smoked that hard enough. And right underneath Cosentino's glove, and the Lions will have a leadoff base runner here in the 9th.
And Pete he's very good defensively, but we say time and time again, this Yogi Berra infield, it's like a circus sometimes. And right there, that hop got the best of Pete.
So that'll be Chris Reeder, the designated hitter. He's walked 3 times today.
Wow.
He takes the first pitch low and away for ball 1. So, I mean, he really only has the 1 at-bat in the first inning when he grounded out to Moore at short. Ever since then, he's been walking.
What becomes interesting now, Gonzalez at 30 pitches. He's only thrown more than 30 pitches twice this year. Back on March 16th, he had 43, and he had 45 last weekend against Ramapo. So can he get through this inning to earn the save?
2-0 count now to Reeder, who's seen his fair share of balls today. Haynes leads from first. And the 2-0. Swung on and popped up. High behind home plate. Guarino coming out in front in a collision as Cosentino came crashing in. They'll try to throw to second, can't get him. And everyone's safe.
And Gonzalez, he gets the worst of that situation, right? Not only do you pitch well enough to get an out, you don't get the out, and then you get bulldozed by Cosentino.
Yeah, just a lot happening on that play. A lot of moving parts as Coach Lorber will come out, and we will get that pitching change. So a couple of base runners on now for the Lions here in the 9th as things start to get interesting.
And before we take a break, how about the tail of the tape on that one? Cosentino 6'2", 220. Gonzalez 5'9", 172.
Yeah, I wouldn't. If I were him, I wouldn't mind going down to sit down and take a breather. Maybe empty the cooler, too. We'll be right back here on the Red Hawk Sports Network. Back out here in the ninth as Justin Silva takes over for Montclair State. And it's a tall task with Haynes on second, Reeder on first, and still nobody out here in the ninth as Chris Cody steps in. And the first pitch to him, yeah, you can't take a big hack at that because it's high for ball one. Cody, 3 hits on the day. A couple of RBI singles and then that bunt base hit back in the 7th. And the 1-0 is taken on the outside corner for strike one.
Silva's got the velocity. He's just got to be able to control it, and if he is, he can deal.
He's given up 9 earned runs in 11 innings so far for the Redhawks. 11 walks, 15 Ks, as that one is high for ball 2.
We were talking in between the pitching change about this would be the 24th win of the year for Montclair State. The last time they won 24 games at least was 2012. They won 27. Then you'd have to go back to 2009 when they won 26. That was their last trip to the Division III Mid-Atlantic Regional.
Certainly a good sign when you can get to that number as quickly as they have. Or at least seem primed to. It'll be a 2-2 count to Cody. Haynes on second, Reeder on first. Still nobody out in the ninth, so a 7-run lead for the Redhawks, but things aren't over yet. As Silva sets and fires, and that one's way too high for ball 3. Garino had to get up, man. He left the ground.
It was like NFL Combine stuff right there. Doing the vertical jump with the gear on. I would love to see that. Catchers doing the vertical in gear.
Add the catchers in gear to every single combine event and see what they come out with. Big pitch here, 3-2. High and outside for ball 4. So Silva comes in and walks Cody after a full count. And now the bases will be loaded for Joe Oskowski. Oskowski has had quite the day. And that weird play in the first inning to end things on the throw home. Grounded out in the 3rd inning, had that inning-ending double play in the 5th, and then popped out to Moore at shortstop in the 7th inning.
And it doesn't look like Coach Lorber's playing any games. He's got Ethan Gonzalez, the starter, warming up in the bullpen. So assume it's a fairly short leash for Silva.
You know, we were talking, I think, off air a few innings ago about how there's, a 4-day break for this.
So you can afford to give Gonzalez 10 pitches here. It would essentially be a bullpen.
Yeah. That'll be a 1-1 count to Oskowski.
And that's not something new for Coach Lorber, using guys' bullpen days in game.
And the 1-1 is shot in the right center field. That's going to land for a base hit. 1 run comes home to score. And that lead is trimmed. It's 9-3.
There's something that I love so much about seeing an outfielder deke on a base hit that you know is going to get down. But you just never know when you're going to catch somebody.
Right.
That was a nice job by McKenna there. And who knows, maybe it did hold up Reeder just a touch. Probably wouldn't have sent him anyway, with the situation being.
Going station to station as the bases remain loaded here with still nobody out. Ryan Goodall will step up to the plate. He's 0 for 3 in this one. Walked back in the 2nd. And a fly out, pop out, ground out, all the different ways as he takes that one for a strike. It's 0-1.
I wouldn't exactly say they're within striking distance yet, but you don't want to let him get too much momentum here.
6-run lead, still pretty strong, but bases loaded, nobody out is not the best spot to be in as he gets Goodall swinging there for strike 2.
How would you feel if Goodall leaves the yard here? Still a two-run lead. If you go in,
Yeah.
Everything equal going into the 9th with a 2-run lead, you'd feel pretty good.
Yeah. That one just misses for ball 1.
It just goes to show you how much momentum and circumstance plays in sport.
Because then, if they can narrow that gap.
Oh, the dugout would go nuts.
1-2 count To Goodall, the pitch. Called strike 3. Goodall gets caught looking, and there's one away.
Picasso painting the inside corner.
See, I know that one. Picasso. Painter. Rembrandt, another painter.
Rembrandt is the more common.
More baseball associated
yeah.
one.
Yep.
Oh, I was reading something the other day saying that, it's always about painting the corners, call him a Rembrandt. As that first pitch is in there for a strike. And apparently Rembrandt's style was to have nothing on the corners.
Oh, so what are we doing?
I don't know. That's what I was reading a pitch for eliminating that phrase from the baseball kind of words, the lexicon.
Oh, maybe we can lead the charge
Do
here.
some research there. I want everything fact-based, though, so I got to check out Rembrandt's stuff.
Is there a painter that's specifically painted on
Only
the corners?
painted on the corner because
the
that
middle
guy,
of the canvas is just nothing.
and that guy is ripe for the picking. He should submit a claim now to get a patent going. 1-1 count to Fernandez, still with the bases loaded and one away, and that hack misses for strike 2.
I'm invested. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
I mean, there's nothing on the corners, right?
right. Yeah, it's just a lot of dead space. So everything is centralized in the middle.
It's like when you add the vignette feature on pictures, right? And it blackens out the corners.
The 1-2 taken the other way in the right, and it just lands foul.
Despite the best efforts of the first base coach.
He almost had me. I was like, wow. I mean, he's got the best view. Is that a fair ball? He's just trying to get
Bendy Costanzo behind the plate too took an extra beat before he. Oh, it's foul actually.
It's like the equivalent of sitting first row and yelling "I got it" on pop-ups just to see what happens. Reader at third, Cody at second, Oskowski at first. Fernandez at the plate. Called strike 3 for out number 2. 2 straight caught lookings for Goodall and Fernandez, and now there's 2 away.
Silva had a bowl of punchies before he came in. I love it. Now he's finding the control, right? And you see how dangerous he can be when he's got it going.
What a great way to bounce back after the walk and the base hit. 2 Ks, and that'll be Justin Marcario. And the first one is poured in for strike 1. Marcario hit into a fielder's choice in the second inning, struck out in the fourth, and then had a pair of walks his last 2 times up. Now he's got the bases loaded, his team down to their final out. Silva sets and deals the 0-1. That one just misses low for ball 1.
Not by much.
Oh.
Also, it appears, if you've been with us all day, you know about the string for Guarino. It appears he's lost it.
No way. This is a big moment because it's been leading up to this for games. It's almost bigger than this moment right here. 1-1 swung on and missed on an ugly cut by Marcario. Now the Lions are down to their final strike.
That is some filthy off-speed stuff from Silva.
Way out in front of that one.
He's fun to watch when he's got it going, man.
And it only took him just a little bit to settle down, a few batters. And now he's got Marcario on the ropes. Bases loaded, 2 away. Silva looking in. A 1-2 count. Here it is. Check swing. Look at the umpire, and he'll say no go. And Marcario has another shot.
I thought it caught enough of the corner.
And it's also funny because, you have the instinct to look over to first base.
Yeah,
anytime
no one's
there's
there.
a check, and there's just no one there.
The first base coach was like, he didn't go.
Yeah, he's taking over duties for now. So it'll be a 2-2 count now to Marcario. Reader leads from third, Cody from second, Oskowski from first. 2 away here in the 9th. Still a 9-3 lead for Montclair State. The pitch. Called strike 3, and the ball game is over. Justin Silva strikes out the final 3 batters of the game, comes in to a big spot and closes the door. A 9-3 victory for the Redhawks and a sweep of the doubleheader here on Saturday.
Wow, what a day of baseball. It couldn't go much better than this. And I mean, if you would have told me a few hours ago that we would be celebrating the way we are right now, I would have called you crazy because it was looking bleak. The Redhawks were down to their final out. some heroics from Cosentino provide the gritty win in game number 1. And then game number 2, they take care of business, especially on a day that Rowan takes a big loss. You're able to make up some ground here in the conference and extend that lead over Rowan. Seems like a little bit of an extended conversation between those coaching staffs. Although Montclair State comes out victorious. Just a very good day here on Alumni Appreciation Day. You couldn't have scripted it much better.
And coming in just under that 3-hour mark. We started at 2:36, and this game wrapped up at 5:30 even. So
beautiful.
And nice little pair of games that we had for this one. And yeah, Jack, you're right. I mean, a really good pitching performance from Montclair State. They were able to piece it together in this one. And it's a strong win in game 2 after being in control most of game 1, but having to come back late. They were able to roll over that momentum into this game, and it's a nice big win at 9-3.
And you improved to 24 wins on the year, 24-7. You're now 9-1 in conference play, with the one loss coming to one of the top teams in the country. You got to feel really good as you head to William Patterson on Thursday, and those are the big ones. Those are the ones you play for, you get juiced up for. You know, obviously you want to say you get up for every game, but Thursday morning is when you're really going to feel the adrenaline pumping as you head over to Wayne and try and take game 1 of the Route 46 rivalry.
You come in with a big 24-7 record. You march into William Patterson. You play one game there on Thursday, and then you come back home for the Friday matchup. So definitely a big slate coming up from Montclair State, but they prepare for it in spades here against TCNJ, beating them twice on a Saturday. And that's going to do it for us here on the Red Hawk Sports Network and our coverage of this doubleheader.
And you're not going to want to miss Friday when we'll be back here at Yogi Berra Stadium. That's going to be a good one.
Yeah, it's certainly charging up for a great finish to the end of the season. So for Jack Bartek, I'm John Kosoban. Thanks for listening here on the Red Hawk Sports Network. Have a wonderful Easter weekend.